After Phoenix withdrew, Ji Yuhang only looked at them briefly, then ceased paying further attention. The losses were still deeply painful. 800 went, only 500 returned. Everyone was injured, and among them, there were dozens of critically wounded. Though these critically wounded were beyond saving by mortal standards, for the interstellar warriors, the situation was different. If a warrior truly couldn't be saved, they could still be placed into the fearless iron coffin, continuing their service to the Legion and the Alliance in the future. Of course, in actuality, the Alliance also supported allowing severely injured warriors to retire, offering strong life support systems so they could enjoy a different lifestyle after retirement. After all, interstellar warriors live extraordinarily long lives and could still have plenty of good days ahead. Truth be told, being placed into the fearless iron coffin was not a comfortable experience by any stretch, especially since once inside, there was no coming out for the rest of their lives. Yet, thus far, there hasn't been a single Phoenix warrior who opted for retirement after being critically injured. All have chosen the iron coffin. The 300 interstellar warriors lost weren't necessarily all killed in action. It's possible some surviving Phoenix warriors were scattered across Alfonso II and engaged in combat at various locations. Due to the insufficient time for assembly, they couldn't make it back in time. But there was genuinely no way to manage this now. When Maddens breached the main gate, Ji Yuhang's power, through their deep connection as interstellar warriors, could stealthily infiltrate the progeny chamber. Dubo, who was absent from the control panel, had a significantly lower sensitivity to spiritual energy. He failed to notice Ji Yuhang's power slipping in. Then, pinpointing and precisely severing the restraints and controls binding the neuron progeny to liberate it presented a real challenge. Ji Yuhang had to carefully identify the weak points of the energy bindings on the neuron progeny and sever them one by one. During this process, Ji Yuhang needed to operate his power with pinpoint accuracy from such a vast space distance while remaining completely undetected, a task of considerable difficulty. Any misstep, if detected by Dubo and prompting him to return to the control panel, would spell major trouble. However, throughout the entire process, Ji Yuhang performed flawlessly. No errors, no hesitation. Ji Yuhang accomplished what he needed to do. But it wasn't over yet. Freeing the neuron progeny merely neutralized the entity that had been engaging in relentless psychic combat against Ji Yuhang. Dubo, the Supreme Commander, was presumably dead. The war arc onboard was now overrun by the rampaging neuron progeny. Simultaneously, the Valor Spirit Legion unleashed by Ji Yuhang hadn't retreated, leaving the war arc in a severely crippled state. As the flagship of the mechanical fleet, it could no longer fulfill its role as a command vessel, because it couldn't issue effective orders to the other ships within the fleet. Moreover, as the most formidable warship in their fleet, it was rendered impotent amidst the chaos, unable to act as the backbone of the operation. Conversely, as the war arc was effectively immobilized, despite its void shield, it was now under tremendous risk. Without movement or maneuvering capability to evade incoming fire, it became a sitting target incapable of absorbing sustained bombardment, even with its void shield. To protect the flagship, many escort ships, and even a Retribution-class battleship, closed in, attempting to provide cover. They used their firepower systems to intercept some of the Alliance's incoming projectiles, and when necessary, even positioned their own hulls to shield Alfonso II. This proved immensely helpful for Alfonso II, but within the broader context of the fleet's decisive battle, the overall combat power of the mechanical fleet suffered greatly. Those vessels that diverted to protect the flagship rendered themselves essentially insignificant threats to the Alliance fleet. As a result, the Alliance experienced a dramatic reduction in firepower pressure. The sacrificial boarding operation carried out by the Valor Spirit Legion and Phoenix had achieved its value here. Furthermore, this was merely the immediate benefit to the Alliance fleet. The greater significance lay in the developments that followed. The sacrifices of the interstellar warriors had created such an invaluable tactical opportunity. How could Ji Yuhang possibly let it go to waste? Initially, Ji Yuhang planned to deal with the war arc first to avoid prolonged complications. However, since other vessels dared to intervene, targeting those first became a viable option. Without further obstructions, Ji Yuhang unleashed his spiritual energy power without restraint. The Retribution-class battleship that dared to shield Alfonso II instantly became Ji Yuhang's target. The void shield didn't last long before it was completely torn apart. Then, the Alliance fleet, far superior in operational coordination compared to the mechanical fleet, immediately launched focused volleys of attacks. The sheer number of projectiles was one thing, but in this instance, the main assault came from the Zug-class aircraft carrier, Eagle Horse. 3 patrol ships were launched and propelled forward at near bullet speeds, only marginally slower than actual artillery shells, directly delivering them to the enemy battleship. Conventionally, the Alliance's Blackfish-class patrol ships accommodate around 1,200 crew members. The specially modified Blackfish launched at the enemy, however, carried only about 400 crew. This number barely sufficed for minimal operational staffing and was slightly inadequate. For sustained operations, it wouldn't even cover essential positions that require constant monitoring. After all, humans do need rest. Today's battle situation, however, required no such considerations. Even vessel control itself was largely irrelevant at this critical juncture. As long as the weapon systems functioned properly, that was sufficient. Another noteworthy point was that every crew member aboard carried the designation of a death soldier. Each one was prepared for the reality of never returning. Launching small ships at point-blank range toward a battleship was already an extremely dangerous mission. Even though Zug-class aircraft carriers were equipped with recovery systems to retrieve launched small vessels, the likelihood of their survival was low. And their task was straightforward: to fire all the missiles on board the specially modified Blackfish before their destruction. Missile-based weaponry posed an inherent disadvantage. It was easier to intercept compared to artillery shells or laser spears. By placing aircraft and patrol ships in close proximity to enemy vessels, the Alliance aimed to resolve this issue. Firing at point-blank range reduced the interception difficulty drastically. Moreover, Blackfish-class patrol ships were significantly larger than even the largest Dragon Elephant war machines. The suicide-modified Blackfish ships underwent customization solely to maximize missile capacity, disregarding everything else. Each of the 3 Blackfish carried 18 Scorching East wind missiles and required only 2 firing cycles to offload their entire payload, a process that wouldn't exceed 6 minutes. This meant that each Blackfish simply needed to survive for 6 minutes to accomplish their mission. From the first salvo, 27 Scorching East Winds missiles were launched successfully. 6 were intercepted, while 21 struck squarely against the Retribution-class battleship whose void shield had been torn apart. 21 colossal explosions bloomed on the battleship, inflicting catastrophic damage. Soon after, one of the Blackfish ships was destroyed, but the remaining 2 launched their second round of Scorching East Wind missiles, all 18. The Retribution-class battleship was blown into 5 fragmented sections. After completing 2 volleys and firing all their missiles, the 2 Blackfish ships had accomplished their mission. The strike was highly effective, and since their ammunition was fully depleted, there was no further reason for them to remain. The aircraft carrier's tractor system activated, and the 2 Blackfish vessels began retreating at a starting speed no conventional ship could match. In just a short while, they would be pulled away to safety. However, before the retreat was complete, yet another Blackfish was destroyed. Ultimately, only 1 Blackfish managed to retreat successfully. The sacrifice was worth it. Trading 2 Blackfish ships and the lives of over 1,000 people aboard them for a battleship was absolutely worthwhile. With the destruction of that Retribution-class battleship, Alfonso II's defenses were completely exposed. The next target would be it. After clearing several escort ships that stood in the way, Alfonso II's most formidable war ark was left without any protection. All it could rely on now was its thick armor. But armor alone, how could it possibly be enough? A warship's survival in space naval warfare depends on 4 damage mitigation strategies: maneuvering evasion, interceptive firepower, void shield, energy shield, and armor. Missing just one severely weakens a ship's survivability. And now, Alfonso II was lacking all 3, save for armor. Due to the assault by the shipborne spirits, due to the actions of the Neuron progeny wreaking havoc after Dubo was neutralized, unleashing their spiritual power across the vessel and killing indiscriminately, Alfonso II's maneuvering and firepower interception capabilities were rendered inoperable. After all, these functions require humans to operate. When the crew are all slaughtered, or the control rooms and command centers destroyed, how can they function? The void shield had also been torn apart by Jiu Hang. Left with only armor, no matter how thick, it was useless. Not long after the preceding Retribution-class battleship was destroyed, Alfonso II, under relentless firepower, was also blown into countless fragments. The next target was the only Zug-class aircraft carrier remaining in the Alfonso fleet. Once that was dealt with, the next target would be a Dragon Serpent-class battlecruiser. At this point, the Alfonso fleet was visibly collapsing. As of now, their flagship, Alfonso II, War Ark, an aircraft carrier, a battleship, and 2 battle cruisers, a total of 5 primary capital ships, had been destroyed. In contrast, the price paid by the Alliance so far was predominantly various small and medium-sized ships. Among the larger ships, 6 lunar-class cruisers had been lost. And as for true capital ships, 1 battlecruiser, the Coralia, had been destroyed. This was undoubtedly a significant loss, especially the destruction of the Coralia, which was a severe blow to an alliance that had only 8 capital ships in total. Alongside the loss of these ships, at least 1 million crew members and Navy Marine Corps personnel had perished. This was the nature of fleet warfare. At this scale, when both sides are determined to see victory and fight to the death, this is the outcome. What's more, the alliance was already at a disadvantage compared to the Alfonso fleet in terms of fleet strength, at least 1 rank below. It was solely because of Jiyu Hang and the boarding actions of the interstellar warriors that the tide of the battle was turned to what it is now. But even with the tide turned, losses were still inevitable. And this was still not the end. The decisive battle had yet to conclude, particularly as Jiyu Hang had issued an order for the fleet to advance as a whole. As the distance between the two sides decreased further, hit probabilities from firepower would increase accordingly, while the difficulty of evading incoming fire through maneuvering would also rise. The intensity of space combat would further escalate. Of course, with Jiyu Hang present, the Alliance fleet would maintain a greater advantage throughout this process. After all, the Alliance fleet's entire strategy fundamentally revolved around maximizing the power of Jiyu Hang's immense spiritual energy. His actions in tearing apart enemy warships' void shields acted as a signal. The fleet would then coordinate in concentrated fire to effectively annihilate the enemy's most critical combat assets. Jiyu Hang was already prepared to endure greater losses, such as the potential destruction of 1 or 2 more battle cruisers, or even losing either the Eagle Horse or the Firebath Nova. He was resolute about completely annihilating the Alfonso fleet here. On the opposite side, the Alfonso fleet had clearly sensed Jiyu Hang's uncompromising resolve. Were they equally prepared to fight to the bitter end, even at the cost of complete annihilation, just to make the alliance suffer? Did they have the courage to risk utter destruction here, solely to inflict pain on the alliance? Their actions clearly suggested otherwise. The entire Alfonso fleet had lost its leadership, its backbone. Although there was still a principal sage aboard the Emperor-class battleship, who was supposed to take over command of the fleet, he had not succeeded in doing so. The fleet's performance did not improve in any noticeable way. In fact, under the pressure of the advancing Alliance fleet, he made a particular decision, ordering the fleet to retreat. This sparked an uproar, while also highlighting the principal sage's weak control over the fleet after the destruction of the War Ark. Certain ship captains did not agree with his orders. After all, regardless of the losses, they still had their Emperor-class battleship, as well as another Retribution-class battleship. They were not entirely without the ability to fight back. Even if victory seemed impossible, turning and fleeing was not an option. Their concerns are not without merit. If they were to retreat entirely from battle, the Alliance fleet would inevitably launch a relentless pursuit, leading to considerable losses of vessels. Retreat. Where could they even retreat to? The entire Proudclaw cosmos offers very limited choices for sanctuary. Heading to Hyong 8? That is certainly their hub. But the Alliance has already swept through it once, utterly annihilating the orbital defense system. Going there would be no different from lingering in the deep void. Going to the Wenchi-Wookie line? That would be an excellent option, if they could actually reach it. Leveraging the robust defense systems along this key transport corridor between Proudclaw Cosmos and Alfonso Star Domain would not only provide a reprieve but also link them directly to the Alfonso Star Domain for reinforcements from their home base. However, it's too far. With the Alliance fleet constantly snapping at their heels, how many ships could realistically make it back to the Wenchi-Wookie line alive? No one could say for sure. There's another potential destination, however, that might be suitable, Phantom Moon. That was where the Fury fleet, cornered and desperate, had chosen to take refuge in the star system. Originally, they were there waiting to rendezvous with the powerful Alfonso fleet, selecting Phantom Moon as a place with reasonably intact orbital defenses to make their stand. Their plan was simple. Hold out and avoid annihilation until Alfonso's main forces arrived. That would suffice for success. But to their surprise, the Alliance ignored them entirely and instead focused their efforts on targeting Alfonso's reinforcements. Now, the Fury fleet likely has not received the news about the enormous fleet battle that unfolded in the Bowong star system. Regardless, Phantom Moon remains home to interstellar warriors, two entire battle groups, giving Alfonso's forces a better capacity to counter boarding operations. Although Fury fleet had been utterly crushed by Phoenix in the Dragonhawk star domain years ago, those were still interstellar warriors. Moreover, they still have a battleship and a combat barge in tow. With the addition of those two capital ships, the fleet's overall strength would see a small uptick. Yet, venturing to Phantom Moon would mean plunging deeper into Proudclaw cosmos, making any retreat even more tenuous. Even if they managed to regroup with Fury fleet and the two battle groups of New Torch, could they truly regain an upper hand in their struggle against the Alliance? Most likely not. A combat barge paired with a Retribution-class battleship pales in comparison to a War Ark, a Retribution class, a Juggernaut class, and two Drakeships. Even Alfonso fleet's peak condition hadn't stopped them from catching a brutal beating. Unless Gu Heng's spiritual energy pressure could be neutralized, strengthening the fleet's combat prowess would hold little meaning. By now, Alfonso fleet's captains recognize that Gu Heng's abilities can elevate the balance of power between two opposing fleets by an entire tier. Unless the enhancement reaches an overwhelming level, the point where even without void shields, they could crush the Alliance fleet, it would all be futile. Every option is fraught with difficulty, and the captains hold contradictory opinions. The lone remaining principal sage does not command sufficient authority to unite contrasting viewpoints quickly and decisively in the aftermath of Dubo and War Ark's destruction. These compounded factors have instead exacerbated the chaos within Alfonso fleet, leaving it in worse disorder than before. The fleet's collective will is fragmented. A minority wishes to fight to the end, while others are open to retreat, but cannot even agree on the direction for said retreat. Throughout this deliberation, the Alliance fleet has been relentless, pressing closer and closer. Gu Heng, too, has shown no mercy, wreaking havoc by ripping void shields off one ship after another before utterly destroying them. At this juncture, Alfonso's Emperor-class battleship could no longer muster the patience to argue with its comrades. The sage aboard the vessel issued one final order to all ships. Follow him to break through, with the Wenchi Wuki line as the target. Though called an order, it was more like a formal announcement. The fleet's other captains persisted in their squabbles, debates, and attempts to push forward their own suggestions. But the Emperor-class battleship ignored them and withdrew independently. Some ships followed, but the rest grew increasingly hesitant and descended into utter disarray. By this point, everyone knew that remaining behind to fight to the death was no longer a viable strategy. The departure of the Emperor-class battleship had already marked the complete collapse of the fight to the last man plan. Those captains who initially intended to fight to the end could only curse relentlessly before hastily turning their ships around and fleeing. And so, the entirety of Alfonso's sect crumbled. Splintering into a multitude of directions, they formed various groups large and small in a desperate attempt to escape the battlefield. At this stage, the Alliance had undoubtedly emerged as the victors. The battle could be declared won, but the war was far from finished. Victory is only one part of the equation. It's the sweet aftermath of triumph, the spoils, that most tempt the heart. After expending so much effort and incurring significant costs, there's no way the Alliance fleet would settle for merely winning. They must seize the moment to eradicate as much of Alfonso fleet's remaining combat power as possible. The Alliance, after losing Coralia and subsequently Steelwain, was left with only 6 capital ships. By a strict count, they were still weaker than Alfonso fleet. Should Alfonso regain its footing, the tide of battle could easily shift again in unpredictable ways. Of course, a fully intact Alfonso fleet probably doesn't exist anymore. In their scattered retreat, the fleet had already fractured. Nonetheless, even in defeat, Alfonso fleet retained immense strength. After all, they still possess 1 Emperor class, 1 Retribution class, and 6 Drake class battleships. Against such an adversary, it's impossible for the Alliance to launch separate pursuits. Otherwise, any fleet daring to split off without Ji Hang's aid would likely crumble under Alfonso fleet's counterattack. In the end, it's likely many sect of mechanics fleets would manage to escape. Recognizing this inevitability, the priority must be to focus on catching the big fish. Medium and smaller-sized ships will be disregarded outright. Ji Hang wouldn't even waste the effort on battle cruisers, being of lower value and notoriously difficult to chase down given their high speed. Meanwhile, catching fish must also be done with sustainability in mind. Prioritize those heading toward Phantom Moon. It's closer, and if mechanics ships manage to regroup there with Fury Fleet and New Torch, it won't necessarily be unachievable to deal with, but it'll be a lot messier. As for ships heading toward the Wuki-Wenchi line, like the Emperor itself, those can be deprioritized for now. The long journey ahead leaves ample opportunities for pursuit later. Following this logic, Ji Hang first targeted the largest cluster of ships headed toward the Phantom Moon star system. This group of mechanical ships was led by the sole surviving Retribution-class battleship, flanked by 3 Drake-class battlecruisers. The outcome of being targeted by Ji Hang was grim. One of the Drake ships was destroyed first, and the other 2, sensing grave danger, abandoned their teammate and accelerated to flee. Battle cruisers are fast, making them temporarily hard to pursue. However, the stranded Retribution-class battleship was a slow runner, short-legged and incapable of escaping quickly. After the surrounding escort ships were systematically eliminated, only the lone Retribution-class ship remained. Its void shield had already been breached. If the Alliance fleet wanted it dead, its thick armor and immense firepower would ultimately not save it. Yet, Ji Hang gave in to greed. The Alliance's sole Retribution-class battleship, Firebath Nova, how did they acquire it? It was stolen. With such a golden opportunity, how could Ji Hang resist another heist? And not just the Retribution class. The Emperor class fleeing toward the Wenchi-Wuki line, Ji Hang had his eyes on that one too. Silently retrieving his axe, Yerma Yuyan's gaze couldn't help but drift to the side. Fighting alongside him were not only the grey armor warriors of the Blood Sharks but also some interstellar warriors clad in red helmets and red armor. To be honest, this wasn't their first encounter. Back during the Purple Flower Rebellion, it was the Blood Shark battle group's return to the Empire. That decision was made by Yuyan. The battle group's campaign in the outer regions had lasted for an exceedingly long time. Most of the warriors in the battle group, including Yuyan himself, only knew they belonged to the Empire and fought for the Emperor through the historical scriptures of the battle group or the oral accounts passed down by the older generation. But what was the Empire? All they had were historical records and occasional ventures into Imperial territory to collaborate with a few founding worlds for resources, before quickly retreating back to the outer regions. After such a lengthy passage of time, when Yuyan had been a blood shark for 400 years and a battle group leader for 80 years, he made a decision that defied ancestral tradition. He boldly led the blood sharks into the Empire to announce their return. He wasn't trying to overturn the survival doctrine that the battle group had upheld since its inception. He merely wanted to lead his brothers in arms to take a proper look at the Empire they fought for. He sought to bring the battle group back into the public eye, reminding people of the sharks who prowled silently beyond the borders of Imperial territory, fighting for the Empire. Thus, he chose the moment of the Purple Flower Rebellion, 130 years ago, as his opportunity. Upon hearing the Empire's call to suppress the rebellion, he led the Blood Sharks into Imperial territory, answering the summons and participating in the counter-insurgency. It was during that war that they encountered the Phoenix. To be frank, Yuyan and his sharks didn't care whether the Phoenix or the other 2 battle groups involved were truly traitors. If the Central Empire declared them traitors, then so be it, fight first, worry later. But at the same time, to be honest, he didn't find any of the battle groups he encountered within the Empire particularly impressive. They didn't even compare to the genuine renegades he'd occasionally stumbled upon in the dark outer regions. From the Blood Sharks' perspective, these interstellar warriors who grew up in greenhouses couldn't compare to them. Whether it was the Ironclads and Flame who fought alongside the Sharks at the time or the Purple Flower battle group on the opposing side, each looked more polished and meticulous in their tactical precision. But when things got down to the grit, how could they ever match the bite of the Shark's teeth? The Phoenix was no exception. That was their impression of the Phoenix. But now, he had no choice but to update his view of this group of red armored warriors. In the Alliance combat roster, the Blood Sharks were considered ally forces. They acknowledged imperial authority and naturally recognized Ji Hang, whom the Empire had appointed as Southern Commander, and were willing to cooperate in battle. Still, they strictly adhered to their identity as allies, not subordinates. Combat orders were followed, recorded quietly for future recompense. Unreasonable orders were subject to their discretion to comply or disregard. Helping the Alliance's 3 battle cruisers escape peril while dealing a blow to the Fury Flame battle group was something they were glad to do, and so they did. However, they were opposed to this fleet-wide decisive battle. Although their objections were overruled, and they ultimately joined the fray, in reality, they remained on the edges of the battlefield, ready to retreat immediately once the Alliance's gamble inevitably failed. But when they heard the Phoenix battle group was heading for jump boarding onto the Sect of Mechanics' flagship war arc, it only added to their sense of impracticality. Yuyan's perception of the Phoenix remained rooted in the past. Judging others by his own standards, even the Blood Sharks had no confidence in carrying out Ji Hang's orders, especially attempting a boarding assault of a core Sect of Mechanics flagship that housed millions of elite personnel. To Yuyan, it was a suicidal move. If the Blood Sharks couldn't achieve it, how could the Phoenix possibly manage? Jump boarding via spiritual energy teleportation? That was a fool's errand. But then, the course of battle far exceeded Yuyan's expectations. He didn't know what had transpired aboard Alfonso II, but the end result was clear. The war arc was destroyed from within, losing most of its combat capabilities before it was annihilated, becoming paralyzed in the process. Yuyan was all too familiar with a ship in this condition. From his combat experience, every vessel boarded and dismantled from within by the Blood Sharks ended up in this exact state. For this reason, Yuyan was astonished. Could those Phoenix warriors actually pull it off? A feat beyond what the Blood Sharks themselves could achieve, accomplished by the Phoenix. Yuyan was skeptical. Belief stemmed from undeniable facts, for it was impossible to ignore the evidence laid bare before his eyes. But doubt came from wondering if there were hidden truths behind this episode. Perhaps internal strife among the Sect of Mechanics personnel aboard the war arc? Unable to figure it out, he soon had an opportunity to witness firsthand. As the enemy fleet scattered and broke apart, this particular battleship, now targeted by the Alliance fleet, was certain to be seized. It seemed that the Phoenix had suffered some losses during the earlier boarding operation, resulting in fewer personnel available for this boarding assault. So, Ji Hang personally made contact, hoping the Blood Sharks would step in. Yuan agreed. He personally led 200 Blood Sharks, arriving a few minutes earlier than expected via the specialized spiritual energy transmission device, entering the Retribution-class battleship. Then, following orders, he began to seize critical objective points. The Blood Sharks, along with the Phoenix warriors, had the same primary mission: to spearhead the assault. They needed to establish a landing zone to facilitate the subsequent arrival of the main forces for the actual landing operation. After all, it was unrealistic to rely on just a few hundred interstellar warriors to eliminate the tens of thousands of Sect of Mechanics crew members and Protection Army troops aboard the ship. Not to mention whether it's feasible, whether it's necessary, or whether it's even worth it. These are more pressing concerns. When critical tasks requiring a small but elite combat force are at hand, deploying interstellar warriors is rational. But to send them against thousands of times their own number solely because they are strong is foolishness. Sacrificing numerous interstellar warriors for such operations is entirely unnecessary. Yuan would never accept such irresponsible missions. Their current objective was primarily ensuring the safety of a specific area, eliminating substantial amounts of enemy firepower interception, and even directly severing the coordination capability of the ship's interception system, paving the way for the main forces to land. They performed admirably. The Blood Sharks are skilled in this type of blitz warfare, and under their rapid attacks, even the elite forces within the Protection Army, some units matching the strength of an ordinary interstellar warrior, were quickly neutralized under the brutal onslaught of the Blood Sharks' axes. Of course, if it were only the 200 Blood Sharks, the ease of the battle would be far from assured. With their small numbers facing numerous critical targets, excessive dispersal could lead to situations where objectives are unattainable or entire squads suffer heavy casualties. But with the addition of over 300 Phoenix warriors, things were different. Their numbers not only greatly offset the Blood Sharks' manpower shortage but also provided Yuan, the battle group leader, with an opportunity to observe the unique traits of these Phoenix interstellar warriors. Nothing special. No unusual tactics, no incomprehensible weapons, everything appeared ordinary. Except they were extraordinarily skilled fighters. In the 130 years since the Violet Goldflower Rebellion, while Yuan's primary activities were still within the dark outer territories, his incursions into Imperial zones had significantly increased in frequency and duration. During this time, he encountered various interstellar warrior battle groups. From these experiences, he developed a relatively clear sense of his Blood Shark battle group's power level. They were strong, far superior to most groups. Perhaps it was the genetic seeds? Or perhaps their prolonged battles in the dark outer territories provided them with harsher combat experiences than those stationed within the Empire? These could be reasons. Yuan often felt proud of this, occasionally fostering a subtle disdain for the Imperial battle groups. They're not much to speak of. However, today, the Phoenix warriors he witnessed completely shattered his perception. Their average power level was immensely impressive. The 200 Blood Sharks deployed, a hand-picked team of veterans among the elite, could easily annihilate 500 warriors of the New World Torch battle group based on their prior encounters. Yet, though Yuan disliked admitting it, the red-helmeted and red-armored warriors before him exceeded the Blood Sharks in strength. In terms of average combat capabilities, if it were a 200 versus 200 scenario, his estimated victory rate was less than 20%, and that was with some mental weighting to favor his battle group. This realization wasn't just limited to Yuan. All 200 Blood Sharks deployed had noticed it as well. The Blood Sharks, accustomed to operating solo, rarely coordinated with allied forces. Their extended presence in outer territories minimized contact with Imperial groups, and their formidable strength nurtured a pervasive arrogance, dismissive of and indifferent to others. Now, they had no choice but to reevaluate. If you can't beat them, what's the point of arrogance? Furthermore, the Phoenix warriors weren't the only ones deserving of attention. Was the Phoenix the Alliance's only strength? No, once the landing zone was secured and the Retribution-class battleship's firepower interception systems were significantly weakened, a massive fleet of Alliance landing ships arrived carrying enormous Alliance army forces. Battalions of Saintly Lily battle nuns, Alliance Naval Marine Corps, airborne infantry from the Army, and the Independent Glory Guard Corps, waves of military units, larger in number and better suited for large-scale warfare, descended upon the battlefield. Indeed, these were mortal troops. However, even these mortal units earned the Blood Sharks' admiration. Leaving the battle nuns aside, these divine arts-blessed warriors were often compared to interstellar warriors. The regular mortal military forces exhibited striking competence. Especially the Glory Guard Corps. Fully equipped with feedback-type power armor. That alone makes them notable, though the Blood Sharks have encountered affluent mortal units equipped similarly before. No matter how fancy the equipment, it doesn't override incompetence. But the critical factor is that these Glory Guard soldiers demonstrated exceptional qualities, such as psychological resilience and tactical proficiency, rivaling that of ordinary interstellar warriors in many respects. They only lacked superhuman physical prowess and neural control of their power armor. A mere dozen Glory Guards could pose a challenge to a Blood Shark. With 20 or 30, the victor between the two was uncertain. The Blood Sharks battle group, with less than 700 active warriors and rarely at full strength, found itself dwarfed by an initial landing force exceeding 15,000 Glory Guards. Was this the entirety of the Alliance's Glory Guard Corps? Likely not. Even excluding the airborne infantry from the Army and elite Naval Marine Corps, compared to the Blood Sharks' auxiliary troops forged through repeated trials and actual combat, these units were superior. Moreover, for these forces, over 20% were outfitted with feedback-type power armor, a luxury the cash-strapped Blood Sharks could only envy. Silently, the Blood Sharks completed their tasks and synced their operations with the Alliance troops. Silence was their nature, and prior to deployment, Alliance forces, including the Phoenix Warriors, had been briefed on it. They were cautioned to maintain a safe distance from these sharks. The Blood Sharks' scant combat records revealed their extreme disregard for Allied mortal troops. If an ally blocked their line of fire, they'd shoot without hesitation. If someone obstructed their advance, they'd stomp onward without a thought for mortal lives. The Alliance soldiers boarding the enemy vessel were somewhat intimidated, carefully adhering to their orders. Still, combat required collaboration, and in the thick of battle, such reservations inevitably dissipated. Over time, the Alliance soldiers no longer felt as tense. They found the blood sharks, aside from their quiet demeanor and blood-soaked combat style, weren't all that intimidating. Watching those dark gray helmets adorned with a smear of blood red on the brow, why did they seem kind of endearing? Yuan had silently reassessed the Alliance's strength in his mind. They could no longer be underestimated. He had to consider how to handle future relations with the Alliance moving forward. Since the Blood Sharks had accepted the summons to participate in this rebellion incited by the Iron Armor Battle Group, seeking vengeance for a defeat dealt by the Iron Armor 130 years ago, it was evident they would need to cooperate with the Alliance for quite some time. This counter-insurgency war did not appear to be something that would conclude in the short term. Governor Yu Hang, a powerful psychic and the ruler of the Alliance who should not be taken lightly, as well as the Southern Theater Command General of the counter-insurgency war, was clearly someone Yuan would have to deal with regularly for the foreseeable future. As the battle group leader of the Blood Sharks, Yuan naturally had to handle this relationship carefully. Preoccupied with his own thoughts, Yuan, together with the Phoenix and the Alliance army, completed the task of taking over the entire battleship. The Alliance promoted policies of accepting and even treating prisoners humanely. Interstellar warriors led the way, battle nuns provided support, and the Glory Guards served as the main force, repeatedly thwarting attempts by die-hard Alfonso loyalists on the ship to sabotage it before their demise. Ultimately, the Retribution-class battleship came fully under the Alliance's control. Crews, along with a complete command system, boarded the vessel and began debugging operations. Soon, the Retribution-class battleship, which had once belonged to the Alfonso fleet, was operational again. However, now it belonged to the Alliance. Following convention, the Alliance named the massive warship, Iron Horse, after a star sector within the Dragonhawk star domain. Its condition was less than ideal. The previous space battle had caused some damage, and the boarding operations conducted by the Blood Sharks, the Phoenix, and the Alliance army had inflicted additional harm from within. Alliance engineers and accompanying technical priests from the Mingyang sect were already conducting a comprehensive inspection of the ship's various systems. For now, the situation appeared optimistic. The Iron Horse would not require a full-scale overhaul at the shipyard, at the very least. Taking it to a well-equipped starport and spending a few months on repairs should be enough to restore its full combat capabilities. At this point, the mission of the Interstellar Warriors was considered fully complete. Yuan was preparing to lead his battle brothers back to his flagship, the Ghost Evil Shark. But just then, he spotted a warrior in crimson Terminator armor approaching him. Yuan recognized him. His name was Kaldus, a captain in the Phoenix battle group and the commander of the 300 Phoenixes who had been operating on the ship. This fierce-looking interstellar warrior had left a strong impression on Yuan. He tended to instinctively assess others' strength relative to his own based on their performance. In his opinion, this Kaldus was slightly weaker than himself but comparable to the Blood Shark's own company captain. That was impressive. Some leaders of lesser-known and mediocre battle groups might not even possess such strength. Criticism directed specifically at the Torch of New Dawn. However, the Phoenix captain's expression was not pleasant. His gaze toward Yuan carried a hint of hostility. Why? Yuan quickly understood. They bore no particular grudge against the Phoenix, but the Phoenix certainly harbored animosity toward them. During the Great Bohemia Rebellion 130 years ago, although their primary target was the Bohemia battle group, they had also killed a fair number of Phoenixes in the process. Yet he felt no guilt or remorse for this. Back then, they had been at war. The Phoenix had been officially labeled as traitors by the Empire, so the Blood Sharks' role in eliminating them as part of the counter-insurgency was justified and a matter of duty. On the battlefield, it is a matter of life and death. There are no two ways about it. If the Phoenix still bore a grudge, they should direct it at those who had branded them as traitors of the Empire, not at him. Even in terms of blood vendettas, the number of Phoenixes killed by the Blood Sharks was surely fewer than those killed by the Flame and Iron Armor groups. Regardless, if the Phoenix insisted on harboring animosity toward them, there was nothing more to say. If things escalated and Governor Yu Hang, due to his closer ties with the Phoenix, made unequivocal choices that left no room for compromise, then it could only be regrettably declared that they would become enemies. With that in mind, Yuan calmly stepped forward to meet Kaldus. Kaldus examined him from head to toe, his expression remaining sour, even letting out a cold snort through his nose. But in the end, he refrained from any rash actions and gruffly said, "The governor invites you to meet him." Yuan wasted no time. Without hesitation, he boarded a shuttle and made his way to the Alliance aircraft carrier, Eagle Horse, where Governor Ji Hang was located, to meet him in person. Ji Hang was nothing like Kaldus, who only had a sour face. He welcomed Commander Yuan with a warm smile and a pleasant demeanor. A simple tea service for the two of them was placed on the table by attendants, and Ji Hang invited Commander Yuan to have a taste. Yuan remained impassive, even showing slight discomfort with the setting, the ceremony, and the small talk coming from Ji Hang. To be honest, Yuan had no experience handling such situations. He was neither skilled at them nor fond of them. Ji Hang quickly noticed this. He chuckled softly, as expected. Because he'd already anticipated this, Ji Hang didn't let anyone make a fuss over it. As for himself, after some brief pleasantries and probing, he quickly cut to the point. "I hope the Blood Shark battle group and the Alliance can form a much closer alliance. Not just for this war, but also for the future after the war ends. I understand Blood Shark traditions, as well as the existence of grade tax and blood tax. None of this is a problem. I fully acknowledge them. But I must say, the Alliance cannot allow the Blood Sharks to collect grade tax and blood tax through violent and unilateral means without consultation. Moreover, I believe such methods are highly inefficient and wasteful." At this point, Ji Hang paused momentarily to observe Yuan's expression, uncovered by a helmet. There was no expression. Interstellar warriors have always been like this, not to mention the Blood Sharks, who are notorious for their reserved, non-expressive demeanor within various battle groups. But the fact that Yuan didn't storm out in anger upon hearing this from Ji Hang, that was already a positive outcome. After all, the Blood Sharks had a history. Their conflict with the Ironclads had sprouted from this very issue. Even if there was a risk of offending the Blood Sharks, Ji Hang had to draw a clear line from the outset. "Very well, it seems we've reached a basic consensus on this principle. I recognize the Blood Sharks' right to collect blood tax and grade tax. These are your rightful rewards for fighting side by side with the Alliance and achieving war victories. You also recognize that collecting these taxes requires the Alliance's facilitation, rather than unilateral violence. With mutual respect, we now establish the foundation for cooperation. Based on the victories secured by the Blood Sharks have the right to present a series of supply and personnel demands to us. Starting with the grade tax according to Blood Shark tradition. In the past, when trading with the sect of mechanics, what was the price? The price the Alliance offers for recovering technology and equipment from the Blood Sharks will always exceed theirs by at least 20%. As for the blood tax, it can be discussed in two parts. Blood Sharks need excellent reserve personnel as a source of new blood for the development of their battle group. I promise, whenever the Blood Sharks have a need, regardless of war merits or victories, if you require new recruits, all you need to do is tell the Alliance a number, and the Alliance will provide that number of outstanding young people. The second part of the blood tax, Blood Sharks need ordinary humans to serve as auxiliary forces, battle group fleet crew, and subordinate personnel for the group. The Alliance can also provide this, entirely free of charge. However, under this premise, the Blood Sharks must agree to a series of conditions. The ordinary humans provided by the Alliance will have service terms, basic treatment, and the right to fundamental protections. Their lives must not be casually disregarded. They should be treated with a basic level of respect. Wait. At this point, Yuan couldn't help but interrupt Ji Hang's speech. He stared at Ji Hang without even asking a question. He trusted that Ji Hang understood what he meant. The Blood Sharks have never regarded ordinary humans as people. Not the enemy, not allied forces, and certainly not their own auxiliary troops or human subordinates. This isn't just a matter of tradition, it's a matter of ideology. They don't care, and they believe that only those who survive the trials of blood and fire are worthy of serving as their auxiliary forces, which essentially means becoming high-level cannon fodder. If one doesn't survive the trials, then so be it. Sacrificing oneself in the glorious cannon fodder duties is their best possible end. And now, Ji Hang was saying they should respect those ordinary humans? Even pay them wages, with service terms and the chance to retire? Yuan hoped his gaze could convey to Ji Yu Hang just how ridiculous this sounded. But Ji Yu Hang didn't back down on this issue. If you want the traditional blood tax, it's not impossible. I can provide it from the prisoner of war camps. However, no world declared as Alliance territory will provide such rights-deprived slaves. But hear me out. This arrangement also has its advantages. Wages won't come out of your pocket, the Alliance will pay. But precisely because of this, they will remain part of the Alliance, so you cannot trample on their lives and dignity. Moreover, I'm confident that during this time, you've seen the heroic demeanor of the Alliance's ordinary warriors. Allow me to brag for a moment. Many of their elites, though they haven't had the opportunity to be implanted with genetic seeds and don't possess superhuman physiques, are technically skilled and mentally resilient on par with any interstellar warrior. Like your glory guards, perhaps? Precisely. Of course, I cannot guarantee that among the tens of thousands you're provided, every single one will reach that level. But I will guarantee that among them, there will be such elites, and their average level will not be inferior to the Star Realm army of the Empire. You should understand how valuable this is. Yuan once again fell into silence. This time, he was truly thinking. He absolutely understood what such value meant. For years, the Blood Shark Battle Group's blood tax collections had taught them many lessons. Among the slaves forcefully seized, those who truly survived their so-called blood and fire trials to reach the auxiliary force standards they accepted were fewer than 1 in 10, possibly fewer than 1 in 100. Therefore, they needed to constantly collect blood tax. On one hand, they do require an enormous amount of cannon fodder. On the other hand, they need large numbers of cannon fodder from which to eventually refine enough auxiliary troops. But if the Alliance directly provided them, why would they need that much cannon fodder anymore? Moreover, low-quality cannon fodder actually doesn't align well with their combat style. They specialize in rapid responses and swift strikes. What use is cannon fodder? For direct engagement and mutual attrition? More elite auxiliary forces would evidently better assist them in battle. Even if there are times when they need ordinary infantry to hold the enemy's attention on the front lines, creating opportunities and space for rear assaults, using cannon fodder wouldn't be as effective as elite auxiliary troops holding the enemy in place on the front lines. It sounds quite beneficial. The only problem is that the battle group would need to alter their traditions, their beliefs, and their mindset. That's a challenging proposition. Let's set that aside for now. Yuan chose to pause this particular dispute and said, from start to finish, your terms sound excellent. More grade tax transactions, blood tax freely provided by the Alliance. So, what's the price? What does the Alliance want from the blood sharks? Ji Yu Hang displayed a broad smile, nearly blurting out, everything. But he held back. He replied, allies. We need long-term, dependable allies who will establish a unified command structure and act toward unified objectives. Just allies? Ji Yu Hang's smile remained unchanged. Indeed, just allies. These are the Alliance's only terms. Do you have any further questions after hearing them? Yuan did not give Ji Yu Hang a direct response, claiming he needed to return and discuss the matter with his battle brothers. In reality, that wasn't the case. Yuan's prestige within the battle group was significant, and Blood Shark didn't have things like a council of elders, veteran groups, secret gatherings, or inner circles. What he said went. However, in this particular matter, there were many things he hadn't yet figured out. He needed the opinions of some veterans and squad leaders for reference, and additional time to fully understand Ji Yu Hang's proposal. His extensive experiences over his prolonged lifespan had taught him that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The conditions proposed by Ji Yu Hang, even including elements that challenged the traditions of the battle group, were undeniably generous. He also believed that the strength demonstrated by the Alliance was capable of fulfilling Ji Yu Hang's promises. But precisely because of this, he felt extremely cautious. And yet, he couldn't identify many pitfalls within these conditions. Would becoming close allies with the Alliance mean they'd lose control and fall under Alliance command? Unlikely. The conditions didn't involve command ranks within the battle group. As for the new recruits, no matter their past experiences, it's nothing more than a decade at most. Compared to the nearly limitless lifespan of interstellar warriors, they'd be gradually steeped in the culture of the battle group for at least several decades. Their former lives would hardly matter. Isn't this the way all interstellar warriors are? After undergoing modification with genetic seeds, over the long passage of time, They gradually forget their brief experiences as mortals, ultimately becoming loyal warriors of the Emperor. Would becoming allies lead to the alliance forcing assignments onto them? Again, unlikely. The terms stipulated equality on both sides, a collaborative relationship. Requests from the alliance would be just that, requests, not orders. They could certainly refuse them. As for deliberate betrayal, that would constitute malicious behavior. Bloodshark wasn't a bunch of rookies. They'd investigate intelligence on their missions beforehand. It was impossible for them to trust the alliance blindly, at least not until sufficient trust was established. So where was the problem? Yuan couldn't think of one. He decided to give a preliminary, limited agreement for now. This matter wasn't about sealing an eternal, unbreakable alliance in one go. At present, both sides were already on the same battlefield. Ji Hang was still the nominal commander of the theater, so to some extent, they were already following his orders and direction. Why not test the waters during this war first? Evaluate the results, then decide whether a more enduring agreement was necessary after the war concluded. Yuan's decision was quickly validated. In the recent large-scale naval battle, Bloodshark's fleet had participated and, following unified commands and orders, significantly impacted the battle's outcome. In the operation to seize the now dubbed Iron Horse, a Retribution-class battleship, they had also taken part and played an important role. Although their achievements were slightly overshadowed by Phoenix, they weren't far behind. Going further back, Bloodshark had rescued 3 Alliance battle cruisers and destroyed the flagship, Torchlight, of the New World Torch battle group. Overall, they had already played a substantial role in this war and suffered considerable losses. Especially in the campaign to destroy Torchlight, they had gone head-to-head against the New World Torch battle group, losing over 100 interstellar warriors. For Bloodshark, this was the largest loss they'd sustained in the past 20 years. If Ji Hang was genuinely committed to honoring his promises, wouldn't it be time for him to offer rewards? Of course, there was no issue with that, but not yet. Ji Hang proposed waiting until the war was over, to tally things up more conveniently. After eliminating the majority of Alfonso's fleet heading toward the Phantom Moon star system, there was still another group requiring attention. The only remaining principal sage, aboard an Emperor-class battleship, was charging at full speed along the Wuki-Wenchi line. They were running quite swiftly. Ji Hang certainly wouldn't let them escape. He coveted that Emperor-class battleship immensely. If the circumstances allowed, he'd definitely try to seize it by force. In terms of value, the Emperor class might not surpass the War Ark destroyed by the Alliance earlier. However, their roles were entirely different. The War Ark, fundamentally speaking, was still a sect of mechanics, Ark-type vessel. Essentially, it served as a core base for space warfare. Most Arks function as mobile factories. Although the War Ark had removed many functions for production, living, and research to focus on combat, it still carried the essence of an Ark. Its inherent size, complex structure, and enormous capacity for personnel greatly exceeded that of the Emperor class, equivalent to specialized giant transport ships like a Juggernaut. Additionally, due to the mechanical Ark's characteristics, a significant number of operations required personnel from the sect of mechanics. Capturing it, of course, would carry significant value. At the very least, the Mingyang sect would grovel before Ji Hang to beg him to sell the ship to them. However, it wouldn't directly enhance the Alliance's combat strength, and it housed tens of millions of protection army troops as well as a neuron progeny, making the task of seizing the ship exceedingly difficult. But the Emperor class was different, with only 70,000 or 80,000 personnel at most inside. And its versatility was high. It wasn't an exclusive vessel of the sect of mechanics. If captured, repaired, and fully operational, it could genuinely elevate the Alliance Navy's fleet strength to a higher tier. It's definitely something that needs to be seized. However, before taking the ship, Ji Hang had one more task to handle. In the Bowang star system, amidst the wreckage from the previous space battle against Alfonso, Alliance utility ships responsible for cleaning up the battlefield sent a message that caught Ji Hang's attention. They discovered the neuron progeny. It wasn't dead. Ji Hang was somewhat surprised. Good lord, could this thing really have such tenacious vitality? It was aboard Alfonso II, the War Ark decimated in the battle, obliterated without additional defenses by the concentrated firepower of the Alliance fleet. Generally, in naval battles, once a ship explodes, it's almost impossible for lifeforms on board to survive. Even if they didn't die immediately, with the ship disintegrated into fragments, the life support systems ruined, and trapped in the airless, foodless, freezing void of space, how could any life form sustain itself? Unless they were exceptionally lucky, surviving in a relatively intact compartment. But even then, it wouldn't last long. Reflecting on this, Ji Hang thought to himself, if it were him, though he had methods to survive, like escaping into subspace, the neuron progeny certainly wouldn't have had such options. Under normal circumstances, survival seemed exceedingly difficult. The neuron progeny didn't survive due to luck. Its formidable vitality, especially its immense spiritual energy, allowed it to endure the bombing, detonation, and disintegration of the ship, and continue to exist in the void. In fact, according to the latest report, the neuron progeny had even detached itself from the ship's wreckage, propelled by spiritual energy, moving aimlessly through the empty void. The Alliance ships were in pursuit. The neuron progeny appeared to be severely injured, or perhaps it was simply relying on spiritual energy to drive its movement, flying at a slow pace that the ships could keep up with. But they didn't dare get too close. 2 Blackfish patrol ships had already fallen victim after approaching too near, ensnared by the neuron progeny's spiritual energy. First, their energy shields were torn apart. Then, their engines malfunctioned inexplicably. Subsequently, the crew on board began to lose their minds, attacking one another. One individual stormed into the energy chamber and caused an explosion. Just like that, 2 vessels and their combined crew of over 1,000 were lost without clear reasoning. With these lessons learned, the Alliance utility ships scavenging the wreckage were now far more cautious. The remaining 2 patrol ships tracking the neuron progeny could only observe it from a considerable distance. Lacking major fleet ships and without explicit orders from higher-ups, the patrol ships refrained from initiating direct attacks. To clarify, they had tried firing at it once, but it was evident that standard patrol ships, unlike the one-off specialized Blackfish launched at max capacity, lacked sufficient firepower. Their conventional weapons posed minimal threat to the neuron progeny. Ultimately, they reported the situation. Their aim was to request stronger reinforcements, perhaps larger warships to take down this entity. Yet, unexpectedly, higher-ups ordered them to continue tracking it, avoid approaching, and ensure they didn't lose sight of the target. When asked how to deal with it, the higher-ups didn't conceal the truth, informing them the governor would personally resolve the matter. Ji Hang, aboard the Wrath Owl, soon arrived at the Bowang star system and located the neuron progeny that the Alliance ships had been tailing. In reality, they were separated by an enormous distance. Despite the neuron progeny's massive size, it was still a biological entity, making it nearly impossible to observe with the naked eye. The warships maintained constant radar lock on it, despite the neuron progeny's attempts at interference. The signal was quickly reacquired. For Ji Hang, the process was even simpler. He could directly sense it using spiritual energy. The neuron progeny was highly responsive to Ji Hang's emanated spiritual energy, immediately channeling its own power to contend with him. It was still remarkably strong, with spiritual energy reaching S-class intensity. However, though equivalent to top-tier psychics among humans, could it really resist him? During the previous Bowang Sea battle, members of the sect of mechanics manipulated and enslaved its power, enabling it to unleash alpha-level strength, perhaps even surpassing that threshold slightly. Even when Ji Hang fully opened subspace rifts, utilizing his most potent force within the physical universe, he could only achieve a stalemate in head-on confrontation. Granted, part of this was because Ji Hang was simultaneously manifesting multiple heroic spirits, but the neuron progeny was also imprisoned at the time, its power reduced and not fully engaged in its own defense. The two were evenly matched. It shouldn't have been so weak as it appeared now. Ji Hang ordered the warship to move closer. With him present, a neuron progeny displaying power below alpha level posed no threat to the Wrath Owl. As the distance closed substantially, drawing near the target, the neuron progeny remained obediently stationary. It had no other choice, suppressed entirely by Ji Hang's overwhelming spiritual energy. When Ji Hang finally observed the creature's form via the visual screens from the bridge, he understood the source of its current weakened state. It was damaged. The ship's disintegration likely didn't leave it in a safe zone. It may have even been directly struck or suffered secondary impacts during the breakup. Despite its spiritual energy protection mechanism, its biological structure sustained extensive damage. Ji Hang surmised that it had likely pushed its spiritual energy to the brink, enduring until the last moment, but the spiritual energy shield ultimately failed. Explosions, wreckage collisions, and intense energy waves, these residual effects harmed its body. However, its physical durability was resilient enough to survive and even regenerate new shields in time. It didn't perish in the explosion, and it now landed in Ji Hang's hands.
Determining what to do next, Ji Hang hesitated. While exploiting the creature might yield benefits, he was reminded of Alfonso Fleet's fate.
The War Ark was originally Alfonso Fleet's most formidable ship, yet if it hadn't been for Ji Hang detonating the Neuron Progeny bomb from within, even Ji Hang at full strength would have had to expend considerable effort to defeat it. Although Ji Hang was confident in his ability to suppress this entity, could he guarantee being at his absolute peak at all times? Furthermore, even if restrained, would it not still be a liability when dealing with formidable foes and also worrying about this thing? That would be quite maddening. But, as one of the top-tier biological entities of the void insect species, there were no records of it being captured by the Empire, though perhaps kept classified. The value of studying it as well as finding means to exploit it was immense. Risk versus reward. These two heavy weights caused the scales in Ji Hang's mind to waver back and forth. It was frustrating. Luckily, he didn't need to decide immediately. He could capture it first and store it in a secure location. For most factions, creating a cage capable of absolutely safeguarding against the Neuron Progeny would be exceedingly difficult. The Alfonso sect had achieved this through extensive research, but the Alliance? Hardly capable. Yet what the Alliance couldn't do, Ji Hang could. He happened to have a particularly safe repository. His Storm God Kingdom. Once he imprisoned the Neuron Progeny within it, future research and exploitation would still require releasing it. However, if only considering its containment and transportation, security wouldn't be an issue.
The Divine Realm's power could perpetually punish the Neuron Progeny, while its millions of heroic spirits, not merely figurative, could guard it effectively, being undying and eternal.
If it truly revolted, Ji Hang would be well placed to personally subdue it. In the Divine Realm, his power far exceeded that of the material universe.
He'd killed the great demon within it, taking care of the Neuron Progeny would be no exception.
Inserting the Neuron Progeny into the Storm God Kingdom was initially just a temporary measure by Ji Hang to transport and contain this dangerous beast. However, he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. After completing the containment, he boarded the Fury Owl and continued his journey. But within just a day, he sensed that something unforeseen was unfolding within his Storm God Kingdom. Without hesitation, he interrupted a meeting he was conducting, retreated to his private chamber, and activated a subspace rift to enter the Storm God Kingdom. Now, the Storm God Kingdom he owned was far from the barren wasteland it had been when it was under the dominion of the primal Fury Owl. Though its dark, cloud-laden skies remained as oppressive as ever, and the gray-white, blue-black interspersed land retained its heavy, stifling atmosphere, the entire Storm God Kingdom could no longer be described as desolate. The primary credit belonged to the numerous heroic spirits who, over the years, had worked tirelessly to reshape the once wasteland, constructing countless artificial structures. In Ji Hang's Storm God Kingdom, a city had already risen. The two most central zones of this city included, firstly, the place where Ji Hang had once vanquished the Great Unclean One, Jia, and spent considerable time digesting its essence. That site had been fashioned into the likeness of an altar. While it had little functional utility, it held profound symbolic significance for the heroic spirits. The second key area was the Black Box Factory. The practical importance of this place was immense. Previously, when the Neuron Progeny was captured by Ji Hang, it was thrown onto the altar. This was the most suitable location to imprison such a monstrosity. A total of 23 massive steel spikes were driven into its body, pinning it firmly to the ground. Thick chains connected the spikes, binding its form completely. In this condition, even if the Neuron Progeny could still utilize its inherent spiritual energy, breaking free was nearly impossible. Let alone the fact that its spiritual energy was in a state of total suppression. The chains were conduits for terrifying thunder-like divine power, keeping its spiritual energy confined within its body, rendering escape futile. It was, for all intents and purposes, an airtight containment. And yet, the current situation was something of an anomaly. On the bound neuron progeny's body, points of light began to emerge continuously, floating into the air and gradually dissipating. The neuron progeny was disintegrating. Ji Hang found this rather astonishing. How was all of this happening? He had taken no deliberate action. Yet, what was happening to the neuron progeny bore a striking resemblance to the scene years ago when Jai Wijaya, the great unclean one, was defeated by Ji Hang within the divine realm, and the storm god kingdom had absorbed it. Its body was collapsing, there was no doubt about that. The parts breaking apart were transformed into pure energy and absorbed by the divine realm. Ji Hang could then distinctly feel the entire storm god kingdom's power surging rapidly. To be honest, this kind of growth was something Ji Hang had not experienced in a long time. The storm god kingdom had been growing all along, this much was true. Its growth primarily relied on the expansion of the alliance, the enlargement of the alliance's system, and Ji Hang's image as the alliance governor becoming deeply ingrained in people's minds, at least within some of the alliance's core ruling territories. Faith could influence subspace. As the owner of the storm god kingdom, the faith of the alliance's hundreds of billions of people in his governance became the source of the kingdom's growth. However, the sentiments of those under alliance rule hardly constituted genuine faith in Ji Hang. Moreover, Ji Hang himself was reluctant to actively cultivate true worship toward him. The national church was no pushover. Doing so would be tantamount to treason. It would severely undermine his ruling foundation and trigger widespread internal upheaval. When Iron Wrath Stone staged rebellions, their rallying cry was, "Purge the emperor's court," accusing the bureaucrats' unholy terror of idleness and failure to faithfully execute the will of the emperor. Even Humphrey Paulo, an unabashedly ambitious man, dared not echo the slogans of those chaos traitors, like calling the emperor a false deity. Ji Hang stood even less of a chance of attempting something similar. Beyond these pragmatic factors, in terms of Ji Hang's understanding of subspace, widespread, religious-style worship was not an unalloyed good. True, it would greatly amplify the storm god kingdom's power, thereby tremendously increasing the strength of the spiritual energy Ji Hang could wield and command. But the problem was that this faith brought not just power, it also brought influence. The intentions, desires, and negative emotions of the believers could infect Ji Hang as the master of the divine realm. This contamination would be a long-term, gradual process. Ji Hang's way of thinking would change over time, and ultimately, his personal will would be slowly dissolved and replaced throughout the process. Once the process was complete, the being that existed in this world would no longer be the current Ji Hang but a purely role-bound version of himself as the alliance governor. In other words, he would evolve into a construct of subspace. He was deeply cautious of this. Thus, while the expansion of the alliance and the increasing faith of its citizens in him had indeed grown, the overall magnitude still remained limited. Compared to the surge of growth after absorbing Jai Wijaya back then, the current growth of the storm god kingdom's power was at best around 5% in total. In short, the growth isn't too significant. However, if the current situation continues, once this neuroparasite is fully absorbed, the growth of the storm god kingdom may well rival that from absorbing Jai Wijaya, the great unclean one. This means that Ji Hang's storm god kingdom could see an increase of more than 30%. Ji Hang estimated that by then he would be able to control psychic power comparable to alpha level on a regular basis. If he fully tore open the subspace rift and unleashed the power of the storm god kingdom, during the Bowang Sea battle, there wouldn't have been any need for other tactics. Right from the beginning, he could have crushed the psychic power of Dubo's neuroparasite during the psychic confrontation. The strengthening of the storm god kingdom and the enhancement of psychic energy, these are undoubtedly exciting developments. After all, ever since his personal level had been raised to LV9 on the system's personal panel, growth had hit a bottleneck beyond which he could no longer ascend. Further power-ups relied on absorbing Jai Wijaya, the great unclean one, which had nearly doubled the strength of the storm god kingdom. This time, devouring the neuroparasite resulted in an additional 30% increase. While the neuroparasite has definitively met its end, further utilization and research on it are out of the question. But if Ji Hang were to choose for himself, he would undoubtedly prioritize strengthening himself. In his view, its value as something to be devoured far exceeded its value as a mere research material. While his strength has been clearly boosted, Ji Yuhang couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity. How did this come to pass? Why? Ji Yuhang couldn't figure it out immediately. The great demon was absorbed because it possessed subspace essence. Pure psychic power, or subspace energy, holds little significance for the Storm God Kingdom. Subspace energy can be considered boundless, but to utilize this power, the key missing component is permission. The existence of the Storm God Kingdom stems from the accidental subspace transformation of a primordial deity. Devouring Zhe Wujia was possible because it possessed subspace essence, or, put metaphorically, higher-level permissions. Absorbing Zhe Wujia merged two sets of permissions. Does the neuroparasite possess the same attributes? It's not impossible to consider that. At the level of the neuroparasite, it would be implausible for it to wield such vast psychic power without possessing subspace essence. But how did the void insect species accomplish this? Their methods of harnessing subspace energy are rather intriguing. Nonetheless, this sparked some inspiration in Ji Yuhang. From this angle, if Ji Yuhang seeks to grow his own power safely in the future, without resorting to the replacement of personal will with faith, actively pursuing entities with strong psychic power might be an effective approach. After all, entities below alpha-level psychic, or other users of psychic power, are essentially conduits. But based on current observations, entities surpassing alpha level possibly all possess some form of subspace essence. This presents a pathway, though upon further reflection, it seems challenging. A great demon? A neuroparasite? An alpha-class psychic? Hunting them? It's already difficult enough to find one alive. Ji Yuhang didn't dwell too much on boosting his personal power. What laid before him now was another crucial matter: capturing the runaway Alfonso Sect Emperor-class battleship. Among the medium and small ships escaping along the Wenchi Wuki line following the Emperor-class battleship, there aren't many. But aside from the Emperor class, the primary targets include 3 Dragon Serpent-class battlecruisers. The Emperor class isn't like the crippled, slow-legged Retribution class. While its speed can't match that of the battlecruisers, within the battleship category, it's undoubtedly among the faster ones. In fact, pretty much every parameter of the Emperor class rates as one of the top tiers among battleship models. Furthermore, the Alliance was preoccupied with dealing with the remnants of its predecessor, the Iron Horse, which gave the Emperor class additional time to escape. Still, the pursuit time remains ample. After all, the Wenchi Wuki line is quite distant, and it's typically normal to take 2 to 3 months to traverse. The pursuit fleet has been streamlined significantly. Retribution-class battleships cannot be relied upon at all, let alone the newly captured Iron Horse, which is still undergoing maintenance. The Firebath Nova suffered considerable damage in the previous sea battle, where it fully embodied the tanking role for battleships, and now requires repairs as well. Thus, it might as well focus on repairs and skip the pursuit entirely. After all, it can't keep up anyway. The Zug class can manage decent speed, though slightly slower than the Emperor class, but it's good enough to trail behind. The main force for the pursuit remains 3 relatively intact battlecruisers. Notably, the distinctively faster Holy Grail class battlecruiser, the Angry Falcon, compared to both the Yunluo and Ronglin Dragon Serpent class ships. The only vessels capable of matching the speed of the Holy Grail class are a few strike cruisers built by the Alliance and the entire Bloodshark fleet. This Bloodshark fleet, on the whole, could hardly be described as destitute. While they may appear lacking in standard equipment, they certainly don't lack valuable assets. Otherwise, how could they end up with a combat barge capable of keeping pace with a Holy Grail class cruiser? In terms of overall quality, Ji Yuhang considered that the flagship of the Bloodshark fleet, the Ghost Evil Shark, might not even be inferior to the Emperor class. Truly tempting, or rather, enviable. 23 standard Terra days later, the fastest pursuit team, composed of the Angry Falcon and the Ghost Evil Shark, caught up with the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet's combat capabilities far exceeded those of the Alliance and Bloodshark. The firepower of just one Emperor-class battleship equated to that of both the Angry Falcon and the Ghost Evil Shark combined. Yet, upon discovering the approaching Alliance ships, their only thought was to flee. Curiously, despite clearly being outmatched, the Angry Falcon and Ghost Evil Shark initiated an active assault. Of course, it wasn't an all-out offensive, it merely aimed to slow down their retreat. Particularly as they tracked them to the jump point, continuously harassing and attacking to delay their progress towards the Star Realm tunnel jump. Relying on their superior agility and speed, the remnants of Alfonso's fleet truly had no effective countermeasures against the pursuit. Even if they gritted their teeth and thought to fight desperately before the Alliance's main battleships arrived, they wouldn't get the chance. The two fast ships weren't about to engage directly with the Emperor class. Should they attempt counter-pursuit, the Emperor wouldn't catch them, nor would the three Dragon Serpents. Even among battle cruisers, the Holy Grail class was more expensive, though slightly less armored, yet faster than the Dragon Serpent class. More so, those ships wouldn't dare venture far from the Emperor class's protective umbra. Ji Hang flashed his strength conspicuously, making his presence felt and instilling fear. In truth, during the Bowang Sea battle, Ji Hang had expended tremendous energy. He supported hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits to cross the Star Sea and combat enemy ships, engaged in psychic confrontation with the neuroparasite, followed by relentless assaults to breach the enemy ship's void shields, even including massive vessels such as the War Ark and Retribution-class battleships. However, after devouring the neuroparasite, Ji Hang enjoyed a significant regenerative boost. If those Dragon Serpent-class ships belonging to the enemies dared to break away from the Emperor class and approach, it would instead simplify matters. Later, with the Alliance's fast ships persistently harassing them, the escaped fleet of Alfonso's sect was substantially delayed in movement. This allowed the Alliance's subsequent ships to finally catch up. Indeed, during the Bowang Sea battle, Ji Hang had expended tremendous energy. He supported hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits to cross the Star Sea and combat enemy ships, faced off against the neuroparasite's psychic power, and continually tore through the void shields of enemy ships, including colossal vessels like the War Ark and Retribution-class battleships. But thanks to devouring the neuroparasite, Ji Hang enjoyed a major replenishment wave. If those enemy Dragon Serpent-class ships truly had the nerve to break away from the Emperor class and engage, it would instead save him a great deal of trouble. Eventually, with the Alliance's fast ships relentlessly disrupting the Alfonso fleet's retreat, their escape was considerably delayed, allowing the Alliance's main fleet to finally catch up. The follow-up main force of the Alliance, to put it bluntly, only consists of the Ronglin and Yunluo, two Dragon Snake-class battleship cruisers. Of the 6 battleship cruisers in the Alliance, the Winged Flyer is under repair, the Steelwing and the Coralia were lost in the Battle of Bowang Sea. The only fast ships that can currently be deployed are these 2 Dragon Snakes, plus the Fury Owl that has already been in position, making a total of just 3. Such firepower alone is fundamentally incapable of engaging the opposing fleet head-on. Even with Ji Hang, it is no exception. An Emperor leading 3 Dragon Snakes could already blow up 3 battleship cruisers without even using shields. Only with the addition of Bloodshark's Ghost Evil Shark does the fleet's frontal combat capability manage to barely hold its ground. Moreover, this battle has its key points. First, the Alliance fleet charging in aggressively with full force would not actually close the distance too much to engage in a direct broadside exchange with the opposing fleet. Engaging from quite a considerable distance allows their ships to maximize their agility and maneuverability, relying on those to avoid damage as much as possible. Of course, while it's harder to get hit this way, it also becomes harder to hit the enemy. But it doesn't matter. The fleet's firepower is fundamentally not the key to the Alliance's victory. During the battle, 2 of the enemy's warships suddenly fell silent. One of them was the Emperor-class battleship, the other was a Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser. Almost simultaneously, these 2 ships suffered fierce boarding assaults. Or to be more precise, the Dragon Snake-class ship was the primary boarding target. Bloodshark and a portion of Phoenix warriors relied on spiritual energy teleportation to break through the enemy's teleportation jamming and launched a murderous rampage. 300 warriors from Bloodshark and 200 from Phoenix boarded the ship. Although 500 warriors were not enough to take complete control of an entire warship, it was sufficient to throw the interior of the Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser into utter chaos. This was the reason for its silence. On the other hand, on the Emperor-class battleship, Ji Hang nominally ordered 400 Phoenix warriors led by Maddens to board and attack. But in reality, they did not immediately execute a boarding operation. The chaos aboard the Emperor-class battleship was caused by the Eidolons. The reason for concealing this was that revealing the Eidolons to the wider audience would be incredibly problematic. It would appear far too similar to alien or heretical behavior. In fact, up until now, the only ones within the Alliance who had fought side by side with the Eidolons were the Phoenix warriors. Showing the Eidolons to them carried relatively manageable risks. After all, the Phoenix warriors and Ji Hang were closely bound together, and every member had undergone commissar training, earning trust in their loyalty and resolve. Ji Hang would absolutely not allow the Blood Shark crew to witness the Eidolons firsthand. As for the Blood Shark crew, upon learning that just 400 Phoenix warriors had subdued the interior of an Emperor-class battleship, a vessel significantly larger than a battleship cruiser, they might find it unbelievable, but let them think whatever they want. Once the two primary enemy warships, especially the Emperor-class ship, were silenced, Ji Hang gave the command. The three battleship cruisers, along with Blood Shark's combat ship, pushed their engines to full throttle and charged forward. The rapidly closing distance made both sides' firepower significantly more effective. When the Alfonso fleet had overwhelming firepower, it fought a guerrilla engagement skirting the periphery. Now, with two of its main ships silenced, the Alliance fleet began fighting ferociously. The remaining two Alfonso battleship cruisers found themselves unable to receive immediate support from their flank. Furthermore, one of them had its void shield ripped apart after briefly flickering. Unsurprisingly, it became the primary target of the Alliance's assault. Under the concentrated fire from three battleship cruisers and the Ghost Evil Shark, that Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser struggled to its limits. It maxed out its maneuverability and point defense systems, hoping to somehow survive. But all its efforts merely prolonged its survival by a short margin. It couldn't change the ultimate outcome. Under the relentless assault, it was utterly destroyed. Next, the sole remaining battleship cruiser met the same fate not long afterward. Following that, the Alliance fleet began mopping up the other medium and small ships, the cruisers and heavy destroyers. Of course, while this makes it harder to be hit, it also makes it difficult to hit the enemy. But that's okay. The fleet's firepower was never the key to the Alliance's victory. During the battle, two enemy warships suddenly went silent. One of them was the Emperor-class battleship, the other was a Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser. These two ships were subjected to ferocious jump boarding attacks almost simultaneously. To be more precise, the Dragon Snake class was the primary target of the boarding operation. The Blood Sharks and part of the Phoenix unit used spiritual energy transmission to break through the enemy's teleportation interference and unleashed chaos. The Blood Sharks sent in 300 warriors, while the Phoenix unit deployed 200. Using just 500 warriors to take over an entire warship was somewhat challenging. However, it was enough to throw the interior of the Dragon Snake-class warship into utter chaos. That's the reason why it went silent. On the other side, aboard the Emperor-class battleship, nominally Ji Hang ordered 400 Phoenix warriors, led by Maddens, to carry out a boarding operation. But in reality, they didn't board the ship immediately. The ones who plunged that Emperor-class battleship into turmoil were the Englings. The reason this was concealed was that the Englings, if revealed to the masses, would indeed be difficult to explain away. They looked too much like something alien, an act of heresy. In fact, until now, the only Alliance members who had actually fought alongside the Englings were the Phoenix unit. For them, witnessing the Englings posed relatively controllable risks. After all, the Phoenix unit was deeply bonded with Ji Hang, and every member had undergone commissar training, making their loyalty and willpower trustworthy. Ji Hang would certainly never let the Blood Sharks witness the Englings firsthand. As for the Blood Sharks, when they learned that only 400 Phoenix warriors managed to suppress the interior of the larger-than battlecruiser Emperor-class battleship into silence, their disbelief. Well, they could think however they wanted. After the two main enemy warships, especially the Emperor-class battleship, went silent, Ji Hang issued an order. 3 battle cruisers, along with the Blood Shark's combat barge, pushed their engines to full throttle and charged at maximum speed. The rapidly closed distance made both sides' firepower far more threatening. The Alfonso fleet, fierce in its firepower previously, relied on skirmishing tactics at the periphery. Now, with its two key warships silent, the Alliance fleet became aggressive. The remaining two Alfonso battle cruisers couldn't get timely support from nearby ships, and one of them even had its void shield flicker and then shred away, disappearing completely. Predictably, it became the Alliance fleet's primary target. Under concentrated firepower from three battle cruisers and the Ghost Evil Shark, the Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser was on the verge of complete collapse. It maxed out its mobility and firepower interception systems, desperately trying to survive. Yet all these efforts merely extended its survival by a little longer. Ultimately, under relentless fire, it was completely destroyed. Shortly thereafter, the only remaining battlecruiser also met the same fate. Next, the Alliance fleet began cleaning up the remaining medium and small-sized ships like cruisers and heavy destroyers. The Alliance's follow-up main force ultimately boiled down to the Ronglin and Yunluo Dragon Snake-class battle cruisers. Of the Alliance's 6 battle cruisers, the Feiyu was under repair, while the Steelwing and Coralia were lost in the Battle of Bowang Sea. The only deployable rapid warships now consisted of these 2 Dragon Snakes plus the long-stationed Wrath Owl, making a total of 3. With such limited firepower, they were fundamentally incapable of directly contesting the enemy fleet. Even with Ji Yuhang involved, the situation was no exception. A single Emperor-class battleship with 3 Dragon Snake-class ships could already destroy 3 battle cruisers without using its shield. Only with the addition of the Blood Shark's Ghost Evil Shark could they barely match the opposing fleet's head-on combat power. Additionally, this battle had its key highlights. First, the Alliance fleet, charging aggressively at full speed, wouldn't engage in a close-range firefight with the enemy fleet. Engaging from a fair distance allowed them to maximize the advantage of their warship's swifter and more agile maneuverability, leveraging their mobility to avoid damage as much as possible. Of course, while this strategy reduced the chance of being hit, it also made hitting the enemy much harder. But that's okay. The fleet's firepower was never the key to the Alliance's victory. During the battle, 2 enemy warships suddenly went silent. One of them was the Emperor-class battleship. The other was a Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser. These 2 ships were subjected to ferocious jump boarding attacks almost simultaneously. To be more precise, the Dragon Snake class was the primary target of the boarding operation. The Blood Sharks and part of the Phoenix unit used spiritual energy transmission to break through the enemy's teleportation interference and unleashed chaos. The Blood Sharks sent in 300 warriors, while the Phoenix unit deployed 200. Using just 500 warriors to take over an entire warship was somewhat challenging. However, it was enough to throw the interior of the Dragon Snake-class warship into utter chaos. That's the reason why it went silent. On the other side, aboard the Emperor-class battleship, nominally Ji Yuhang ordered 400 Phoenix warriors, led by Mattins, to carry out a boarding operation. The Alliance's remaining main forces, truth be told, consist only of the Ronglin and Yunluo, 2 Dragon Snake-class battleship cruisers. Of the Alliance's 6 battle cruisers, the Wing is under repair, Steelwing and Coralia were lost in the Battle of Bowang Sea. And now the only fast ships available are these 2 Dragon Snakes combined with the already stationed Fury Shrike, making a total of just 3. Such limited firepower isn't nearly sufficient to confront the opposing fleet head-on. Even with Ji Yuhang, this remains true. One Imperial battleship paired with 3 Dragon Snakes is easily capable of obliterating 3 battle cruisers even without its shields. Only when you add the Blood Shark's Ghost Evil Shark can their direct combat capabilities barely break even. Moreover, there are tactical points in this battle worth noting. The Alliance fleet charging headlong at full force has no intention of closing in for a direct firefight with the opposing fleet at a very close range. By maintaining a fairly long distance, the fleet can maximize its advantage in agility and maneuverability, using mobility to evade incoming damage. Of course, while this makes it harder to get hit, it also makes it harder to hit the enemy. But that's fine. The fleet's firepower is not the key to the Alliance's victory. During the battle, 2 of the enemy's warships suddenly went offline. One of them was the Imperial-class battleship, and the other was one of their Dragon Snake-class ships. These 2 were subjected to fierce boarding assaults almost simultaneously. Or to be more precise, the Dragon Snake-class ship was the main target of the boarding operation. The Blood Sharks and some Phoenix warriors, using spiritual energy teleportation, managed to break through the enemy's disruptive teleportation fields and wreak havoc. 300 Blood Shark warriors and 200 Phoenix warriors infiltrated the ship. Relying solely on 500 warriors to seize control of an entire warship is quite difficult. However, it was enough to throw the internal systems of the Dragon Snake-class ship into utter chaos. Their offline status originated from these disturbances. Meanwhile, on the Imperial-class battleship, nominally, Gu Heng ordered 400 Phoenix warriors, led by Mattins, to execute the boarding operation. But in practice, they didn't board the ship immediately. The chaos aboard the Imperial-class battleship was caused by the spirits. The concealment of their presence was necessary because spirits, when revealed to thousands of eyes, could easily be misunderstood as grotesque, alien, or even heretical entities. In fact, until now, the only members of the Alliance who had fought alongside these spirits were the Phoenix warriors. Displaying the spirits to them posed relatively controlled risks. After all, the Phoenix warriors were deeply tied to Gu Heng, and each of them had undergone commissar training, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Gu Heng certainly wouldn't allow the Blood Sharks to witness the spirits firsthand. As for the Blood Sharks' bemusement over how just 400 Phoenix warriors could suppress an Imperial-class battleship far larger than a battlecruiser, that was left entirely to their own speculation.
With the two main enemy warships, particularly the Imperial-class battleship, offline, Gu Heng gave the command for the three Alliance battlecruisers as well as the Blood Sharks combat transport vessel to engage their full engines and charge forward at maximum speed.
The rapidly closed distance escalated the intensity of firepower for both sides. The Alfonso fleet had the upper hand in firepower while patrolling the outskirts. But with their two primary warships disabled, the Alliance fleet turned aggressive. Alfonso's remaining two battle cruisers not only failed to receive timely reinforcements from their flanks, but one of them also experienced void shield disruptions that caused its shield to flicker and eventually shatter entirely. This ship naturally became the primary target of the Alliance fleet's assault. Under concentrated fire from three battle cruisers and the Ghost Evil Shark, that Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser struggled futilely. It pushed its mobility and firepower interception systems to their limits, hoping for survival. Still, none of this mattered. Despite its efforts prolonging its survival slightly, it ultimately succumbed to the savage concentrated fire and was thoroughly destroyed. Soon afterward, the only remaining battlecruiser met the same fate. Following that, the Alliance fleet shifted its focus to clearing out the remaining medium and smaller ships. Random cruisers or larger destroyers became unlucky targets as their void shields dissipated. Immediately afterward, 2 to 3 heavy artillery shells of X-class specifications would lock on and mercilessly bombard the targets. Missing 1 or 2 shots wasn't critical, but as long as one shot landed, these ships would explode into smithereens in the absence of void shield protection. While these peripheral threats were efficiently dealt with by the fleet's firepower, landing ships departed from the 3 battle cruisers and several lunar-class cruisers, heading toward the Mecha Sect combat cruiser that the Blood Sharks and Phoenix warriors had attacked. It was a crude boarding method, entirely forceful in execution. The starships launching the landing ships were quite far from the target, meaning the landing craft were exposed in space for extended durations before reaching their destination. Under normal circumstances, such maneuvers were nothing short of suicidal. The landing ships would be continuously intercepted during their flight. Losing just one ship wouldn't merely mean the destruction of a vessel. The thousands of warriors and war assets aboard it would turn into collateral damage as well. However, the Alliance had little choice but to proceed this way. If the Eagle Horse were here, with the capabilities of a Zug-class aircraft carrier, on one hand, its vast internal storage space would consolidate the boarding forces without scattering them across numerous starships. On the other hand, its catapult technology could deliver these boarding ships safely and efficiently right to the enemy vessels, significantly reducing the time soldiers-filled boarding ships were exposed in open space. Unfortunately, the Eagle Horse was too slow and couldn't reach this battlefield in time. Thus, they had no choice but to resort to such rough tactics. Nevertheless, the actual situation was not as dangerous as it seemed. This was primarily due to the enemy ships already being infiltrated by interstellar warriors, leaving their interception systems in poor operational condition. Moreover, the cruisers, destroyers, and escort ships, which were supposed to provide cover in times of distress, had been largely dealt with. As a result, The Alliance's boarding forces encountered relatively little interception fire during their extensive flight. Although about 10% of the Alliance's boarding ships were intercepted mid-flight, resulting in the deaths of over 5,000 elite warriors, the overall loss was still within acceptable limits. More than 50,000 elite Alliance troops successfully boarded the Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser. The Blood Sharks and Phoenix had already established the landing zones in advance. Despite the Protection Army's desperate attempts over several hours, they failed to reclaim these areas. At this moment, one boarding ship after another reached its destination, crashing into the breaches, unloading soldiers, and quickly retreating to clear the way for the next ship. With abundant reinforcements of conventional forces, the interstellar warriors no longer needed to fight the Protection Army on board with a small and disadvantaged contingent. After losing approximately 70 warriors across the two battle groups, their first phase mission was deemed complete. The second phase mission was relatively easier: to support the Alliance's conventional forces in conducting a full-scale assault on the Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser and to prevent the enemy from destroying the ship. The final seizure of the ship would be handled by the expanding Alliance forces, now numbering over 100,000.
Once the Alliance gained control of the Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser, only one Alfonso vessel remained adrift in space.
That semi-disabled Retribution-class battleship. The rest of the Alfonso fleet's ships had all been destroyed. But even this Retribution-class ship had suffered grave damage, thanks to the relentless assault by the Spirits. It was only at this moment that Maddens, leading 400 Phoenix warriors, initiated their boarding operation. The Phoenix battle group leader personally led the team, using intelligence gathered by the Spirits during the earlier battles to launch a targeted strike against the principal sage. Maddens personally slew the enemy. Subsequently, the Alliance Army and Navy Marine Corps began deploying boarding ships toward the Retribution-class battleship. Truthfully, the most critical capture tasks had already been completed by the Spirits and the Phoenix. The Army's role was merely to finalize the occupation. Before the Army and Marine Corps boarded, the Spirits completely withdrew. Even during this capture of the Retribution-class battleship, Gu Heng refrained from deploying the Blood Sharks. Although Commander Yuan volunteered for the mission, Gu Heng turned him down. Half-jokingly, but truthfully, Gu Heng explained to Yuan, "If I leave the task of capturing this Retribution-class battleship to your men, I might have a hard time paying your squad their due rewards later."
Yuan had no choice but to sheepishly step back. Thus,
the Battle of Bowang-Si finally came to an end. During this conflict, the Alliance lost over 200 small to medium-sized ships and 2 battleship cruisers, while almost every other participating vessel sustained various levels of damage. Notably, the Firebath Nova, serving as a key force in the battle line, suffered catastrophic damage despite all its enhancements and had to be sent to a shipyard for urgent repairs. The Phoenix Battle Group, with its full strength of 1,000 warriors, played a pivotal role in missions involving ship captures, boarding, and teleportation combat throughout the naval campaign. However, this success came at a steep price. Nearly 300 warriors would never rise again. Another 100 clung to life within life support chambers, awaiting integration into dreadnought mechs, which meant they would survive only as part of fearless iron coffins for the rest of their lives. These 400 casualties represented a significant blow to the Phoenix battle group. Their brilliant achievements were paid for with enormous sacrifices. It was worth stressing that these 400 warriors were not mere rookies but the veterans, sergeant majors, and even squad champions that Gu Heng had painstakingly cultivated at great expense. Gu Heng would remember the sacrifices and contributions of the Phoenix warriors deeply. Had it been any other battle group, not only would they likely fail to achieve the Phoenix's results, but they also might not even survive the campaign with their forces intact. Ultimately, the disparity in strength between the Alliance fleet and Alfonso's Ark fleet remained too great. Furthermore, the introduction of the unexpected Neuron progeny further complicated Gu Heng's use of spiritual energy during the battle's initial stages. Bridging these gaps required the Phoenix warriors' extraordinary sacrifices. Without them, victory would have been a fleeting hope. From the perspective of losses, this Alliance victory was precarious, achieved by Gu Heng's brilliance and the Phoenix's costly sacrifices. It could be described as a Pyrrhic victory. However, from a gains perspective, this Pyrrhic victory carried immense value. The Alliance may have lost 2 battleship cruisers, but they captured 2 battleships and 1 cruiser instead. The Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser aside, the Retribution-class battleship's value was extraordinary. Most importantly, however, was the newly christened Tianma, the Emperor-class battleship. The addition of these ships marked a substantial and tangible upgrade to the Alliance Navy's combat capabilities. As of now, the Alliance Navy's main battle lineup consisted of 3 battleships, 1 aircraft carrier, and 5 battleship cruisers. Additionally, over time, reinforcements from the Flying Wing Star Rage Owl Star Shipbuilding Center and Jindy Star Founding World, both of which had capabilities for constructing massive ships, would begin to deliver a new wave of vessels. Within a year or two, 2 Holy Grail-class vessels and 2 Dragon Snake-class vessels would join the fleet. And if the timeline extended further, the first of the Retribution-class battleships, built using the technology Ji Hang had acquired, could reach the front line, constructed through a combination of dock fabrication and black box core assembly methods. Additionally, 1 more Zug class could be expedited into production. Within 3 years, the Alliance could potentially add 6 more massive warships to its fleet. However, until that time, the Alliance Navy was in its most vulnerable state. Following the Bohuang Sea conflict, numerous ships, including primary vessels, were in varying states of disrepair and required maintenance. In military councils, some debated whether the Alliance Navy should take advantage of their victory to strike the enemy's headquarters in the Alfonso Star Domain. With Alfonso's Ark fleet annihilated, the enemy's base was now exposed and vulnerable. A potential opportunity to eliminate the so-called Fallen Sect, jointly declared outlaw by the Central Empire and the Sect of Mechanics based on Mars headquarters. But Ji Hang rejected this proposition. The current state of the Alliance fleet didn't support any active offensive capability. A period of rest and repair, lasting at least 6 months, was necessary. An appearance by another formidable enemy during this time could spell disaster. How to safely navigate this precarious period became a problem worth careful deliberation. The first issue to address was the Phantom Moon star system. The Free Flame and the New Arid Torch battle groups were still entrenched in the Phantom Moon. They had likely already received word of the Bohuang Sea battle and knew that Alfonso's fleet, once their greatest hope, had been obliterated. The sole surviving Alfonso battleship cruiser had retreated to Phantom Moon to regroup with these 2 battle groups. If they chose to flee, that would be exactly what Ji Hang hoped for. Even though the Alliance fleet was in poor condition, Free Flame and its allies were in an even worse state. With every last ounce of effort, they could be finished off. At that point, the Proud Claw Cosmos would finally calm, and the Alliance fleet could then repair without significant worry. However, to Ji Hang's disappointment, they chose otherwise. They remained motionless in the Phantom Moon star system. The 2 battle groups stationed in the Phantom Moon star system spent their days in constant anxiety. They were acutely aware that, regardless of what the Alliance's next move might be, they would soon be the first targets to be dealt with. They weren't strong, but not weak either. Counting the Alfonso battlecruiser that fled here, they had 3 giant ships, about 2,000 interstellar warriors, along with a fleet carrying potentially millions of mortal auxiliary army and Princess Legion soldiers. This force could be evaluated as on par with the Star Realm army. Theoretically, this was a power capable of conquering an entire star domain. If they weren't dealt with, the backyard could catch fire at any moment. In their fear, the original ruling class of Phantom Moonstar began to hatch some ideas. They sought intermediaries to probe the 2 battle groups, attempting to discuss the possibility of surrender. No, of reinstating the rightful order. After all, they were all humans, not some aliens. They all revered the Emperor, not any heretical deviants. It was merely because Humphrey Paulo, that ambitious provocateur, deceived everyone into thinking those on Holy Terra were all villains that they were led into pursuing independence. Recognize Humphrey Paulo as a traitor, re-acknowledge Holy Terra, and accept the Alliance's rule. Would this allow them to reintegrate into the Empire? Of course, it wouldn't be without penalties. The price for betrayal would have to be reckoned with. But no matter how steep that cost might be, could it be worse than fighting a near-hopeless war against the Alliance, suffering massive casualties and losses, and then facing yet another reckoning from the Alliance afterward? If that were to happen, no member of Phantom Moonstar's ruling class could hope to remain in their position. Indeed, the number of survivors might not even be significant. They wanted to surrender. Even unconditionally, they'd accept it. But they clearly didn't have the authority to decide such matters. They had to consult with Adler Politos. Since the arrival of Flame and the New World Torch, all military power on this planet had been taken over by them. Which was entirely reasonable. More accurately, Phantom Moonstar's native military force, those billion or so native defense forces, might as well be dismissed. The real value of Phantom Moonstar lay in its relatively complete planetary defense system. While not particularly powerful, it had everything it was supposed to, which was already commendable. In comparison, the most reliable forces were the two battle groups themselves and the armies and fleets they brought along. The local elites, wishing to surrender, certainly couldn't have the final say. They'd have to persuade the interstellar warriors. And the outcome of this persuasion was Politos killing them all. After realizing these Phantom Moon natives were unreliable, Politos initiated a major cleansing. He purged the upper echelons, promoted select members of the middle ranks, and pulled trustworthy personnel from the Princess Legion and Battle Group Auxiliary Army to fill critical positions. With powerful forces backing them and the residual intimidation left by the cleansing, they were able to firmly grip the entire planet. After all, Politos didn't need to worry about long-term governance. Short-term strict control would be sufficient. Subsequently, he redeployed large land forces from the starport, Star Fortress, and ships to the planet's surface. After unloading the ground forces, the lighter Fury fleet departed the orbital region of the Phantom Moonstar system and ventured into deep space. They wouldn't leave the star system, but the vastness of a star system's void space offered plenty of room for maneuver. They would hide, provide external support when the Alliance attacked Phantom Moon, or swiftly escape if the Alliance tried to pursue them. Of course, there were significant risks involved, such as the fact that the Retribution-class battleship lacked the mobility for such operations. It wouldn't be deployed recklessly. Fast destroyers and cruisers would undertake the mission, harassing the Alliance's assault fleet. If the Alliance ships showed any signs of turning around to deal with them, these nimble vessels would retreat. If left unchecked, they'd return to resume harassment. If chased, the scattered Fury fleet vessels would hardly be easy to pursue. Whenever separated, the fear would persist. What if the enemy had a battlecruiser, a combat barge, or a battleship hidden in the void, ready to strike at any isolated Alliance ship? Of course, all of this sounded elegant, but in reality, it was merely a response born of helplessness. To put it bluntly, Politos had already recognized the situation clearly. There was no escape for him, and a conventional defense held no chance of success. While the Alliance might not be able to muster all its forces against him instantly, given a few months for them to repair their ships, combined with Jiyu Heng's exaggerated, inconceivable spiritual energy power, and the formidable combat strength demonstrated by the Phoenix and Bloodshark, even Phantom Moon, with its complete orbital defense system, wouldn't stand a chance. He himself had considered surrendering, just as the local elites on Phantom Moon thought. The two sides weren't completely locked in a life-or-death struggle. They weren't aliens, nor had they succumbed to chaos. However, after careful deliberation, Politos abandoned this notion. It wasn't for any other reason. If preserving the battle groups was possible, he was willing to sacrifice everything and do whatever it took. But he believed that surrender wouldn't preserve his battle groups. He could swear that if he surrendered, he'd guarantee never to stand against the Alliance in the future. However, he dared not trust any promises made by the Alliance. The hatred between both sides was too deep and too numerous, and it was mutual. The Flame had once destroyed the Phoenix, and had confronted the Alliance alongside the Dragonhawk. The Alliance and the Phoenix had also savagely crushed the Flame. The previous battle group leader, Urso, who was deeply loved by his battle brothers, had fallen at the hands of the Phoenix. Politos could only promise himself to remain rational, willing to endure all humiliation, but he couldn't guarantee that each member of the battle group thought the same. If just one Flame warrior, after surrendering, couldn't swallow his pride and acted out, it could easily give the Alliance a pretext for a massacre. From the Alliance's perspective, it wouldn't trust the Flame just because they surrendered. Would they dispatch them for critical missions? How could they dare? What if betrayal occurred again at the last moment? If Politos were in Jiyu Heng's position, he believed he would accept all surrender conditions from the Flame, then secretly imprison the entire battle group and have them executed without public knowledge. For this very reason, he did not dare to surrender. He resolved to hold out on the ground, in the unearthed bunkers, and also in the deeply buried tunnels. All he could see was darkness, devoid of any future. Yet, even so, he had to hold out in this darkness, even if the final outcome remained unchanged. Just as Politos predicted, the Alliance's assault on Mirage Moon began quickly. Participating were only the Zug-class aircraft carrier, 3 battle-cruiser-class ships, and the Bloodshark fleet. The rest of the fleet had gone for repairs. Though the number of ships was small, the most pivotal figure, Ji Hang, was there. Everything the Flame had prepared and worked for was completely devastated in just moments. The planet's outer defensive systems were the first to fall under attack. The Flame fleet that ventured out according to plan deployed small-scale ships for harassment. The Alliance decisively pursued them. The Flame fleet scattered to escape. The Alliance also split up to chase them. The 3 colossal ships that had been hidden in the shadows hoping the Alliance would hold back now faced a dilemma. You're not playing by the rules. If they did not reveal themselves, they would only watch as the Alliance wiped out all the small and medium-sized ships that had gone out. Though the value of these ships wasn't too high, after 2 or 3 rounds, the fleet would be depleted. But if they revealed themselves, the Alliance wasn't unaware of their presence. They dared to disperse their forces and pursue them. Surely, they'd prepared for this eventuality. After deliberation, they decided to emerge. All 3 colossal ships revealed themselves, blocking the Alliance battlecruiser Ronglin right in its path. This was an excellent opportunity for a strike, but the 3 colossal ships still acted with extreme caution. They did not recklessly charge at the outnumbered enemy but instead chose to keep their distance, aiding their own ships and intending only to force the Ronglin away. Even with such prudence, they ran into trouble. The Ronglin was utterly unfazed. It ceased its pursuit of small ships, but it did not retreat either. Instead, it relied on the speed and agility of a battlecruiser to maneuver at the edge of the firepower threat zone. Its posture was unambiguous, tracking them, shadowing them, ensuring they could not escape until reinforcements arrived that could collectively annihilate this lone remnant of traitorous naval forces. The Flame fleet, left with no alternative, was forced to go all in, advancing on the Ronglin to eliminate or drive it away. The Ronglin began to retreat. The tug-of-war commenced between both sides. When the ships had pulled apart to a certain distance, where it became clear that the Starfire Wings battleship could not catch up in time, the Ronglin suddenly made its move. It turned its bow and launched a fierce barrage at the ship originally belonging to the Alfonso sect. Simultaneously, that ship's void shield suddenly vanished. At the same time, another Flame flagship, Fire of Triumph, went silent. Without a doubt, this was Ji Hang and the Phoenix taking action. The remaining 200 Fury Flame warriors aboard the Fire of Triumph were powerless to resist. The think tank couldn't stop Ji Hang from tearing through the void shield, and instead had its head exploded by Ji Hang. The interstellar warriors stood no chance against the Phoenix. Only 300 Phoenix warriors teleported on board, outnumbering their opponents by merely 50%. But their individual combat capabilities were vastly superior. The remaining battle group auxiliary army aboard the ship was being overwhelmed by the relentless, fearless spirits. By the time the Starfire Wings battleship finally arrived at the battlefield, the Alfonso sect's last surviving battlecruiser was ablaze with fire across its hull, clearly heavily damaged. The firing system on Fire of Triumph was visibly weakened, signaling that inside the ship, the conflict had tipped overwhelmingly in favor of the Alliance. Under these circumstances, the Starfire Wings did not retreat. It knew full well its slower speed meant escape was impossible. Its only option was to launch a death charge. The Starfire Wings attack proved effective. The charging Ronglin was knocked off course. Earlier, retaliation from the Alfonso sect's battlecruiser, as well as firepower from Fire of Triumph, before its systems were entirely disabled, had landed hits. The Ronglin's void shield had already turned crimson. The prolonged engagement delayed by the battleship's arrival had placed the Ronglin in a very precarious state. Multiple consecutive strikes, including 3 Doomsday Light spears, had pounded the void shield from crimson to glowing red, the precursor to overload. Then came a shot from an X-class, Divine Punishment, spear array, shattering the shield and melting a hole into the Ronglin's armor. The difference in frontal combat effectiveness between a battlecruiser and a battleship was starkly evident in this moment. Immediately, incoming volleys of cannon fire were dodged or intercepted with emergency maneuvers by the Ronglin. Yet, one X-class colossal cannon hit the stern brutally. The armor failed to hold, the ship sustained major damage, now wobbling uncontrollably, struggling to maintain a stable trajectory. However, just as the Starfire wings intended to press the attack and destroy the Alliance vessel, it suddenly took a hit on its flank. The shot was fired by the Fire of Triumph. The Starfire wings captain was dumbfounded. He couldn't comprehend why this happened. It was clear that the Phoenix was formidable, and the Flame couldn't match them. Everyone understood this by now. It was perhaps absurd to be overwhelmed so quickly, but marginally acceptable. Yet, to capture a ship so swiftly? That wasn't simple. It required a significant number of crew members. Did they jump over with engineers alongside? And had enough personnel teleported in during ongoing combat to seize control of the vessel? This was unheard of, yet, the Starfire wings captain quickly recalled one detail. The Fire of Triumph wasn't an ordinary warship. It was a battle barge exclusively used by interstellar warriors. It had numerous critical shipboard roles that could only be operated by interstellar warriors. Through neural links and black shell interfaces, they could directly control significant portions of the vessel, much like their neuroconnectivity to power armor. This seemed to account for the situation. Although certain nuances remained unclear, such as the apparent lack of password locks or genetic recognition safeguards. And besides the neural-linked roles, the rest of the position still required many crew members. Where did those come from? These questions stayed unresolved. But the Starfire wings had already lost its best opportunity to destroy the Ronglin. Numerous escort ships had arrived, including the Lunar Class 1, charging aggressively toward the Starfire wings. These small and medium-sized ships intercepted what remained of their own destroyers and cruisers while attacking the Ronglin, and simultaneously disrupted the next two volleys from the Starfire wings. Though they paid a steep price, losing 2 Lunar-class ships and more than 10 Silver Shield and Silver Sword-class ships, the Ronglin was ultimately preserved. Meanwhile, they were breached. Spirits wreathed in lightning appeared across the vessel, and over 100 Phoenix warriors teleported on board. Soon, the Starfire wings fell into the hands of the Alliance as well. Once the outer fleet was completely wiped out, the downfall of the Flame became a countdown to inevitability. Boarding combat has never been an easy undertaking. At least, Maddens always believed so before teaming up with Ji Hang. In his battle experiences, whether during the Phoenix's prime or in the subsequent Redemption Crusades, he had participated in numerous boarding operations. Every single one was fraught with danger. The reasons were simple. During the boarding phase, no matter how individually skilled an interstellar warrior was, the risks of boarding were unavoidable. Whether it was a failed spiritual energy teleportation disrupted by interference or a boarding torpedo being destroyed mid-flight, once such incidents happened, the warriors sent on the boarding mission could only await their inevitable demise. Even those who managed to board faced major risks. The number of warriors who could endure the hazardous boarding process, especially those leading the charge, was always limited. Typically, modern starships were equipped with sizable and well-armed contingents of Navy Marine Corps and elite ground troops. Boarding forces had to fight desperately with limited equipment and manpower. Establishing a foothold, completing tasks such as disabling the enemy ship's interception systems, artillery, and creating landing zones. These were all essential missions for securing reinforcements. The reinforcements, however, often arrived in insufficient numbers and were dispersed across multiple waves. Under conditions where the enemy held the home field advantage with superior equipment and personnel, the difficulty of boarding combat was evident. Battlefields often turned into bloody meat grinders, with boarding forces taking heavy losses to deploy their troops, and further suffering immense casualties while waging combat under unfavorable conditions. Only by overcoming various crises could a boarding operation succeed. However, after working for Mr. Gu, he discovered, boarding combat, can it really be this easy? Not that it was truly easy, after all. Ever since the fleet battles with Alfonso fleet in the Bowang star system began, Phoenix had already lost over 400 warriors. This loss was nearing half of their personnel, making it undeniably profound. Yet, compared to their achievements, capturing one giant ship after another, annihilating countless elite Protectorate army troops and mutinous interstellar warriors, this loss seemed like a bargain. If it weren't for Mr. Gu's nearly interference-free, 100% successful spiritual energy teleportation, many warriors would have died during mid-transit across the boarding missions, and countless operations wouldn't have been feasible at all. Without those miraculous spirits leading the charge, relying on a mere few hundred Phoenix warriors to plunge into the vast ocean of enemy elite forces, completing the missions would have been a pipe dream. These two elements alone allowed Phoenix's boarding battles to become unstoppable, to the point where they looked like miracles to the Bloodshark forces next door. During the assault on Fury Fleet's few remaining ships, Phoenix clearly understood the crucial role played by Mr. Gu. Initially, Gu Hang wasn't aboard the besieged Ronglin ship, instead stationed on Eagle Horse. The Alliance had deployed Phoenix's main forces, a total of 600 warriors, across 4 ships: Eagle Horse, Ronglin, Furyclaw, and Yunluo. Eagle Horse had 300 warriors, while the other 3 ships each housed only 100 warriors apiece. When news arrived that Ronglin was under siege, Gu Heng immediately mobilized, bringing 200 Phoenix warriors via teleportation onto Ronglin. This, in itself, was something beyond Madden's comprehension. The distance between Eagle Horse and Ronglin, how vast was it? It far exceeded the normal range of space combat engagements. Even with interference-free conditions and preset coordinates, this feat was simply too incredible. But Maddens had grown numb to it. Seen it too many times, doesn't matter anymore. After the naval battle concluded, Ronglin was severely damaged. Despite the efforts of the repair crew exerting every ounce of their strength, the battlecruiser could only barely recover its operational capabilities to prevent further deterioration. Combat was out of the question. Sending it out now would render it nothing more than an immobile target, unable to contribute effectively. Yet, the offensive against Phantom Moon continued as planned. The loss of one battlecruiser didn't hinder the Alliance's assault. In fact, this phase transitioned into a relatively conventional fight for orbital defense systems, followed by clearing a relatively safe area of space to dispatch troops for large-scale planetary descents and ground battles to seize key staging zones. During this process, the Alliance even deployed the Starfire Wings and Flames of Triumph, 2 ships they had recently salvaged, into Phantom Moon's orbit. These 2 ships had not undergone comprehensive repairs. There were even possible survivors among their original crews, hiding in some obscure corners of the massive vessels. After all, these 2 ships were colossal starships capable of carrying hundreds of thousands of people. It wouldn't be inaccurate to view them as cities floating in space. They were largely unusable for the Alliance in combat. Many systems within the ships still required cracking or had to be replaced outright. Yet, the Alliance still maneuvered them into orbit around Phantom Moon, showcasing them to the enemy. This was a display of power, aimed at boosting their own forces' morale while severely striking the enemy's. It was akin to openly declaring to the planet's defenders, "You have no hope left. Surrender is your only choice." The effect was remarkably effective. Several orbital space stations transmitted surrender signals to the Alliance, allowing Alliance ships to dock without resistance. The station personnel laid down their arms, were taken away by the Alliance, and the stations, undamaged, were merely temporarily abandoned. They could later be repurposed and reused. The orbital defense system was rapidly dismantled, and at the same time, the ground offensive was becoming increasingly smooth. Without the disturbances from the orbital defense system, the Alliance fleet began providing smoother support to the ground offensive. The ground-based orbital cannons continued their futile resistance, but when facing attacks from both the skies and the ground simultaneously, their defense became overwhelmingly difficult. In fact, the Alliance didn't even deploy interstellar warriors for the ground offensive. This time, the main force comprised the battle nuns of Saintly Mercy Lily. Superior Georgette was the highest-ranking commander. Although the battle sisters she led did not have the individual combat prowess of the interstellar warriors, with 1,000 battle nuns, plus the assistance of over 6,000 glory guards, they could ensure that their ground operations would not be overrun in one blow by Flame or the New Torch. Moreover, the enemy didn't dare gather their interstellar warriors in large numbers. In a battle for control over a critical surface hub city, the enemy assembled 100 interstellar warriors, successfully pushing back the Alliance army's advance on the city. Immediately, the Alliance refrained from taking rash action. Instead, they encircled the city and established a humanitarian corridor, giving the residents inside 3 days to evacuate. The interstellar warriors could not escape, they were too conspicuous to blend in with the evacuating pedestrians and flee among them. They attempted several breakout attempts, but on the open plains, they faced not just battle nuns and glory guards but also a mass of tanks and heavy artillery. A frontal breakthrough was impossible. Only a handful managed to escape, while the rest were forced back into the city. Afterward, the Alliance ceased to concern itself with how many civilians remained in the city and began orbital bombardment. For 3 days and nights, they bombed relentlessly until the city was flattened in a physical sense. Post-operation estimates suggested that there were likely no surviving lifeforms within. Following this battle, Flame and the New Torch almost entirely abandoned forming large-scale assemblies, unless it was to strike under the cover of night, in complex environments during ambushes. But even then, they had to quickly retreat after a swift victory and didn't dare try to expand their gains. They also abandoned nearly all key positions and fortresses, moving their front lines to the underground tunnels of cities, into previously excavated bunkers and subways, as well as into mountainous and other complex terrains. These areas were unsuitable for large-scale military operations. Their dispersed layout also rendered orbital bombardment largely ineffective. This effectively meant that they had nearly entirely relinquished control over Phantom Moon. If the interstellar warriors solely aimed to survive and hold out, they indeed proved difficult to eliminate. Even skyborne torpedoes might not completely wipe them out. If they stockpiled sufficient supplies and oxygen, hiding in excavated mountains or underground spaces, they might very well endure for several years, emerging only after the heat of destruction subsided. How they would escape a dead and silent planet would then be a separate issue. But survive, they could. Unless, of course, one were to resort to a planet-busting weapon such as a higher-tier extinction order device, which would obliterate the entire planet into countless space debris. Perhaps, after thousands of years, gravity might coalesce the fragments once more, or it might result in countless asteroids and meteoroids. Regardless, only this method could truly eradicate all traces of life from a planet without exception. It hadn't reached that point, not yet anyway. However, under these circumstances, the war situation remained awkward. The Alliance had essentially taken control of the entire Phantom Moon, but their military advantage still depended largely on the elite forces, the combined strength of the several thousand battle nuns and glory guards, supplemented by at least 2 battle cruisers and 10 lunar-class ships providing orbital support. In such conditions, Flame and the New Torch dared not expose themselves, reduced to skulking in the shadows like rats. However, they effectively tied down a considerable portion of the Alliance's forces, stationed on Phantom Moon, with fewer than 2,000 interstellar warriors. If the starships were withdrawn, even partially, leaving fewer remaining ships, global coverage would no longer be feasible. Flame and their ilk would likely become more active. And should the nuns and glory guards also withdraw, they could brazenly establish new bases and even reclaim control of the planet. Yet, not withdrawing while being unable to swiftly eradicate these 2 battle groups was equally frustrating. Truly a headache. Jiu Hang became aware of the situation on Phantom Moon but didn't devote much thought to managing it. There was nothing much to manage. Perhaps the war there was extraordinarily brutal, and the guerrilla operations of the 2 remnant groups were causing Superior Georgette immense frustration. However, overall, Phantom Moon's output in various domains was undergoing reconstruction. Under the current condition of global military administration, the Alliance was extracting 20% of the output, with Georgette's forces obtaining an additional 10% for military supplies, primarily food, basic necessities, and equipment maintenance. The rest was left to the local interest groups on the planet for internal distribution. That should suffice. As for Flame and the New Torch hidden in the mountains and subterranean areas, they would be left to Georgette to handle further. A portion of the starships in Phantom Moon's orbit would be withdrawn while others stayed. 3 cruisers would suffice. While it wouldn't cover the whole planet, it was enough to provide fire support whenever Georgette ordered a reconnaissance or eradication operation against the mutinous Star Warriors. As for the frequent attacks on some of Phantom Moon's local production sites, let them attack. The output from those facilities wasn't significant. The cleanup operations for the 2 battle groups could proceed slowly. After all, Jiu Hang was no longer under time pressure. As for himself, he had more important matters to attend to. The Battle of Bowang and its derivative conflict, the Phantom Moon campaign, brought an unprecedented victory for the Alliance, along with immense spoils. The tally was astonishing. 2 battle cruisers in exchange for 1 Emperor class, 2 Retribution class, a combat barge, and a Dragon Serpent class. What a profit! Equivalent to gaining an entire Alliance fleet. Just from plundering ships, they had hit the jackpot. Strategically, too, the war had shifted significantly. The Alfonso sect's main expeditionary force was crushed. Flame and the New Torch were broken. Resolving these 2 major issues meant that the Alliance was no longer under dual threat pressure in the Proud Claw cosmos. In the Princess Star domain, meanwhile, the Iron Armor Battlegroup's main force was locked in a deadly struggle with the Lord of the Phoenix in the Western frontlines. A conflict on a scale even larger than the Alliance's battles. Could Humphrey Paulo possibly divert more forces for an expedition into Proudclaw? That seemed unlikely. Could the Alfonso sect, having lost a war arc and an Emperor-class ship, muster a fleet for another southern campaign? That too seemed improbable. True, the Alliance would face a brief period of weakness following the Battle of Bowang. At least 6 months to a year of repairs for their fleet. But in truth, Jiyu Hang wasn't too concerned about encountering any military threats during this phase of vulnerability. On the contrary, it was his enemies who ought to fear his military strength. He might be in a vulnerable phase, but considering the routes from Proudclaw to Thistle Muster or Alfonso Starfields, they were left unguarded and poorly defended. Would the victor of this war, Jiyu Hang, be in worse shape than the losers? That simply didn't make sense. Even if Iron Armor's Paulo or the Alfonso sect's great sage Martin Valak chose to target Jiyu Hang and were willing to risk their own core stability, they couldn't redeploy forces so easily. Crossing multiple star domains alone, organizing, mobilizing, and marching forces, would take an indeterminately long time. Even in the most conservative estimations, Jiyu Hang believed he'd have over 2 years to catch his breath. Oh, but it wasn't he who needed to catch his breath, it was Paulo and Valak who did. Still too weak. If only we had preserved our fleet's strength, we wouldn't give them even a moment to breathe. Jiyu Hang sighed and turned to focus on consolidating his spoils of war. The fruits of victory were indeed sweet. The Proudclaw campaign's triumph, beyond capturing ships and consuming a neuron progeny, achieving a strategic upper hand, yielded another, often overlooked trophy: gift points. Jiyu Hang's gift points have now surpassed the 30 million mark. The accumulated monthly income of gift points is still a small portion, as it has only been a year since he last exhausted his gift points. His fixed monthly income has skyrocketed to 400,000, but over the course of a year, it totals only 4 million. The sporadic earnings from other battles pale in comparison. The largest haul remains the Bowang battle, where the Alfonso fleet was annihilated. The gift points gained from that battle directly exceeded 20 million. These 30 million gift points, if used for the lottery. But Jiyu Hang held back. Drawing key technologies could significantly enhance the Alliance's war potential, no doubt about it. Furthermore, according to Jiyu Hang's estimates, the Alliance currently appears to have a 2-year window of relative stability. This doesn't mean the cessation of all war. Conflicts still persist in regions like Phantom Moon, the Wuki Wenchi line, the Karlat Kaizeldo line, and even scattered battles throughout the Proudclaw cosmos. War never truly stops. But overall, the Alliance within the Proudclaw cosmos can enjoy a period of relative peace. This indicates the Alliance has some time to digest the technologies acquired. However, the damages of war must first be addressed and remedied by Jiyu Hang. It is foreseeable that major wars lie ahead. Troops need extensive replenishing. Weapon and equipment production capabilities must be ramped up to their limits. Both these areas require significant investment of gift points. Of course, it won't use them all up. 30 million gift points are enough to train 3 billion troops, way more than necessary. In wars beyond local territories, troop numbers often aren't the critical factor. Limited transport capacity makes it impossible to deploy troops by the billions onto battlefields, and doing so is fraught with risk. If a massive transport ship loaded with troops and equipment faces an accident en route, the losses would be astronomical. Moreover, producing enough ships for such deployment is no easy matter. In terms of personnel replenishment, Jiyu Hang prioritizes sailors. Those captured large ships are notorious man-eaters. For an Emperor-class battleship to be fully staffed with sailors, marines, and servants, it would need to carry 80,000 people. Retribution-class battleships require 50,000. Even the combat barge would need at least 40,000, while the Dragon Snake-class cruiser, though smaller, still demands 25,000. Additionally, the Alliance has a considerable number of ships estimated to be nearing completion. These ships will also require a large number of qualified sailors. The demand for sailors will lead to reallocating seasoned personnel from other vessels to handle key positions. The Alliance Navy is undeniably an excellent career choice. And it's not just the Alliance, this holds true across the Empire. Navy personnel enjoy good working conditions, living fairly stably aboard ships, unlike the arduous struggles faced by Army soldiers in harsh environments that could arise at any time. Even the Navy's lowest-ranking servants have advantages when compared to the Army, being less likely to be used as cannon fodder, and therefore experiencing drastically lower mortality rates. As for the downside, it's that when a ship explodes, there's nowhere to run. An entire crew perishes together. Yet even in the face of such death, Navy servants and senior officers share equality. If the starship explodes, everyone dies the same way. Dying this way is relatively less painful. So overall, the Navy is much better than the Army. Additionally, the Alliance Navy has a distinct advantage compared to the Empire Navy: significantly better opportunities for promotion. Ordinarily, Empire Navy personnel have to endure long waiting periods to accumulate seniority. Positions aboard ships are fixed, and the long construction time for new ships means fleet members seldom get chances for promotion. The Alliance, however, operates differently. Multiple shipbuilding centers are running at full capacity non-stop. The Alliance's shipbuilding industry is not only advanced but is backed by the entirety of Alliance society, pooling resources to prioritize continuous investment in shipbuilding. This naturally consumes vast resources. The labor costs for shipbuilding are extremely high, while material consumption is even greater. In most places, the lack of adequate shipbuilding technology is one challenge. But even where technology exists, many regions simply cannot operate at full capacity. Costs are prohibitive. The Alliance, on the other hand, possesses sufficient technological capabilities, strong governance, and the economic foundation to integrate resources across multiple star domains. With support from the Eastern Cosmos domain and neighboring domains, it has secured sufficient raw materials through trade. Moreover, the black box technology has handled some of the most challenging aspects of shipbuilding. Massive energy consumption is covered by energy crystals produced on Rage Owl Star and the expanding Stellar Energy Factory network, continually harvesting stellar energy and compressing it into energy blocks. All this allows the Alliance's shipbuilding industry to operate at full throttle. Consequently, there is a steady influx of new ships, supplemented by captured enemy vessels, steadily expanding the Alliance fleet's size. This growth opens up abundant positions for sailors, granting them ample opportunities for advancement. Sailors have the chance to rise to leadership positions and become officers. Junior officers can move up. Senior officers have opportunities to captain new ships. Officers reassigned from existing ships to newly launched ones generally receive promotions. Vacated positions then pave the way for others to ascend. A significant wave of promotion opportunities, the naval system was brimming with excitement and optimism. As for low-ranking officers and the missing personnel among the enlisted sailors, replacements would still need to be made. Earlier, when the Alliance Navy reached a certain scale, the personnel card interface quietly unlocked the sailor training branch. It required soldiers to reach the T5 level, and at the cost of 1 gift point per 10 individuals, qualified sailors could be trained. The deficit of fewer than 3 million sailors translated into a total cost of 300,000 gift points. With Ji Yuhang's current possession of 30 million gift points, this was a relatively insignificant expense. However, Ji Yuhang wasn't planning to completely rely on gift points to solve all the problems. Nor did he need to. The comprehensive educational system actively developed across the Alliance territory was expected to yield results. The Naval Academy on Flying Wing Star trained mid-level and senior officers, while under his Alliance governance structure, military schools were prevalent everywhere. Not only in the Tianma star sector but also throughout the Alliance. Education systems represented a significant budget allocation within the Alliance. Ji Yuhang had always understood that the issue of talent could partially, even crucially, be resolved using system resources, but it could never be completely addressed this way. As his domain expanded to encompass 2 or more star domains, With a population measured at hundreds of billions or even trillions, the vast requirements for military personnel, engineers, technical workers, and managerial talents. These demands couldn't solely rely on gift points to be met. No matter how many gift points Ji Hang earned through wars, it would never be enough to support such expansive territories and immense populations. Fortunately, Ji Hang had long considered these issues. In the past, he placed heavy emphasis on the alliance's educational system. On one hand, he exchanged vast amounts of gift points for academy buildings, ensuring they were established in various worlds across the alliance's territory. On the other hand, despite the alliance's stringent budget constraints, educational funding was always allocated, even if it had to be scraped together from the corners of the budget. The educational system, paired with Ji Hang's use of the hero interface to inspire exceptional talents and the personnel card interface to train key personnel, was one of the critical reasons for the alliance's robust development. It ensured the alliance excelled in economic growth, manufacturing, overall governance, and military readiness by cultivating a substantial backbone of talent. The Navy was just one aspect. The abundance of skilled sailors was enough to fill the void of several million Navy personnel. Ji Hang planned to allocate gift points to address only part of this deficit. He devised a plan to spend roughly 60,000 gift points, training 600,000 sailors. As for the remaining vacancies, a mentor-apprentice system would be sufficient to bridge the gap effectively. On the other hand, the Navy Marine Corps required significantly more investment. Although in past naval battles it was often the alliance boarding enemy ships, preparations needed to be made in advance to counter scenarios where this situation reversed, particularly against iron armor forces. The reason for such frugal planning was another major expense: the strengthening of frontline combat troops. Among the 2 million sailor deficit, roughly half was reserved for the Navy Marine Corps. Ji Hang intended to elevate this unit's capabilities to a very high standard. Beyond a large quantity of sophisticated gear designed for fighting within ships, the elite caliber of personnel could not be neglected. Ji Hang anticipated training these forces to achieve an average combat capability of T3 level. This approach also applied to the existing Navy Marine Corps personnel within the fleets. Their primary mission was to execute anti-boarding operations. At critical moments, they could be deployed as boarding forces or paratroopers for ground support. The Alliance Navy Marine Corps had an estimated total scale of about 3 million personnel, inclusive of those required for both new and old ships. This amounted to an expenditure of 3 million gift points. But this figure encompassed only part of the overall costs. Two other substantial expenditures involved the Army and the Interstellar Warriors. For the Army, the Alliance Army's formal forces reached a size of about 1.5 billion personnel. Within the Alliance system, these units were equivalent to the Star Realm Army in the Empire structure, capable of combat deployment outside their home planets, distinguishing them from the native Pact Army. For a long time, Ji Hang had ceased training every Alliance Army soldier using gift points. It was unaffordable. Currently, only about 30% of the soldiers had undergone gift point training. This proportion was already quite significant, equating to the training of approximately 500 million soldiers, an expenditure of over 5 million gift points. Proportionally speaking, the situation was still manageable. The Alliance's military schools didn't solely train naval officers, they focused more heavily on the Army. Furthermore, the Alliance Army's training system had long been established, fundamentally mirroring the Imperial structure, selecting elites from the planetary defense forces. The basic quality of these troops was already high. While not all members reached T5 level, the deviation wasn't significant enough to hinder operations, and a considerable portion of the personnel had reached this level. With an additional 30% trained via gift points, the overall proportion of T5 level soldiers exceeded 60%. The collective strength of the Alliance Army remained comparable to the combat readiness of typical Star Realm Army Corps. In fact, it even surpassed some. After all, many Star Realm Army Corps generally maintained only about 30% of personnel meeting T5 standards. Such quality in the Alliance Army could even rival certain well-known Star Realm Army Corps. And with a scale of 1.5 billion, the magnitude was even more formidable. Currently, over 1 billion soldiers were battling across various sectors of the Proud Claw cosmos. They were working toward extinguishing fires of conflict in different areas to ensure hundreds of worlds within the Proud Claw cosmos came under control, thus securing resources essential for sustaining the war. The alliance's provisional administrative bodies, operating under wartime strategies, managed these worlds with support from the army. Once these worlds were sufficiently stabilized and new planetary defense forces were established, the army would withdraw from each planet. Looking to the future, the demand for army personnel was unlikely to decline. Considering the prospect of prolonged confrontation during the Iron Armor War, even more troops might be required. Gu Hang planned an additional expansion of the Alliance Army by 500 million personnel. Recruits would be drawn from the defense forces of Meng River and Dragonhawk Star domains. Gu Hang allocated 2 million gift points to train 200 million of these soldiers, ensuring high quality among the new recruits. Mindful of limitations on troop deployment numbers, Gu Hang aimed to increase the proportion of elite forces. He intended to elevate 1 to 2 skeleton divisions within each army group to T4 levels, establishing them as core combat units. The Alliance currently fielded 2,000 army groups, with a total of 2,600 skeleton divisions comprising 1.3 billion troops. To train all units to T4 level, excluding those whom war experiences or prior training had already elevated to this level, Gu Hang needed to train at least 1 billion personnel to T4. This required an expenditure of 10 million gift points. But the results would be worthwhile. Skeleton divisions at this level of capability would dominate battles against armies of similar size, including the Princess Legion or the Battlegroup Auxiliary Forces. Even the core units in some renowned Star Realm armies only achieved comparable levels. Additionally, Gu Hang expanded the Alliance Glory Guard Corps from its current 10,000 personnel to a scale of 50,000. This elite force would consist entirely of soldiers at least T2 level, with a significant number reaching T1 level. Glory Guards with such scale and average strength were projected to annihilate 2 fully staffed ordinary battle groups in direct combat. Given the high cost and limited numbers of interstellar warriors, Gu Hang had no choice but to take this approach. This added another 1.5 million gift points to the expenditure. In total, Gu Hang spent 16.5 million gift points on personnel expansions across the Navy and Army. Half of the assets he had accumulated from the current war were thus spent. Gu Hang estimated that, following this significant investment in personnel and equipment, the Alliance Army's needs could be met for ongoing operations, at least for the foreseeable future. There would be a clear enhancement in the overall combat strength of the Alliance military. Even the most basic army group would hold its ground against enemy elite forces and could potentially gain an advantage. After addressing the army, Gu Hang turned his attention to the interstellar warriors. Both Phoenix and Blood Shark required nurturing. The Alliance has achieved resounding victories lately, but it's also clear that some are bearing heavy burdens to achieve them. Take Gu Hang for instance. He nearly got drained dry in the Battle of Bowam, but after ingesting a neuron progeny, he was reinvigorated. The interstellar warriors are another group carrying the weight of progress. Whenever there's a ship capture operation, it's always the Phoenix battle group that bites down on the critical parts, tearing them apart. Without these top-tier warriors, many victories wouldn't have been possible. But fighting battle after battle like this, including those stationed in the warships and fortresses, the Phoenix battle group has suffered close to 500 casualties. Half a unit wiped out. For most battle groups, this kind of relentless fighting would be utterly unsustainable. Unless it's a fight of particularly significant importance, an operation like sinking ships outright instead of forcing interstellar warriors to risk their lives to capture them, it's not something anyone would agree to. Not even with direct orders. The Phoenix battle group followed orders anyway. Part of this is because Gu Hang holds considerable sway over them. Another part is because Maddens knows that the losses will be replenished quickly. Unlike regular battle groups where losing half their brothers in arms would require endless years of selecting recruits, performing implant surgeries, and waiting for them to mature. Beyond that, turning fresh recruits into veterans or even core members could easily take decades. For some less fortunate battle groups, recovering from a single devastating battle might take a century or more. The Phoenix battle group is different. Maddens knows that as soon as he loses 500 warriors, in just a few months, Gu Hang will deliver 500 fresh recruits with genetic seed implants ready to report for duty. Nowadays, even the genetic seed transplant surgeries no longer need to be performed by the group's apothecaries. The new recruits come from numerous planets across the Dragonhawk star domain. These recruits will rapidly become fierce, battle-hardened warriors, no weaker than veterans. Given these conditions, what else could Madden say? Under such circumstances, the decisions made by this battle group are fundamentally different from others. The Phoenix battle group is now equipped with elite soldiers, cutting-edge gear, and even batch-deployed phase swords. Not to mention that almost every member is outfitted in colossal power armor, which clearly outclasses typical power armor. Their Iron Knight Terminators surpass standard Indomitable Terminators as well. Besides these 2 points, consider their unique traits: fearlessness, constant replenishment, and super-fast recruitment. Maddens feels his battle group has become invincible. Other battle groups? No, he even believes they could take on their parent group, the Phoenix Legion, without any issue. Phoenix indeed has more champion swordsmen. The group as a whole, especially in close combat scenarios, has inherited swordsmanship skills that outshine those of the Phoenix battle group. Moreover, as a newly founded battle group, Phoenix's individual combat prowess is likely still superior, arguably operating at the same elite tier. Add their swordsmanship legacy, their advanced combat capabilities, and the techniques and equipment passed down from the era when humanity built the Great Empire. Newly founded battle groups are the pinnacle when it comes to unit strength. And Phoenix, among them, is the cream of the crop. Yes, perhaps their genetic seed compatibility isn't perfect, which results in challenges in recruiting new warriors. Their subgroup numbers are small, and their population is sparse, which further impacts their political leverage at the broader empire level. They couldn't compete with the influence of larger battle groups. But their pursuit of perfection embedded in their genetic seeds, combined with their exceptional swordsmanship, makes them the absolute top combat force among all newly founded battle groups. Nonetheless, if Phoenix were to face the Phoenix battle group, considering the latter's willingness to sacrifice and super-fast replenishment rates, what could Phoenix even do? Eventually, they'd be worn down and destroyed. Under Ji Hang's leadership, the Phoenix battle group truly lives up to its name. Like a phoenix, they are practically immortal. Of course, this is contingent on them maintaining their integrated connection with the Alliance. And in practice, that linkage isn't likely to be severed. As battle group leader, Maddens understands this well. If he ever decided to break from the Alliance, wouldn't every single member of his unit think he was insane and immediately tie him up to hand over to the governor? The only ones who might follow him into rebellion would be the other 3 veterans from the farthest reaches of the old deployment series. Oh, even they likely wouldn't, especially Priest Rizzo, who definitely wouldn't join. Then again, Maddens himself acknowledges the absurdity of such thoughts. Under the Alliance's system, he's living a comfortable and privileged life. Only a madman would think about leaving. As far as Ji Hang is concerned, replenishing the Phoenix battle group with 500 fresh recruits primarily consumes gift points. Training a single elite veteran costs about 1,000 gift points per person within his battle group interface. This includes the seed exchange, recruitment, and training costs. However, this time, the actual expense won't be that high. While training the additional 40,000 Glory Guards, the selection process was essentially completed. The Glory Guards themselves were meticulously chosen using recruitment tokens. Among them, the most outstanding candidates, generally aged around 16, capable of reaching T1 training standards, are considered prime candidates to become interstellar warriors. Their genetic seed implant success rates are notably high. Additionally, as the Phoenix battle group has been engaged in combat for 5 years now, they've managed to cultivate a batch of genetic seeds themselves. From the 400 warriors who fell in battle, most of their genetic seeds were successfully recovered by the group's apothecaries. Here, Ji Hang could reduce the cost of replenishing new blood for the battle group by 300 to 400 gift points. Quite a bargain. And this batch of interstellar warriors Ji Hang developed outwardly numbered only 500, but in truth, there were as many as 1,800. Among them, 500 were assigned to the Phoenix. Another 300 were sent to the Blood Shark. The Blood Shark battle group, which had assisted the Alliance and rescued 3 strike cruisers, lost 2 of their own strike cruisers during subsequent battles. This time, the Blood Shark battle group that returned with Commander Yuan had a total of just over 700 members, but by this point, over 200 of them had been lost. These losses were significant for the Blood Shark and extremely difficult to bear. Unlike the Phoenix, they didn't have an invincible and enduring support system to rely on. Ji Yu Hang couldn't exactly reveal everything to the Blood Shark battle group, with whom he wasn't yet sufficiently trusting or close. But that didn't mean Ji Yu Hang couldn't act in this way. The genetic seeds of the Blood Shark didn't require Ji Yu Hang to exchange gift points for them, though it was likely he could exchange for them in the near future. The event interface had already displayed an event related to the Blood Shark. Event activated. Blood Shark Battle Group, an interstellar warrior battle group returning from the dark outer regions. They've decided to end their long nomadic life and rejoin the Empire's sphere of influence. They urgently seek to establish their prestige and power within the Empire, aiming for a brighter future. The Alliance is their first stop, but will it be their final one? Please decide your actions carefully. Your behavior will determine the next phase of the event. Event reward. Once the Blood Shark pledges allegiance to you, unlock the ability to exchange for Blood Shark genetic seeds. Ji Yu Hang had not cared much for this event reward in the past, but a recent discovery made it something he had to take seriously. He had uncovered a limitation in the battle group interface. The number of Phoenix genetic seeds that could be exchanged was finite. The total number of Phoenix genetic seeds in existence, whether implanted in people or held as spares, could not exceed 2,000. Once this cap was reached, new seeds could not be exchanged unless some were lost from the Alliance's control, for example, failing to recover them, becoming inactive or destroyed, or paying the genetic seed tax to the Empire. This limitation had never previously come up because he had never been idle or rich enough to exchange large quantities of seeds and stockpile them for no reason. But this time, when he wanted to push the boundaries a bit to create more interstellar warriors, he hit the cap and found himself stuck. Ji Yu Hang's vision of using Phoenix seeds to create hundreds of thousands of interstellar warriors and establish a Phoenix Legion was shattered. It seemed he still needed to go down the path of collecting seeds from different battle groups to increase the number of seeds available for exchange. Under these circumstances, the Blood Shark genetic seeds, which Ji Yu Hang had previously not paid much attention to, suddenly became quite desirable. How could this goal be achieved? The Blood Shark wasn't like the half-dead Phoenix of yesteryears, which could be easily manipulated. On the contrary, the Blood Shark was currently very strong. This meant it would require more effort and subtlety. Ji Yu Hang planned to adopt a maneuver, clearing the nest to replace the bird. The Blood Shark had a tradition of collecting blood tax, and Ji Yu Hang had already agreed to this. This time, during their campaign with the Alliance, the Blood Shark had not engaged much in ground combat. As a result, their consumption of cannon fodder was minimal, and their need to replenish auxiliary personnel was small. Their current blood tax request to the Alliance was for exceptionally strong, resolute, devoutly faithful, and highly skilled young men. This, in essence, was the core of the blood tax, selecting youths capable enough to satisfy the Blood Shark's standards and become the new blood of their battle group. On the surface, this was an extremely stringent requirement. While physical fitness, military skills, faith, and determination weren't too difficult to meet individually, the key restriction to young men made it especially troublesome. A 16-year-old youth seldom possessed all these qualities simultaneously. According to the Blood Shark's experience, meeting these criteria required selecting from tens of thousands, and then subjecting them to rounds of bloody and brutal trials and combat baptisms. This was akin to nurturing poison through mutual slaughter. Those who survived were undeniably the best of the group. Whether due to their own initial excellence or growth during the grueling process, as long as they met the objective, it was sufficient. But for Ji Yu Hang, selecting qualified new blood wasn't difficult at all. After replenishing the Phoenix, there was still a surplus of youths whom Ji Yu Hang had trained. 300 young men were sent into the Blood Shark. Prior to this, not only had Ji Yu Hang trained them to T1 level, significantly increasing the success rate of their genetic seed implantation surgeries, but they had all undergone additional gift point training in political officer expertise. The Blood Shark wouldn't immediately accept all of them wholesale, but Commander Yuan would soon discover that the 300 youths sent by the Alliance fulfilled their requirements perfectly. Even compared to the auxiliary candidates selected through their previously ruthless screening methods, few could rival these 300. As for their loyalty to the Alliance, even setting aside whether the Blood Shark's evaluation process accounted for such factors, most normal battle groups rarely concerned themselves with such matters. Interstellar warriors' lifespans bordered on eternity. Compared with the decades or centuries they would spend living and fighting in the battle group, the fleeting mortal experiences of 16-year-olds were insignificant. A small attachment to their homeland was normal, but it would soon be eroded through the cultural immersion of the battle group. This cultural transformation wouldn't even account for the significant physical changes resulting from genetic seed implantation, evolving the youths from mortals into superhumans. This process involved considerable physical pain and emotional shifts induced by hormonal imbalances. In short, almost no battle group worried about such concerns. Could Yuan have foreseen that the political officer training would instill unwavering and long-lasting loyalty to the governor in these youths? Probably not. In any case, Ji Yuhang didn't intend for these youths to do anything unusual. They only needed to be good blood sharks. These new blood sharks didn't even require Ji Yuhang to provide genetic seeds. After their implantation, system recognition still categorized them as part of the alliance. This only reassured Ji Yuhang regarding their loyalty while enabling him to plan his next steps. He spared no effort in leveraging the interstellar warrior exclusive training systems to push the development of these new blood sharks to the limits. Not everyone had the aptitude to be trained to the level of a company champion. Out of the 300, only 18 could reach this rank. However, everyone could be trained as veterans, with half even reaching the rank of sergeant. From Yuan's perspective, this was an outright delight. The youths provided by the alliance not only exhibited exceptionally high implantation success rates, minimizing the genetic seed bank's losses, but also excelled tremendously during their growth phase after integrating their superhuman organs. Remarkably, they quickly achieved the performance standards expected of blood sharks. This was exceedingly rare. The impressive combat capabilities of older blood sharks were earned through years of dark and harrowing battles in the outer regions. To see new recruits reach, or even slightly surpass, such levels was a source of immense excitement. The battle group's strength, initially predicted to take many years to rebuild, had been restored in a remarkably short time. Originally, Yuan had intended to adjust post-campaign strategies to reduce manpower deployment in certain battles with the alliance. But now, adjustments were still necessary, only this time, they would involve dispatching more troops. The alliance's blood tax was simply too good. The alliance provided Blood Shark not only with blood taxes. There was also a sum of gray taxes. Ji Yuhang would not forget. Generosity, when needed, should be offered generously. Blood Shark had rescued 3 of their battle cruisers, exerted significant efforts during the Battle of Bowang, and even participated in boarding ships for captures. These achievements were all remembered by Ji Yuhang. What does Blood Shark want? Consumables, things like ammunition, medical supplies, equipment, starship repairs, and parts. Give them, it's just small expenses. Equipment. Blood Shark wasn't particularly interested in Alliance's vehicles. They had plenty of good stuff scavenged from the dark outer zones, as well as elite gear traded with other sects of mechanics. However, quantity was an issue, and the Alliance's production could fill this gap with a considerable number of equipment, greatly enhancing the operational strength of Blood Shark's subordinate armies and auxiliary forces. From exoskeletons to feedback-type power armor, from armored vehicles to sentinel mechas. Previously, Blood Shark's auxiliary forces were nothing but cannon fodder. How could they have dreamed of such treatment? With these improved equipment, even if they are to die as cannon fodder, they can hold out longer. Still, there were some cutting-edge pieces of gear from the Alliance that Blood Shark needed. Ironclad Terminator armor, Grand Power armor. They were excellent pieces. Some of their equipment was exceptionally powerful. Their battle group even possessed 2 underworld-tier Terminators, which were nearly the most advanced Terminator armor available and quite rare across the Empire. However, due to limited numbers, Blood Shark primarily used the more common Sky Eagle-type power armor and Resolute Terminator units. Now, with Alliance supplying, getting an upgrade batch would definitely make them happy. Additionally, there were the exquisite phase weapons. According to Blood Shark's style, they could be made into war axes or polearms. Either option was viable. Phase weapons were not yet mass-produced by Alliance and relied solely on black box manufacturing, resulting in relatively limited numbers. Even Phoenix hadn't been outfitted with much of these. Consequently, these weapons were priced exorbitantly. And rightly so. They were worth every penny. For a battle group like Blood Shark, adept at close combat, Such top-tier weapons could prove even more vital than power armor upgrades. A few phase axes would be well worth the high price they demanded. Among the equipment, however, the most valuable was not these. It was starships. What Bloodshark wanted most was, of course, that combat transport ship. But their accolades and sacrifices were not sufficient to exchange for the combat transport ship originally belonging to Fury Flame Battle Group from the Alliance. After all, during the Battle of Bowang, the most instrumental role was played by Ji Hang himself, followed by the Phoenix Battle Group. Bloodshark helped to some extent but didn't achieve as much as Alliance's own Glory Guards or Battle Nuns. In the arena of starship naval battles, Alliance Navy was more impactful compared to Bloodshark fleet. Truthfully, Bloodshark initially didn't consider fighting against the formidable Alfonso fleet in the Bowang star system as a wise choice. Naturally, Yuan wouldn't hand his entire fleet to the Alliance's command to risk their lives together. Only after Alfonso II, the most powerful war arc, was destroyed did they put aside their hesitation and engage seriously. Even themselves, Bloodshark couldn't claim their contributions justified receiving the best ship. However, they did rescue 3 Alliance battlecruisers and sacrificed 200 of their own during the sustained combat. The Alliance was willing to construct 1 Holy Chalice-class battleship cruiser and 3 Interstellar Warrior strike cruisers for them. Ordinary ships don't interest Bloodshark. They only wanted ships fast enough to match their agile operations. Combining excellent blood taxes, Alliance provided great taxes, and enhanced fleet strength. Overall, Bloodshark was quite satisfied with the rewards from fighting alongside the Alliance in this war. These were far superior to the rewards from business dealings or missions taken up in past battlegroup histories with certain sects of mechanics. Ji Hang's promise of better-than-standard prices had been proven true. Bloodshark was willing to continue fighting alongside the Alliance in this war, obeying the orders of Ji Hang, the Southern Line's imperial commander. Of course, their independence remained high. The relationship between both sides was more akin to allies. While Yuan would follow Ji Hang's orders, how to execute them and to what extent would be his call. Ji Hang had no objections to this. It was as it should be. This did not affect the Alliance's provision of blood taxes and grade taxes. These were rightful dues. Moreover, what's yours is mine. Why draw such fine distinctions? Ji Hang cultivated 1,800 interstellar warrior recruits, 300 of which were given to Bloodshark, not only replenishing their losses but also providing surplus to slightly bolster their force. Another 500 were allocated to Phoenix, restoring their manpower to 1,000. Although nearly 100 were valiant warriors waiting in life-sustaining pods for revival, their numbers still reached the upper limit of a battlegroup's standard strength. Where did the remaining 1,000 go? Ji Hang established a shadow battle group. They were entirely cultivated using Phoenix's genetic seeds. Their level of training and Ji Hang's expenditure of gift points matched that of Phoenix. However, Ji Hang didn't intend to let too many people know of their existence. As the name implies, they were a shadow. Ji Hang designed their role to firstly enable quicker replenishment for Phoenix. Under normal circumstances, even with the expedited means afforded by consuming gift points, a youth implanted with genetic seeds would still require several months for their internal superhuman organs to fully develop. There's likely to be a relatively long period of recovery right now, so taking a bit more time isn't a problem. But if the fighting intensifies in the future, and the Phoenix suffers heavy casualties, then replenishing personnel quickly will be critical. With the members of the Shadow Battle Group, it won't even take a few months for replenishment, allowing for seamless recovery. Additionally, the Shadow Battle Group can do other tasks for Ji Hang. When the Phoenix is too occupied or when there are tasks not even suited for the Phoenix, they will prove useful. Interstellar warriors are not exclusive to the Empire. Those lost defectors, or even those who have fallen into chaos, make excellent identities. They're ideal for dirty work. Some people die at the hands of traitorous interstellar warriors. Some deeds are carried out by defectors or fallen. In any case, the blame can't be pinned on the Alliance, can it? At the moment, Ji Hang doesn't have much opportunity to deploy this tactic. But in the future? Who can say for sure? While his gift points are abundant, it's best to prepare in advance. In fact, if the timing is right in the future, Ji Hang could even go public with a shell. Within the Empire, there are no shortage of battle groups that have been lost in the annals of history. Of course, The battle groups officially erased by the Empire or destroyed entirely aren't the best names to use. But it doesn't matter. There are plenty of battle groups in Imperial history that vanished without a trace. Although there's always the risk of one resurfacing suddenly, like with the blood shark, such cases are rare. For those that haven't been heard from in centuries, the risk is fairly low. As for the incomplete formalities and lack of recognition, these are indeed practical issues. But Ji Hang believes he'll gradually stop fearing such problems. If I'm willing to borrow a shell, others will be thrilled. And once the battle group expands to a certain size, how many people can actually challenge Ji Hang? Of course, getting to that point would result in some reputational damage. Ji Hang isn't yet powerful enough to completely disregard how Holy Terra might perceive this. Still, everything needs to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, when the opportunity arises, being unready would be troublesome. The various expenses associated with the interstellar warriors are very high, but the main costs are in resources and funding. The use of gift points, however, is relatively manageable. It only cost 1.5 million. Although they're immensely powerful, expensive, and capable, their scale is limited to roughly 8,000 people, so the spending isn't astronomical. Besides, Ji Hang's idea of creating a full interstellar warrior corps was thwarted due to the limits on genetic seed exchanges. That made the expenses even less significant. By now, Ji Hang has spent over 18 million of the 30 million gift points he had at his disposal. About 10 million remains, and Ji Hang hesitated. The main consideration was whether to conduct a technology lottery. Doing a technology lottery now is quite costly. The earlier prize pools have largely been exhausted, and conducting a single 10 draw in the million-level pool would drain his remaining gift points entirely. But he still has plenty of uses for those gift points. Especially in terms of productivity. Ji Hang had ideas about redeeming countless factories and academies to spread across the entire alliance. War is not just about the immediate military issues. War is a competition of foundations. Especially when it comes to the Navy. Building a single starship can easily cost tens or hundreds of billions. Currently, the Alliance's shipbuilding cycle includes 1 Retribution class, 1 Zug class, and 4 battleship cruisers, totaling over 200 billion. What does that mean? It doesn't mean the Alliance must directly pay that much in tax currency, at least, not entirely. For instance, the Dragon Snake class battleship cruisers that Mingyang sect continuously orders, 2 per cycle, are purchased directly. The other ships are indeed built by the Alliance itself, without spending actual cash. However, the real costs in terms of resources are hardly less significant. A single starship, so colossal in scale. Building a nest capital that can navigate space and engage in combat requires an immense supporting industry. Countless people work to make this possible. It's not just the shipbuilding industry's technical workers, though they alone represent an enormous workforce. When you account for the Alliance's compensation for them, the construction of their housing, and maintaining their relatively decent living standards through food, medical care, consumer goods, and even entertainment, the costs become staggering. On this matter, exploitation and oppression don't work. To even qualify to participate in the shipbuilding industry, not to mention high-level engineers, even mid-level technical workers are considered talent. Relying on oppression would harm morale and could even reduce efficiency. The creation of various components, hulls, and supporting raw material processing, all of it is incredibly expensive. Or, to put it another way, it consumes a significant portion of productivity. A considerable part of the Alliance's finances has already been funneled into the shipbuilding industry. But even so, it's still not enough. In fact, based on the national strength of the Meng River and Dragonhawk Star domains, maintaining the current shipbuilding efficiency is already at its limit. Perhaps even overextended. Fortunately, after the war, the imperial tax no longer needs to be paid, otherwise, it would be completely unsustainable. Additionally, as the Alliance's offensives progress and yield favorable results, support from the Empire itself has increased. Some of this support comes in the form of direct military aid. Over 50 warships have been mobilized from surrounding areas, forming a joint force under Ji Hang's command as the Supreme Commander. Although they were all small to medium-sized ships, even a single escort ship would cost hundreds of millions in tax credits. 50 ships would amount to a truly substantial sum. On the ground forces side, there were 6 Star Realm Army Corps, totaling approximately 40 million soldiers, who were gradually sent to the front lines to serve as forces Gu Hang could command. Once the war was over, these forces had to be returned. Gu Hang had no intention of exploiting Allied troops, nor did he harbor cruel thoughts about sacrificing them in the brutal war on purpose. There was no need for that. They were merely complementary forces that didn't impact the grand strategy, and Gu Hang didn't want to tarnish his own reputation. Still, these troops served as solid reinforcements. The empire's war support wasn't limited to waiving the imperial tax. For precision's sake, it would be more accurate to say the imperial tax was allocated specifically to the Iron Armor War effort. Additionally, the empire directly provided funds. The latest sum, paid on behalf of the Eastern Cosmic Realm government but actually sourced from 2 or 3 neighboring domains as mandated by the Central Empire, amounted to a staggering 150 billion. The transfer occurred after the Alfonso sect joined the war effort. No matter the circumstances, 150 billion was an astronomically large figure. Gu Hang had no intention of using that money simply as tax certificates. Such paperwork was meaningless to him since he didn't need to offset taxes. However, these certificates could be used locally in neighboring star systems, and even entire domains, to purchase all the resources the Alliance needed. Shells, energy, weapons, provisions, even externally built ships. There were items that couldn't be bought even with money, yet now they could be acquired at standard rates. Gu Hang directly purchased a Retribution-class battleship from the neighboring Solitary Mountain domain, from the Duangchen sect, at a price of 60 billion. The production cost of such a vessel alone was 50 billion. Factoring in equipped sailors, the fuel to transport it here, and a fully stocked arsenal, 60 billion essentially broke even with no profits to be made. What's more, the Solitary Mountain domain, a region consisting of 7 star systems, was already plagued by severe green skin outbreaks. That the Duangchen sect managed to offer such a battleship for sale to Gu Hang, rather than allocating it to their own domain's defense, was already a show of great consideration. This favor wasn't meant for the Alliance. After all, there was no rapport between the two sides. It was purely thanks to the influence of the Central Empire. The funds came from the Central Empire, and the purchasing authority also stemmed from there. Having Holy Terra as a powerful backer brought undeniable advantages. That worked perfectly for him. Gu Hang had always been a loyal subject of the Empire. In conclusion, without the imperial tax's localized reallocation, without the Empire's external economic support, the Alliance's war machine could never have maintained such full-throttle operations as it did now. But this arrangement wasn't sustainable in the long term. One must rely on their own strength. After much deliberation, Gu Hang decided to hold off on experimenting with the lottery function for now. Out of the remaining 10 million gift points, he poured almost all of it into boosting productivity. This was primarily achieved through 2 methods. First, he funded the construction of numerous academy buildings, concentrated in areas like Dragonhawk and even the Meng River star system. While he exchanged some comprehensive academies, loyal air academies, and military academies, the majority were technical academies. By enhancing the education and training efficiency in this regard, the number of engineers and skilled technical workers in the Alliance would increase significantly in the future. The combined population of the 2 star systems exceeded tens of trillions. If professional skill levels across the workforce were meaningfully elevated, human resources could be fully tapped and utilized, leading to a considerable uplift in overall productivity. The exchange cost for a single academy was 1,000 gift points. Gu Hang exchanged a total of 3,000 academies. For example, on Flying Wing Star, where there were already thousands of universities, he allocated gift points to directly enhance the role of 500 of these universities as an educational hub for the planet. He also assigned 100 academies to Coralia and populated the densely inhabited Nest capital world, where such additions were highly warranted. Rage Owl Star received 100 as well, greatly boosting the supply of shipbuilding talent on the spot. Other worlds received coverage too. Gu Hang wanted to ensure that the 774 worlds across the 2 star systems he regarded as his territory each had at least 1 academy. On those with larger populations or more industrial activity, he allocated even more. This consumed 3 million gift points. The remaining 9 million gift points were entirely invested in exchanges for factories. Whether civilian or military factories, when overlaid onto existing facilities, These new ones served to boost operational efficiency significantly, a more straightforward yet highly effective approach. GU Heng exchanged for 50,000 factories, nearly covering every planet and industry sector in the region. Food processing, materials handling, construction, consumer goods production, civilian engineering machinery. None of these civilian sectors could be neglected. Even from a purely military standpoint, they formed the backbone of the war industry. But much of the investment was focused on the arms industry. Especially the production of various components related to shipbuilding, like the shipyard assembly plants and starports. For those, spending 100 gift points on level 1 factories simply wouldn't suffice. GU Hang opted for level 5 factories directly. The cost of factory upgrades increased by 1 decimal place with each level of advancement. However, level 5 factories could nearly double operational efficiency. Of course, this represented a dramatic improvement in equipment and personnel productivity but didn't literally cut shipbuilding time in half. Instead, advantages manifested in the number of ships being built simultaneously, reduced resource and energy consumption, and fewer personnel required. Achieving a 50% increase in shipbuilding speed through resource and manpower savings alone was already a tremendous benefit. At 1 million gift points per factory, GU Hang didn't hesitate to allocate them to the 2 major shipbuilding hubs on Rage Owl Star and Flying Wing Star. In addition, GU Hang committed 100,000 gift points to equip level 4 factories for the Yunluo shipbuilding facility and the Jelangya shipyard in the Meng River Star domain. Blueprints for the Holy Grail class vessels were distributed to these sites as well. Even if the Alliance had to scrape resources painfully, establishing production lines for 2 more Holy Grail class battleships at these sites was non-negotiable. Thus, from military to economic investments, GU Hang's 30 million gift points, freshly acquired and barely worn, had been entirely spent down to the last point. In the Spiderweb domain within the Millennium Star domain, aboard the flagship of the Iron Armor Battle Group, the Iron Body, Humphrey Paulo was engaged in a discussion with Great Sage Valak, who was far away in the Alfonso Star domain. Has Alfonso erupted into chaos already? Valuk's mechanical-like face bore no trace of emotion. Essentially true. After the fleet led by Dubo was annihilated in the Proud Claw Cosmos, the Imperial faction within the sect has begun to regain the upper hand. They are intensely questioning the sect's strategy for entering the war, blaming the fleet's destruction on the decision to engage in conflict, and increasingly doubting the sect's ongoing collaboration with the Iron Armor Battle Group. To others, this might seem like pressure being exerted. But Paul did not interpret it that way. His expression remained unchanged, and he didn't doubt Valuk's position for even a moment. He simply sighed and remarked, "I have never underestimated the Alliance. When Urso was still alive, I urged him not to act recklessly and emphasized the need to take the Alliance seriously. He didn't fully heed my advice, which ultimately led to his untimely demise in the south. I tried to win them over. Even if they were unwilling to stand with us, I hoped to at least keep them neutral. Unfortunately, they also rejected my overtures. My bargaining chips were too insufficient. I have been prepared for years to wage war against the Alliance. That's why I instructed Politos to deploy the entirety of Flame, along with an additional new Dawn Torch, to hold off the Alliance's southern advance. Yet their capabilities have surpassed even my expectations. Just a few years ago, they were merely brimming with potential. But within such a short time, they've not only fulfilled that potential but become even stronger than I had anticipated. Politos is a highly capable individual, yet he couldn't meet my expectations. It's not his fault. Even when I sought your aid and Sage Dubo personally commanded the fleet, it led to an even larger failure. I genuinely couldn't have foreseen that your intervention, which I had planned as one of my trump cards, would falter. The Alfonso fleet was originally a force powerful enough to change the tide of the entire war. The Alliance not only forced that trump card into play, compelling me to deploy you prematurely, but they also destroyed your fleet in the south. I'm furious, even somewhat afraid. At times, I can't help but wonder. Was our initial strategy misguided? Should we have struck southward? Doing so might not have shaken the Empire to its core, but we could have eliminated a major adversary before they grew this strong, sparing us the current predicament. Great Sage Valak, who had been listening silently, calmly responded, "That's unrealistic. If you had pursued that path, the situation might be even worse now." Humphrey Paulo fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "Indeed, as you say, The outcome could very well have been worse. I couldn't abandon the core region, which at the time was still unstable, to charge southward. When the time came to choose a primary theater of engagement, had I opted for the south, the alliance might have been crippled, never realizing their wartime potential. Yet they could have trapped me amid the ruins. At that point, perhaps there would have been the princess to hold the north, but the west. We would have been torn apart by that phoenix. Valak said, agreed. We've discussed this topic before. There's no need to revisit it. Dwelling on the alliance's strength is futile. What we need are strategies to counter and resolve their threat, or at the very least stabilize the southern front. As you mentioned, I think I need to speak with the princess again. Valak advised, speaking with the princess may not suffice. You might need to have this conversation with the empress. Now, it was Paul's turn to hesitate. If that's the case, things might escalate beyond the point of no return. We might not be fully prepared yet. You must make this decision, Paul. Valuk's voice remained devoid of sentiment. There's no longer room for deliberation. This matter shouldn't hinge on your judgment. Seek the empress's will. Allow her to decide. We need only follow. Humphrey Paulo waved his hand, saying, let me think further. As he spoke, his pupils began to glow faintly purple, and his skin abruptly revealed a web of purple veins before they quickly receded, leaving only the sharp teeth visible as his mouth opened and closed. Valak issued a final warning. Hasten, quickly. While you deliberate, so does our enemy prepare, and the empress's patience wanes. Moreover, the imperial faction within Alfonso, already boiling over after Dubo's defeat, is teetering on the brink. I will do my utmost to maintain order, but no one can guarantee what events might unfold in the Alfonso star domain. Understood. After cutting off communication, Humphrey Paulo stood motionless for a long time. Eventually, he appeared to have made some kind of decision. Sealing himself off from everyone, he sat alone in the throne hall of the warship. He retrieved an indescribable object. A palm-sized piece of flesh that ceaselessly throbbed, seemingly revealing the flow of purple blood within. He devoured it in one gulp. Moments later, purple light radiated intensely from his eyes. In an instant, he appeared to connect with some supreme will. A voice emerged, a voice so lofty and awe-inspiring as to compel submission, yet so tender and motherly as to soothe the soul. In that moment, Humphrey Paulo surrendered all his inner struggles and resistance, adopting an expression of utmost reverence, humility, and fervor as he communicated with this will at the level of high-energy information. Perhaps they exchanged countless thoughts, yet the entire process transpired in mere moments. When Humphrey Paulo opened his eyes once more, he seemed drained of most of his strength, staggering backward several steps before collapsing to his knees. Gasping heavily, Paul felt faint and nauseous. He forcibly suppressed the sensation. Opening his eyes again and standing tall once more, he reverted to being the Iron Legion commander, the ambitious tyrant and pivotal figure who had sparked massive rebellion across the Imperial's eastern frontier. Resuming his seat on the throne, Paul calmly issued one directive after another. Before long, his forces were mobilized. The urgency unsettled many subordinates, leaving them in suspense about what was unfolding. But Paul himself knew. The Supreme Mother had mercifully granted his request, bestowing upon him one final chance. He had to seize it. Holy Terra, Imperial Palace District. An important meeting was underway. The 13 High Lords had gathered to discuss the ongoing Eastern War. The news of Gu Heng's victory on the southern line had already reached Holy Terra. The high-ranking officials present experienced a significant emotional rollercoaster. Although everyone was aware that the Alfonso sect, situated next to the Princess Star domain, maintained exceptionally strong ties with the Iron Armor Battle Group. During this war, the Alfonso sect, a mechanical sect spanning an entire star domain, undoubtedly provided powerful support behind the Iron Armor Group. The Iron Armor's ability to secure and sustain such a vast number of warships, combined with their well-equipped armies, was inseparable from the backing of the Alfonso sect. On the battlefield, Imperial soldiers even discovered equipment from the Alfonso sect, hurriedly transported and unmarked, possibly due to time constraints. This was a known adversary to everyone. Yet, for political reasons, no one wished to force the Alfonso sect into direct confrontation. If they want to supply equipment, let them. The lords would rather lower their heads and play ostrich than provoke the Alfonso sect into direct intervention. But they intervened anyway. When the news first reached Holy Terra, there was considerable panic. While some remained clear-headed, there were also the less rational ones, blaming the alliance for advancing too aggressively and inadvertently dragging the Alfonso sect into the fray. Interestingly, the individuals making such accusations might very well overlap significantly with those who had earlier demanded the alliance push forward and criticized the alliance for cowardice. Even among those clear-headed enough to recognize that the Alfonso sect's involvement was inevitable, only a matter of time, and that earlier was better than later, and that it was preferable for them to head south rather than west or north, pessimism was prevalent. They acknowledged the achievements of the alliance. Without them, if the Alfonso fleet had suddenly appeared on the Western Front, the front led by the Phoenix Legion under Sulai would likely have collapsed instantly. From this perspective, the Alliance's rapid advance in the Proud Claw cosmos, aggressively targeting both the Free Flame and New Torch legions, had created a significant strategic advantage for the Imperial side. However, acknowledging the Alliance's contributions did not prevent anyone from doubting their prospects. The reason? The enemies the Alliance faced were overwhelmingly powerful. According to intelligence from the front lines, the strength of the Alfonso fleet was nothing short of terrifying. The War Ark, Emperor-class battleships, these were weapons of mass destruction. Even if Terran Central deployed an entire fleet at full capacity to fight in the eastern frontier, barring the need to retain adequate defensive forces for the capital, they probably still couldn't assemble a fleet to match that power. Mars would certainly never agree to deploy a single War Ark to the Eastern Warfront, and after the Solar Fleet's recent strong support for the Southern Solaria campaign, it could not even spare a single Emperor-class battleship or 2 Retribution-class ships for the battle. How could the Alliance possibly contend with such a situation? One of the 13 High Lords of Terra, the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Navy, convened his Admiralty staff to assess the war situation. Their pessimistic conclusion was that the Alliance's best option was a full strategic retreat, utilizing a layered defense, and, if necessary, abandoning the entire Proud Claw cosmos and even the Menga star domain. Trading space for time and adapting to future changes was the strategy they favored. Perhaps, if they could hold out long enough, the Empire could muster some additional reinforcements from elsewhere to assist the Southern Front. The Imperial Navy's Grand Marshal even collaborated with the Marshal of the Star Realm Army to draft a comprehensive cross-service strategic plan for ground and naval operations alike, intended to serve as the guiding principle for the Southern War. This plan was sent to the Alliance. Although merely a recommendation, such suggestions from Holy Terra were essentially equivalent to orders or demands. Commanders on the front lines rarely deviated from these directives. Otherwise, disregarding the superior will of Terra meant that, in the event of defeat, the line commander would bear full responsibility. In fact, they might even be removed before the war was lost. Of course, Gu Heng was an exception. The so-called Southern War Zone, despite receiving substantial support from the Empire, primarily in resources and funding, consisted mainly of a few million Star Realm Army troops and a few dozen small to mid-scale warships. These ships included scarcely any of the Luna class. Most were escort ships, patrol ships, or even armed merchant vessels. While the money sent was significant, it had a limited impact in such a high-stakes theater of war. In essence, the Southern War Zone was the Alliance fighting largely on its own. Thus, revoking Gu Heng's command was not feasible. Nonetheless, they strongly urged Marshal Gu to follow their strategic guidelines for the conflict. Victory was unlikely, but at least it might forestall defeat. However, the Alliance paid their advice no heed. Nor did they disclose their intentions to Holy Terra. The Bowang Sea battle, where the Alliance ambushed the Alfonso fleet, was planned in utmost secrecy. Gu Heng was certainly not going to share his operational plans with Terra, lest they risk a leak that might jeopardize the mission. Still, the Alliance's consistent lack of communication, coupled with even perfunctory responses, left the 2 Grand Marshals on Holy Terra greatly dissatisfied. They grew increasingly anxious, fearing the Alliance might act recklessly, relentlessly pressing them for a clear war strategy. The ambassador, stationed on behalf of the Alliance in Holy Terra, responded with a deferential but ultimately evasive attitude. Marshal Gu was fully prepared. Marshal Gu knew how to fight this battle. Rest assured, their leader's concerns would be passed on in due course. Then, the results of the Bowang Sea battle were announced. Their dissatisfaction vanished in an instant once the news was confirmed. Only shock, disbelief, and sheer ecstasy remained. The shock and disbelief came from the fact that they simply could not comprehend how the alliance had achieved such a decisive victory. The power disparity between the two sides wasn't a matter of 4 versus 6 inches or 3 versus 7 inches. It was an outright two-tier difference, incomparable on the same scale. How could this result in victory? How did they manage to win? And this wasn't just a minor victory or forcing the enemy to retreat. It was an indisputable, annihilating triumph. It was outright inconceivable. The ecstasy stemmed from the fact that, with the annihilation of the Alfonso fleet, the situation suddenly opened wide. At present, the focus of their discussions was on the coordinated strategy for the North, West, and South lines. If they could establish and enhance communication and collaboration between these fronts, they could exert even greater pressure on the Iron Armor, propelling them further toward victory. At that moment, the Supreme Council's doorbell rang. A guard entered to report that His Excellency Gallaraldo, the Military Affairs Department chief, requested an urgent audience. Gallaraldo was not a Grand High Lord and was thus unauthorized to participate in the Supreme Council's highest-level meetings. Still, given the claim of an urgent matter, after some deliberation, they allowed him to enter and report. The grand and imposing doors of the council chamber swung open as Gallaraldo strode inside, exuding an air as though he belonged there by right. Holding aloft a parchment, he shouted, "Urgent report from the eastern frontier's western front. Phoenix defeated. Our front lines have collapsed." Gallaraldo's declaration in the sacred Supreme Council Hall stunned everyone. The High Lords sat in their seats, their expressions varied. Some were solemn, some clenched their teeth, some leaned forward uncontrollably. "Explain carefully, I need to know the details." The question came from the Imperial Prime Minister, Siebert. Regardless of his mood, Gallaraldo's expression was at least serious. He recounted the intelligence in its entirety. Among the 3 battlegrounds of the Iron Armor War, if ranked by importance, the order would undoubtedly be West, North, South. The sudden involvement of the Alfonso fleet in the war caused the strategic importance of the Southern Front to surge abruptly. But even so, it at most equaled the significance of the Northern Front. Both of these fronts still paled in comparison to the Western Front. As for the Southern Line alliance, let's set that aside for now. The Northern Line appears to be bustling with activity. With the 2 fledgling battle groups Infinite and Bat, and the Black Cross Legion also participating. Other battle groups sent forces as well. After being initially obstructed by the insect race, help arrived from the Extraplanar Tribunal, with the special battle group Silver Watch joining the fray. However, in reality, the most critical pillars, Infinite and Bat, each sent only 1 company, totaling just 200 troops. The Black Cross Legion contributed more forces, a complete flotilla led by Marshal Mathieu Leroy, consisting of 1,000 Black Cross warriors forming the backbone of the defense. Still, the combined total was only about 1,200. Other battle groups, including Silver Watch, contributed a combined force of just 500 interstellar warriors. No one committed their entire strength, they merely sent reinforcements. Beyond deploying Silver Watch, the Extraplanar Tribunal provided only minimal numbers. After all, they had numerous other alien threats to address. In practice, the main carrier of conventional Imperial Navy and Imperial Star Realm Army forces still relied on the support behind the Northern Line, the star-devouring cosmos. A single cosmic domain's strength, is it sufficient? Not quite. The star-devouring cosmos is one of the 2 richest and most expansive cosmic domains in the Imperial North border. However, like every other domain, they also grapple with their own internal issues. Within the star-devouring cosmos exists a rebel force spanning 2 star domains, unresolved for a long time. This faction, worshipping chaos, indulges in wanton pleasure while possessing a uniquely enticing influence that has continually vexed the space domain government. Several large-scale anti-rebellion campaigns have not only failed to resolve the issue but have led to units succumbing to corruption and defecting. Uprisings frequently emerge across nearby worlds as well. If it weren't for the Iron Armor offensive already reaching the neighboring Spiderweb domain, located directly north of the star-devouring cosmos, they wouldn't have been providing such intensified troop, material, and fleet support to descend southward into the conflict. But even then, constrained by internal turmoil, they still cannot fully commit to descending south en masse for the war effort. Unless fledgling groups like Infinite and Bad dedicate greater determination and send more manpower, or the Black Cross Legion summons another flotilla. Otherwise, there's little hope of significant change on the Northern Line battlefield. In contrast, the Western Front is entirely different. Phoenix has summoned several subgroups to join the war, and with incremental reinforcements, the core force of this group has reached a total of 700 warriors. Even Black Feather and Devil Bird, two other battle groups, have mobilized their full forces. Although not at full strength, together they amount to 1,600 troops. Adding the support from a total of 7 subgroups, each contributing 2 to 4 companies, the forces of interstellar warriors engaged on the Western Front exceed 4,500. Crucially, the Heretic Tribunal, one of the 3 major tribunals, is the angriest of all. They have been steadily reinforcing, deploying at least 20,000 battle nuns from the Blood Rose Order to the battlefield. In addition, they've brought allied fleets and battle nuns from national church congregations. Altogether, the battle nuns of various convents exceed 30,000 in number. Adding elite tribunal stormtroopers and judges into the mix, the Heretic Tribunal has committed significant forces to subdue what is potentially the Empire's largest internal rebellion in nearly a millennium. In reality, the core forces of the Iron Armor Battle Group are also concentrated in the west, fully countering the joint offensive from Phoenix and the Heretic Tribunal on the Western Front. Not only countering but even pushing back, the Western Front is indeed Iron Armor's primary line of assault. Moreover, Phoenix's leader, Su Lai, has steadily increased his forces over time. They didn't start with this many troops. At one point, the Empire even suffered the humiliation of being pushed out from Spiderweb Domain by Iron Armor forces, retreating all the way to Magree Cosmic Domain. Only after reinforcements from various fronts arrived and the Alliance launched a southern offensive did Phoenix regain its footing and begin to counterattack. Recently, Phoenix has successfully fought its way back into the Spiderweb Domain. Though progress is slow, it's steady and calculated. This favorable situation is what led the venerable Lords of Holy Terra to consider strategies for connecting the 3 fronts, enabling mutual aid, coordinated operations, or even shifting manpower to alter the primary offensive direction. But now, Phoenix has collapsed. The collapse itself wasn't overly complicated. The opposing Iron Armor forces suddenly concentrated their strength and launched a ferocious assault. In a naval battle, over 20 massive warships engaged Su Lai's fleet in an intense clash. Su Lai had no intention of a decisive engagement and, recognizing the overwhelming aggression of the enemy, opted for a strategy of fighting a retreating battle, focusing on delay and dispatching smaller units to disrupt Iron Armor's rear and flanks. Such a concentrated deployment of forces by Iron Armor inevitably meant they were diverting strength from other areas. This strategy theoretically had the potential to unravel Iron Armor's ferocious offensive. However, this time things turned out differently. Iron Armor brought in the Bedrock Shield and launched particularly brutal boarding actions. Additionally, among the enemy ranks appeared some very peculiar adversaries. These individuals seemed to be ordinary mortal army troops accompanying interstellar warriors in boarding actions. Yet their physical capabilities far exceeded those of regular mortals, and they looked distinctly different from normal humans. Precisely how they differed remains unknown due to the lack of further intelligence. Following the battle, Phoenix's flagship, the Phoenix Crown Feathers, Queen of Glory battleship, vanished. The loss of this ship, a vessel no longer within humanity's capacity to construct, personally designed by the Emperor and painstakingly crafted by Mars, led directly to the collapse of the Western Front. Numerous ships were destroyed, survivors scattered and fled. Trailing behind, the transport fleets were forced to hastily unload troops and supplies onto planetary surfaces before making a desperate escape. After the brutal engagement, with intelligence from the front lines scarce, the enemy's losses remain hard to estimate. However, they are presumably significant. In their retreat to regroup, the Imperial forces lost battle group leader Su Lai and the Queen of Glory battleship. The remaining Phoenix warriors numbered just 200, now commanded by a company leader. Other battle groups combined probably still have around 1,000 soldiers regrouped. The battle nuns suffered even greater losses, with over 10,000 killed or missing. Of the remaining 20,000, only 10,000 have regrouped at the rear lines. The remaining battle nuns and an estimated 1,000 interstellar warriors are dispersed across planetary surfaces with uncertain futures. The news brought by Galleraldo plunged the entire council chamber into silence. The high-ranking lords remained silent, they were all deep in thought. The collapse of the Western Front and the disappearance of the Phoenix along with battle group leader Su Lai was undoubtedly a massive shock. However, the High Lords quickly recovered from their initial astonishment. What they needed to contemplate now was what the Empire should do next. The impact of the Western Front's collapse was immense. It was the primary battlefield among the three fronts. Before Galleraldo arrived to report on the Western Front's situation, the meeting had been discussing how to break through the three fronts and focus the attack on Ironclad. Well, there's no need to discuss that anymore. The primary assault force is gone. Now, the real question is, what should be done after the Phoenix is gone and the Western Front has collapsed? The extent of Ironclad's losses is unknown at this point, and current assessments suggest they are considerable. However, without more concrete data, it's impossible to ascertain whether Ironclad still retains offensive capabilities. Preparing for the worst, assuming Ironclad still has the ability to launch attacks, the Western Front's collapse will lead to a dire situation. If Ironclad pushes further westward, the entire Magree cosmic domain will be left completely exposed. If they shift their focus north or south, heading south might be a slightly better scenario, as the Alliance may have a chance at repelling the enemy. However, if they head north to merge with the void insect species, Marshal LaRue won't be able to hold them and will have no choice but to retreat. Previously, people didn't take this possibility too seriously. Could the void insect species, known for being poor candidates for negotiation, really merge forces that easily? But snippets of information from the Western Front's collapse have sparked speculation among the Council, even though none dared to openly state it. Could it be that Ironclad has aligned itself with the insect race? The idea seems preposterous. What benefit could possibly come from siding with the insect race? The insect race and chaos traders aren't the same. Those who pledge allegiance to chaos may become warped and corrupted, but they might find joy in their transformation, gaining power and even ascending to higher positions. The Empire's sealed archives contain records of interstellar warriors and mortals rising to the status of demon leaders. Researchers term this phenomenon demonic ascension, where once great human heroes fall and transform into demon princes. From this perspective, pledging allegiance to chaos, though depraved and grotesque, at least offers room for advancement. As for the insect race, what room for advancement could they offer? The insect race merely devours everything. Pledging allegiance to them would only lead to being consumed, wouldn't it? Who would willingly do that? Wait, actually, in this world, things like that do exist. Corrupted individuals by the insect race are often the result of drifting insect larvae parasitizing mortals, creating new species. These individuals tend to hide within human society, taking forms like religious cults or underground gangs entrenched in the lower nest capitals and slums. They spread their infection everywhere, whether through physical parasitism by insect larvae or through ideological manipulation, gradually growing until they are capable of overthrowing governments, or at least sparking major unrest. When their activities on a planet grow increasingly rampant, one day, an unstoppable army of the insect race will descend upon that world and devour it entirely. From this perspective, Ironclad appears to fit this pattern. Yet many mysteries remain unsolved. Past records don't mention interstellar warriors being infected. If Ironclad's ruling class is truly infected, wouldn't these ravenous creatures, governed purely by their primal instinct to consume, be unable to resist gorging themselves? Currently, they are essentially in control of an entire cosmos domain. After some contemplation, people couldn't help but speak up. They must pay greater attention to the developments in the Eastern Territories. Some proposed it was time to form an expeditionary force departing from the Sun Zhou domain, utilizing the Empire's core might to suppress the rebellion before it worsens further. Others suggested that the tribunal and assassin court needed to get to work, not necessarily to assassinate Humphrey Paulo, but at the very least to gather intelligence and uncover what truly transpired in the Princess Star domain. During the discussion, someone noticed that Galleraldo remained present. Minister of Justice O'Juran spoke curtly, "Please have Prime Minister Galleraldo leave. The Supreme Council session must continue." His tone was lofty, even tinged with a hint of disdain. They had once been allies, part of the same political faction. O'Juran had even been Galleraldo's superior during the latter's early days, When Galleraldo fled to Holy Terra and sold out his old colleagues within the Apostle of War faction, Ojuran had been the one who received him. It was Ojuran who had brought him into his faction, helped him establish his footing, and allowed him to grow his wings. But once the wings were sturdy enough, they were bound to fly away. Could Galleraldo ever settle for mediocrity? Clearly not. Especially since he had a close brother stationed on the southern front. When the alliance initially refrained from entering the war, it was Galleraldo who shielded Gu Hang from pressure in Holy Terra. For this, he often argued with Ojuran. At first, these were mere attempts to deflect and stall. But when stalling was no longer possible, heated disputes erupted, sparking an increasingly apparent split within their faction. Galleraldo was no slacker. To Ojuran's surprise, who had always assumed he wielded final control over his subordinates, many chose to side with Galleraldo after the fallout. A Prime Minister of Military Affairs, even without a Supreme Council seat, remains one of the top officials in the Central Empire and has the clout to gather a cohort of marginalized and overlooked members within his political faction and unite them. Ojuran had initially believed that, after Galleraldo's betrayal, he could easily oust him from his position as Prime Minister of Military Affairs. After all, in his view, Galleraldo's rise had been entirely dependent on him. Surely, he could just as easily bring him down. Yet, with the alliance launching proactive offensives and achieving stunning victories in the Proud Claw Cosmos domain, Ojuran soon realized that Galleraldo would not be easy to deal with. In the Supreme Council, Ojuran's attacks on Galleraldo unexpectedly drew criticism from Prime Minister Chi Bodu. This jolted Ojuran into understanding that he could not remove Galleraldo. On one hand, battlefield victories under Gu Hang's command bolstered Galleraldo's prestige as Prime Minister of Military Affairs. On the other hand, he was now clinging to the Prime Minister's favor, a connection far stronger and more influential than Ojuran himself. Their relationship had officially soured. Thus it was only natural for Ojuran, laced with contempt, to demand Galleraldo's departure now. Moreover, Ojuran wasn't entirely wrong. Galleraldo did lack the authority to participate in Supreme Council deliberations. But Galleraldo remained unfazed, smiling as he met Ojuran's gaze. As expected, someone spoke up. Let the Prime Minister of Military Affairs stay. The final results of our discussion will need to be communicated to him for execution, so there's no need for unnecessary repetition. Thank you for your generosity, Prime Minister. Before Ojuran could respond, Galleraldo bowed slightly and expressed his gratitude. Then, lifting his head, he smiled and spoke, "Incidentally, I do have one matter I wish to raise in this assembly. I intend to impeach Minister of Justice Ojuran. I possess evidence of Minister Ojuran's misconduct and corruption, and I solemnly accuse him of being responsible for the collapse of the Western Front." Ojuran's face turned extremely grim. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is no place for your words. Guards, throw him out." Inside the conference hall stood loyal secret guards. According to the rules, they were supposed to obey the High Lords. Prime Minister Ojuran belonged to the High Lords, and if he ordered the removal of a non-High Lord, even if that person was the Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department, their compliance was expected. But there wasn't just one High Lord present. The guards exchanged glances, none willing to act first. They were somewhat conflicted, their eyes drifting toward the seats of the High Lords. This wasn't the first time Ojuran had tried to eject Galleraldo. Previously, Ojuran had demanded Galleraldo leave, but wasn't it the Prime Minister who had interjected to let him stay? Maybe this was the Prime Minister's position again? As for the internal power struggles between the High Lords, we mere guards best not meddle. Better to wait until the top-tier figures offer clear instructions, then act. As for who specifically to toss out when the time comes, that would depend on the orders then. These guards, with years of experience, deeply understood one rule. In the Empire's highest chamber of authority, any kind of situation could change in the blink of an eye. Don't draw conclusions prematurely. At the very least, for guards like them, understanding the dynamics was impossible. Waiting for cues was their best course. For now, only Ojuran had spoken. The guards decided to hesitate for about a dozen seconds. If no one else spoke during that time, they would assume everyone tacitly agreed with Prime Minister Ojuran's stance, and then they would act. Ojuran understood the nuances as well. He took deep, heavy breaths and waited. Galleraldo, however, didn't hesitate. 10 seconds was plenty of time to say a great deal. Calling out O'Juren's violations of laws and protocols didn't hold much weight. The High Lords wouldn't care about such trivialities. Those violations of laws and protocols would serve as evidence for public exposure when O'Juren steps down someday, but they wouldn't be the actual reason for his downfall. If one wanted to speak, they had to bring up something truly explosive, something that impacted all, or at least the majority, of High Lords' interests. Furthermore, they had to demonstrate their own value. Galleraldo needed to show the High Lords that overthrowing O'Juren required no effort on their part. He would handle everything if they simply lent their support. Of course, there had to be benefits involved. Galleraldo cleared his throat and said, "My colleagues in the Military Affairs Department and I have reached an agreement and presented suggestions regarding the Western Front. A solar fleet and a Mars fleet were supposed to depart, but Prime Minister O'Juren's orders obstructed their deployment." As he spoke, Galleraldo could already hear footsteps behind him. The guards were approaching. At that very moment, Prime Minister Chibodu spoke up. "Let him finish. As High Lords, we must be able to endure all forms of scrutiny." The guards came to a halt. Now, among the speaking High Lords, the count stood at a tie. 1 versus 1. And the one advocating not to drag Galleraldo away was none other than the Prime Minister. Under such circumstances, rash action was no longer an option. The guards breathed a sigh of relief. It was now up to the power players to argue out a resolution. Galleraldo, too, felt a wave of reassurance. His seemingly straightforward words actually revealed a significant matter. The Military Affairs Department had been fully consolidated under his control. He was no longer the puppet placed there several years ago. For this, Ji Yuheng's victories deserved recognition. Without them, Galleraldo wouldn't have been able to establish his credibility. Conversely, O'Juren's face grew even darker. At this point, he could basically confirm that Galleraldo wasn't suddenly betraying him in this meeting to take him down, but rather that this was orchestrated with Prime Minister Chibodu's involvement. "Chibodu wants me gone? Why? Do we have some kind of enmity? Or has Galleraldo made him some kind of promise, agreeing to align with the Prime Minister afterward? The Prime Minister wants greater centralization of authority, to make the Supreme Council voice only his own? If Galleraldo aligns with him and, as Prime Minister of Military Affairs, replaces me as a High Lord, then combined with the Department of Taxation and Administration seats, along with Chibodu's own, that makes 4 seats. The great mentor of the Assassin Court, Clement, came into power years ago with contributions from both my faction and the Prime Minister's. Including him, that makes 5. 5 seats out of 13 High Lords. It undoubtedly constitutes the strongest faction. How would the other High Lords react? They wouldn't agree to this, would they? Who could be persuaded? In a fleeting moment, O'Juren's mind raced with countless thoughts. He was overwhelmed with ideas and analyses, his mind slightly muddled, rendering him momentarily speechless. He knew he couldn't speak recklessly. A single misspoken word could cost him dearly. But Galleraldo wasn't about to stay silent. On the contrary, he seemed emboldened by encouragement, picking up speed as he continued. "This is a document bearing the signatures of the Legal Department's Deputy Prime Minister, the Second Secretary General, the Military Affairs Department's Deputy Prime Minister, the First Secretary General, the Department of Taxation's Second Secretary General." He rattled off multiple positions as he produced a long scroll, a document signed by numerous individuals, detailing the full account of this matter. Fleet reorganization, operational progress, the Military Affairs Department's coordination efforts, all undertaken to execute the Supreme Council's decision and bolster the Western Front campaign. According to our estimates, the Solar Fleet could mobilize at least 3 Retribution-class battleships. Mars is prepared to deploy over 10 Dragon Snake-class battleship cruisers. This combined force could have coordinated with a legal department fleet to reinforce the Western Front. If executed, with elite reinforcements on the Western battlefield, battle group leader Su Lai likely wouldn't have lost the decisive battle. However, Prime Minister O'Juren's delays have caused the fleet to still be unable to depart. If anyone on Holy Terra must bear responsibility for this failure, it has to be O'Juren. "Nonsense," O'Juren growled, knowing he could no longer remain silent. He had to defend himself. Preparing the fleet isn't as simple as you think. The Navy, Mars, and the Legal Department, 3 entirely independent forces, require an immense amount of coordination, Is deploying the fleet all that's needed? The accompanying forces are equally crucial. Yet negotiations with the Star Realm Army remain incomplete, and the legal department hasn't been able to gather sufficient accompanying units. Not to mention, the commander of the United Fleet has yet to be confirmed. Mid-defense, he abruptly stopped speaking. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Was he really defending himself? Of course he was. Providing a support fleet and reinforcing the Western Front was a decision discussed in the Supreme Council. Who wouldn't execute it? But matters like troop assembly, hierarchical relations, determining who contributes the most, and who will command the fleet, aren't these critical issues. Bringing together forces from diverse origins meant facing various problems, just as O'Juran himself had mentioned. This wasn't his fault. Or at least, not entirely his fault. Yet, such a defense was inappropriate at this moment. The current Supreme Council had 3 others present, 2 Grand Marshals from the Imperial Navy and Star Realm Army, and the Mars representative. When combining 3 fleets and requiring accompanying forces from the Star Realm Army, conflicts and disputes were all but inevitable. To be fair, the slow troop assembly and delayed departure meant that despite Sulai's urgent, relentless calls for aid, the reinforcements failed to arrive in time. The primary responsibility likely lay with the imperial system itself. Secondarily, it was the 4 sides, Navy, Legal Department, Mars, and Star Realm Army, mutually hindering and blaming each other, with their accountability roughly equal. And frankly, didn't the Military Affairs Department, tasked with integrating these forces, bear any responsibility? Everyone held some blame, but should this really be said now? Shifting blame might seem acceptable for now, but pushing it onto 2 opposing factions would create major problems. The Prime Minister's intent to oust him meant O'Juran would need to rely on those High Lords not aligned with the Prime Minister to stand up for him. What he should have done was stoke their apprehensions toward the Prime Minister rather than trying to absolve himself by throwing mud on the other 2 factions. But the words had been spoken. What now? He abruptly switched gears, intending to change his argument, but one of the rarely vocal High Lords finally spoke. The speaker was Jean Rousseau, a battlegroup champion from the Death Angel battlegroup, representing Grand Instructor Air Ganglung and acting on his behalf in High Lord duties. Grand Instructor Air Ganglung is deeply concerned about the Western campaign. Battlegroup leader Sulai's whereabouts and the fate of the Phoenix weigh heavily on all battlegroups, regardless of their lineage. The sluggish response from the Central Empire caused what should have been swift reinforcements to fail in arriving on time, leading to the defeat of the Lord of the Phoenix. This is something no battlegroup can accept. Someone must take responsibility for this. Galleraldo's smile grew more radiant. Jean Rousseau's remarks appeared to broadly assign blame, merely expressing dissatisfaction as a representative of the interstellar warriors and showing sympathy for the Phoenix's plight. Yet, in truth, they served as a masterful maneuver. If someone had to bear responsibility, then who? The Navy? The Star Realm Army? Mars? That was obviously impossible. These 3 High Lords would never accept the blame. The overall discontent of the interstellar warriors might be exaggerated, but the fallout was inevitable. The Phoenix was a battle group of great renown and historical significance. Their plight due to delayed reinforcements was bound to infuriate those who learned of it. No one wanted to be the target of the interstellar warriors' grievances. Conveniently, wasn't there a ready scapegoat available in Prime Minister O'Juran, a High Lord already under fire? The Prime Minister aimed to bring him down. His faction faced serious internal issues, not just dealing with Galleraldo as a turncoat, but the fact that many signatures on the accusatory documents came from individuals originally aligned with O'Juran. Facing external attacks, internal discord, and the dissatisfaction of the interstellar warriors, combined with the Navy, Star Realm Army, and Mars deflecting responsibility, the factors added up to an overwhelmingly dire situation for O'Juran. The arguments and chaos at the meeting would not end easily, but once the Navy, Star Realm Army, and Mars representative, the 3 High Lords, voiced statements like, "The slow reinforcements integration isn't our fault but due to other reasons," the votes O'Juran could secure were dangerously compromised. He had no choice but to personally engage in verbal sparring with Galleraldo. Prime Minister Zebert and his allies, the Taxation Minister and Administrative Minister, remained silent. Galleraldo, as their stand-in, wielded their backing to launch eloquent and aggressive attacks with the ferocity of a fighting rooster. Both men were skilled orators. While Galleraldo spoke sharply, Ojuran was no less adept. But verbal equality only signified utter defeat for Ojuran. A High Lord sparring with a non-High Lord in the council chamber demonstrated a significant lack of decorum and amplified his decline. Ultimately, the meeting progressed to a vote. The topic was the motion proposed by Interstellar Warriors representative Jean Rousseau. Who should bear responsibility for the failed reinforcements? Although the extent of the penalty wasn't specified, the implications were clear. Galleraldo had neither voting rights nor observer privileges. He was escorted out of the room. He left triumphantly, like a victorious rooster. Do you know what the final outcome was? You definitely won, Gu Hang asserted straightforwardly. Ha ha ha. Galleraldo burst into laughter. That's right, I won. From now on, you should address me as High Lord Galleraldo. Salutations to High Lord Galleraldo. Gu Hang obliged his friend. 13 days had passed since that meeting. The result was sealed then. The Supreme Council passed the motion with 7 votes in favor, 3 abstentions and 3 against, holding Ojuran accountable for the delays in the United Fleet's deployment, which led to insufficient reinforcements. It was confirmed that Ojuran, as Minister of Justice, delayed and pursued personal interests when mobilizing the Judicial Department fleet and accompanying forces, causing the United Fleet's failure to unite promptly. No immediate decisions were made at the meeting, but subsequent outcomes were set in motion as mere formalities. A series of scandals under Ojuran's tenure surfaced, accumulating into damning evidence. Ojuran attempted to resist but was soon subdued. Through a series of political negotiations, Ojuran conceded, opting for a dignified exit. In a second Supreme Council vote, the results were 9 votes in favor, 4 abstentions, and 0 against, confirming Ojuran's removal from his High Lord seat in his position as Minister of Justice. Ojuran participated in the vote and abstained. Subsequently, a third vote passed with 6 votes in favor, 3 abstentions, and 4 against, narrowly approving Galleraldo's elevation to High Lord through his appointment as Minister of Military Affairs. Thus, the political faction once led by Ojuran within the Central Empire collapsed. The disjointed political influence was divided, half assimilated under Galleraldo as he joined Prime Minister Zebert's faction, and the remainder was fragmented among various parties. After his confirmation, an elated Galleraldo immediately contacted his confidant, Gu Hang, via Stellar Communications to share the good news. Galleraldo became one of the High Lords, stepping into the Empire's highest decision-making body. This was undoubtedly a matter of great joy for Gu Hang. Although, during his last trip to Holy Terra, Gu Hang had already sensed that the seed of spiritual energy he had planted in this close friend had disappeared. He was more inclined to believe that the seed had been naturally absorbed. Originally subtle and existing merely to exert some influence, the seed had now completely become a part of Galleraldo's personality. There were both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage lay in the absence of the coercive force formed by spiritual energy. If the relationship was not carefully maintained, there was a possibility of the two turning against each other. The advantage lay in the elimination of any further risks. If no one had discovered it by now, then in the future, no one could claim that Galleraldo had ever been controlled by Gu Hang. Gu Hang preferred the current state of affairs. He was also not worried about falling out with Galleraldo. At least not in the short term. On the contrary, their relationship was growing ever closer. Personal ties aside, what mattered more was the highly intertwined nature of their political alliance. Mutual prosperity, mutual destruction. Galleraldo's ascendancy brought tremendous benefits to Gu Hang, especially when coupled with his position as Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department. What does the Military Affairs Department manage? Military logistics, army development, the drafting and execution of military plans. Except for directly commanding troops in battle, their responsibilities almost encompass all military operations of the empire. Of course, while their scope of authority is vast, they also face significant checks and balances. For example, the relatively independent Star Realm Army and the Imperial Navy, as well as the highly autonomous warhosts, impose significant limitations on troop deployment and command orders. For example, the Department of Taxation controls budget allocations and spending, requiring approvals for funding. Yet, despite these numerous restrictions, it remains a powerful department with substantial real authority. Allocating more Star Realm Army and Imperial Navy quotas to the Alliance can carve out significant military budgets from the Imperial tax. These forces, upgraded to Star Realm Army and Navy status, can not only be used for local defense but also deployed offensively across various star domains and cosmos domains, intervening in regional military affairs as Gu Hang sees fit, as long as he could maneuver directives through the Military Affairs Department. This renders such operations perfectly legitimate. Furthermore, Galaraldo's role as a High Lord and his political influence on Holy Terra provided strong legitimacy for Gu Hang's alliance regime. Without a powerful political spokesperson embedded within the central government, a regional political entity like the Alliance, spanning multiple star domains and potentially surpassing cosmos domains in the future, could not survive. It would inevitably be met with suspicion and obliteration from the Empire's central authorities. Take, for example, Ironwrath Peak's retaliation after former Military Affairs Department Prime Minister Norberto's downfall. And Gu Hang was equally critical to Galaraldo. His support for the Southern Line battlefield had finally paid off. From the moment Galaraldo assumed office, he was under immense pressure. His position was precarious and unstable, at times teetering on collapse, even leading to tension with Ojuran over the Alliance's offensive timing. But as the Alliance surged triumphantly through the Proud Claw cosmos, the political pressure on Galaraldo began to ease significantly. Although the campaign had not achieved any decisive victories, the continuous advancement of the front lines was morale-boosting in and of itself, helping Galaraldo consolidate his support within the Military Affairs Department. Without this, he wouldn't just have lost his bid for High Lord, he wouldn't even have retained his post. The internal unrest alone would have overwhelmed him, let alone any attempt to cozy up to the Prime Minister. And did anyone think cozying up to the Prime Minister was easy? When reports of the Alfonso fleet's annihilation came in and were confirmed, his prestige peaked. He no longer needed to cozy up to Zebert. Instead, Zebert was now the one trying to win him over. This made him fully grasp a crucial truth. The Alliance's victory was his victory, and the reputation earned by the Alliance was his reputation. The two were now bound by an overwhelmingly strong alignment of interests, far more reliable than any manipulation through spiritual energy. After all, powerful mental control is easily discovered, while weaker control is readily broken. Should either of these scenarios occur, it would result in a complete rupture, a mutual hatred that leaves no room for compromise. Such acts of political treachery were taboo in imperial governance and would provoke disdain and hostility from the entire empire's factions. By contrast, a closely knit alliance avoids these pitfalls. While there's still a risk of the alliance fracturing due to conflicting interests, the fallout remains significantly milder compared to mental manipulation. Gu Hang was deeply satisfied with the nature of their current relationship. The conversation then shifted to frontline warfare. When this topic arose, cheerful banter naturally came to an end. Certainly, the collapse of the Western Front gave Galaraldo an opportunity to seize, leading to Ojuran's downfall. This not only dealt with a political adversary but also garnered him a seat among the High Lords. However, no matter how one looked at it, it was merely profiting amidst chaos. The collapse of the military campaign itself was an unchanging reality. Viewing the issue from the broader perspective of the Empire, then focusing on the Southern Line and the Alliance, the ramifications remained significant. Gu Hang remarked that he would send personnel to the Western Front to try and uncover what had truly happened and assess the current situation. Simultaneously, the Alliance had to prepare for the enormous challenges this would bring. The current date was February in the year 10,328, exactly 8 years since the Princess's Rebellion had erupted. 2.5 years had passed since the Alliance formally entered the war. Gu Hang originally planned to wait for another year and a half before continuing his offensive. The reason for this timing was due to the shipbuilding cycle. The ships obtained from the Alfonso fleet had, for the most part, been repaired, and the relevant crew had quickly been positioned under Gu Hang's supervision. The combat prowess of the Alliance Navy had already improved significantly. But it was still not enough. In another year and a half, a new shipbuilding cycle for the Alliance would be completed. By then, the Alliance would directly acquire 4 battleship cruisers, 1 Zug-class, and 1 Retribution-class ship. With the addition of these 6 giant ships, the strength of the Alliance fleet would become even more formidable. By that time, a total of 16 giant ships would form a force that could not be ignored. With the addition of Ji Yuhang's spiritual energy, the alliance might even have a chance against the main warships of the ironclads. Under such circumstances, Ji Yuhang was reluctant to go to war prematurely. He originally planned to use the Proud Claw Cosmos as the battleground. If the ironclad's main force were to head south, they would be stalled here. He would stall for a year and a half until the fleet was more fully formed before fighting desperately. However, things did not go as planned. Ji Yuhang had to accept the sudden shift in the strategic situation. But this situation was not necessarily so dire. Would the ironclads really commit fully to a southern advance? Not necessarily. However, Galleraldo also raised the question, could the alliance take the initiative to strike? After all, compared to the threat of the ironclad's main force moving south, the Central Empire was most concerned about them pushing relentlessly westward. The Empire had almost no sufficiently strong defensive forces left in the Magri cosmic domain. If the military strength the ironclads retained was considerable and the losses during their previous fierce battle with the Phoenix were not too severe, they would likely replicate their early-stage war results in the spiderweb domain within the Magri starfield. The Blitzkrieg, that fiery posture of invasion, was terrifying. One must know that when the ironclads initiated their rebellion, they took just 10 months to breach the spiderweb domain completely. In fact, according to the star map, they could directly break into the 9 major star domains of the Imperial Central Territory. This is a consequence of the segmentation of the star map. 2 connected worlds on the star map must be linked by a star realm tunnel. Based on this foundation, star sectors are divided, and then star domains are divided based on star sectors. A star domain is formed when hundreds of worlds group together, generally with only 1 to 3 channels connecting different star domains in those clusters. This means that each star domain is a relatively isolated cluster of stars. Up to this point, it is relatively intuitive. Though there are no concepts of the cardinal directions in the universe, they do exist on the star map. Holy Terra is the center, and the 4 star realm tunnels extending from the solar system are divided into north, south, east, and west, evolving step by step. From these 4 directions, according to this rule, and dividing continuously, the 4 star domains nearest the Sun-Jo domain are formed. Adding the adjacent star domains of these 4, along with the Sun-Jo domain itself, form the 9 major star domains of the Central Territory. These 9 star domains, which constitute the Central Territory, represent the Empire's most core ruling area. Beyond the 9 central star domains, all other star domains are called border star domains. The division rule for border star domains does not adhere strictly to the proximity principle. Beyond ensuring that the star sectors within a star domain are interconnected, it ensures interconnectedness between star domains. Every star domain has at least one planet with a direct connection to one of the 9 major star domains of the Central Territory. The intent behind such a division is to ensure that travel from Holy Terra to any star domain does not exceed crossing 4 star domains, keeping the journey within 2 years and strengthening the Central Empire's control over its borders as much as possible. This has indeed achieved an effect. However, put another way, from any border star domain, it is possible to directly strike into the central star domain. The 13 border star domains of the Imperial's eastern frontier connect to the Central Territory via the Skywatch starfield. One reason the Western Front Line is the main battlefield, aside from the Lord of the Phoenix's base in the Magri cosmic domain being west of the Spiderweb domain, is their control of Shockstone Star, which is connected to the Skywatch starfield's embroidered stone star. The lords on Holy Terra are now most fearful of the ironclads capturing Shockstone Star and then breaking into the Skywatch starfield. That would be an earth-shattering event. Are they afraid of the ironclads moving south? No, they are scared the ironclads might not move south. At this point, testing Ji Yuhang to take the initiative is a hope for him to show a stronger presence, to reveal his sword, warning Humphrey Paulo of the consequences if he dares to enter the Central Territory. But after contemplating the situation, Ji Yuhang decided to brush off the idea. Of course, this doesn't mean brushing off Galleraldo. He remained very honest and open with his friend. The ironclads have the power to break into the Skywatch starfield. But do they have the power to enter the Sun-Jo domain? Can they reach Holy Terra? Galleraldo paused and shook his head hesitantly. Indeed, it was not very realistic. Would they really dare to provoke the Central Empire to such an extent? Affairs of the border star domains remain confined to those borders. Breaking into the Skywatch starfield would directly threaten various powerful factions, and they would not remain silent. On one hand, the defensive facilities along the way are complete, making any advance arduous. On the other hand, if the Central Empire anxiously called for loyalty to the king, there would be ample power rallying together. The Empire claims to be fighting and deploying forces everywhere, making military resources tense across different areas. But with such a massive scale, insistent extraction would undoubtedly yield sufficient troops. So it works, no need to worry so much, Ji Hang said. Drawing Humphrey Paulo's attention onto us brings no benefit, and without achieving victory, there would be no profit for us. On the contrary, if ironclads entered the Skywatch starfield, so what? They cannot genuinely affect Holy Terra, nor shake the Central Empire's rule, but they can significantly intimidate the lords of the Central Empire, sowing fear and unease in their hearts. The more it is so, the more precious our victory will appear. There is already someone responsible for the collapse on the Western Line, no need to worry about this matter falling on us. The reason the Alliance cannot take the initiative to strike is also very realistic. If we recklessly deploy without sufficient power and meet our defeat, what would then be the situation? Hearing this, Galleraldo indeed considered his words. By then, around the entire spiderweb domain, with the Northern Line Group unable to free themselves from the insect race, no military force capable of counterbalancing the ironclad's main force would remain. The trouble would become even greater. For a High Lord who has secured his position through the exploits of the Alliance, and potentially moved to even greater heights, it would mean a true doomsday. Becoming a High Lord does not mean resting easily. Considering all aspects, he replied, "You're right, we indeed cannot act recklessly." Then the two discussed the support and supply the Southern Line battlefield should receive. In this regard, Galleraldo assured with his chest high. In the coming 2 years, the Alliance will not only continue to be exempt from imperial tax in controlled areas but will also receive a total of 500 billion in military aid. This aid will include troops, weapons, ships, energy, materials, almost every category. Funds will partly come from Holy Terra, partly from other star sectors of the Eastern Cosmos domain, and even the adjacent Adon starfield will have to make sacrifices under the Central Empire's mandate. Ji Hang expressed basic satisfaction with this figure. Receiving 2.5 billion annually in aid was more than the Alliance's yearly fiscal revenue. And Galleraldo would receive even stronger support from the Alliance. Some would earn money, some would seize power, some would develop. Everyone had a bright future. After ending the call with Galleraldo, Ji Hang essentially confirmed the strategy going forward. If Iron Armor wants to continue their offensive, let them proceed. No matter where they go, as long as they stay away from the south, Ji Hang was determined to hold out for another year and a half until the ships were ready. Oh, even if they head south, the Alliance's strategy remains the same: delay until the ships are finished. Of course, there are risks here too. As time progresses, Ji Hang will grow stronger, but isn't it possible that Iron Armor will too? The Alfonso sect may have lost one of their main fleets, but they're not dead yet. As a branch of the sect of mechanics, their greatest strength is never their combat ability, but their manufacturing capacity. After a year and a half, the Alliance might acquire 6 new gigantic ships, but Iron Armor or Alfonso could likely grow stronger too, gaining new ships to replenish their ranks. Nevertheless, after careful deliberation, Ji Hang decided to proceed with this plan. He didn't believe that the Iron Armor Alfonso coalition could strengthen themselves faster than he could. The Alliance's shipbuilding industry can push shipbuilding cycles to such an intensive pace not only due to military aid from the Empire, and the various shipbuilding-related materials Ji Hang specifically requested, but also a critical factor: the black box system. It's not just that the black box system can directly produce some high-difficulty core components with lengthy construction cycles. It's also that the Alliance's shipyards are equipped with mother machine black box technology, which has led to the production of crucial facilities for assembling ship components. Whether it's direct output from the black box or production lines derived from it, it ensures rapid, high-quality, and stable production. These advantages are things neither the Alfonso sect nor Iron Armor Battle Group controlled worlds possess. Under the same objective conditions, the ships built by the Iron Armor Alfonso coalition would only be slower compared to the Alliance. Moreover, the conditions aren't even equal right now. While the Alliance's territory isn't as vast as that occupied by the Iron Armor Alfonso coalition, the Iron Armor forces are embroiled in three-front warfare, with significant portions of their lands threatened by conflict. Additionally, Iron Armor Alfonso's war potential is purely reliant on exhausting their own blood and leveraging the foundations accumulated over the years to fuel rebellion. On the other hand, the Alliance not only has its own solid base but also benefits from strong aid from the Empire. These are factors Iron Armor Alfonso cannot match. When it comes to war potential, they cannot surpass the Alliance. Or rather, their war potential has already been largely tapped, whereas the Alliance still has ample reserves to exploit. Another factor that cannot be overlooked is that the Iron Armor War's fronts extend beyond just the southern lines. The North Line is tied up with insect forces, but those are reinforced by the Black Cross Army, along with new formations like Infinity and Bat, and the veteran elite collective known as Silver Watch, making it impossible for Iron Armor not to guard against them. The West Line has collapsed, yet the Empire clearly won't ignore it. The fleet originally sent as reinforcements for the Phoenix conflict, disrupted by Galaraldo and further affected after dealing with Ojuran, will inevitably accelerate preparations. The fleet commander will soon be appointed, a naval marshal taking lead. Resources are being pulled from the Central Territory's various cosmos domains for local defense force units forming an expeditionary force. It's worth mentioning that this expeditionary force includes one fully staffed battle group. Famous among them is none other than the Otaubus Battle Group. This battle group is directly loyal to the High Lords of Holy Terra, a private force entirely obedient to the Supreme Council Lords, or to be precise, Prime Minister Chi Bodu. Even during the peak of the Sun King's reign decades ago, the Otaubus group only answered to the Prime Minister. They were the core power that allowed Chi Bodu to make his final comeback. This battle group's information is entirely classified, from the genetic seeds they use for their warriors, to their recruitment origins, their supply chains for armaments, and deployment details. Everything is top secret, even unknown to the Military Affairs Department. They are seldom mobilized. As the Prime Minister's most treasured asset, this force is considered his lifeblood. For them to be deployed now illustrates the desperation of Holy Terra's elders. Beyond Otaubus, 8 other battle groups have contributed troops as well, albeit in varying quantities. Among them, subgroups of Phoenix are most prominent. The mother group must be rescued. Add to that a thirst for revenge. Phoenix faction's grudges with Iron Armor are only growing deeper. Add the remaining forces from the collapsed West Line, and it's not difficult to assemble roughly 2,500 interstellar warriors altogether. This number is lower compared to the West Line's peak strength. Not only interstellar warriors, but post-West Line collapse, another key combat force, the Heretic Tribunal, also suffered heavy losses. They sacrificed 30,000 battle nuns, to the point where the Blood Rose sorority is nearly drained. Of course, not all these troops were completely wiped out. Many survivors remain scattered across eastern Magree and western Spiderweb domain planets. Forces that resisted on planetary surfaces after the front line collapsed. If subsequent operations go smoothly, these forces can potentially be regrouped. Currently, this fleet with ships, soldiers, and elites is massing in the Skywatch starfield. Given more time, they will be able to recover and reorganize. Iron Armor must deal with them properly, regardless of whether they strike Skywatch starfield or wait until the troops are assembled to launch a counteroffensive. Generally speaking, the Alliance has never needed to face Ironclad alone. And if we were to factor in the forces committed along all 3 fronts of the Empire, Ironclad wouldn't even be worth comparing. The Empire is merely sluggish, burdened with pressures in various territories. It's not genuinely weak or powerless. If we drag this out, agitate the Empire's sluggish nerves, and force it to prioritize resolving this situation at all costs, pulling troops from all corners to respond, then what does Ironclad have to compete with the Empire's war potential? Its sheer size is crushing. Pursuing immediate offensives only satisfies certain political interests. From a military perspective, delay. Waiting until your strength grows to secure an indisputable victory is key. True political interests are ultimately achieved through winning battles. Everything else is just for show. Because he considers multiple factors, Ji Hang is never in a rush. Not only is he unhurried, but he takes steps to resolve some minor domestic issues first. On Mirage Moon, the Alliance's clearing operations against the remnants of Flame and the New World Torch battle group have yielded results. Since arriving on Mirage Moon and starting the eradication of Flame and New World Torch, Georgette rarely smiles. As the head sister of Saint Lee, she has become the highest-ranking commander of the Saint Lee Nun Association in matters of warfare. A major factor behind this, undeniably, is Ji Yu Hang's support. After all, she's an old acquaintance of his. Back when Ji Yu Hang was just rising from obscurity, she provided assistance. As the alliance became Saint Lee chief patron and effectively absorbed Saint Lee as a part of itself, her status naturally surged alongside it. Saint Lee becoming part of the alliance was inevitable and seamless. They were merely a small branch of the sisterhood, with their organization limited to Coralia. After surviving the Plague Wars, which almost stripped them of their homeland, and being saved by Ji Yu Hang, Coralia, Star Sector, Star Domain, the alliance's influence expanded exponentially within decades. Saint Lee relationship with the alliance started as simple cooperation, but later, they were left with little room to negotiate. No negotiations were needed. What was there to argue about? The alliance first respected the national church's beliefs, then respected the sisterhood's sectarian faiths. More importantly, it funded the sisterhood extensively, supporting its development through personnel, equipment for the battle nuns, and across other aspects, faith, missionary work, healthcare, all with significant assistance. The entire sisterhood quickly capitulated. A large influx of new sisters was trained, many through the alliance's Loyal Air Academy. This was unsurprising. Across many sisterhood branches, the Loyal Air Academy graduates have always been highly recruitable personnel. The alliance's Loyal Air Academy differs slightly from the widely known Loyal Air Academies in the Empire, but it's no major issue. Currently, Saint Lee boasts more than 50,000 members in total. Most are administrative sisters, but the battle nun contingent exceeds 3,000. This time, battling on Mirage Moon, there are 1,000 combat sisters present. Additionally, 6,000 glory guards fall under her command. Furthermore, the Alliance's army on Mirage Moon includes 2 army groups, 40 million soldiers. And with the newly integrated local defense army, total troop numbers near 200 million. In orbit, there's a task force led by a lunar-class ship, along with several destroyers and escort ships, coordinating ground operations. Of course, the fleet has its own major general commanding, and the Alliance army has a lieutenant general overseeing it. They're not under her direct control. But on Mirage Moon, the most critical task is clearing out the remnants of Flame and New World Torch. These troops, alongside stubborn rebel elements, have retreated into the mountains, urban ruins, and networks of secret bunkers. They are incredibly difficult to deal with. The main challenge is twofold. First, they're hard to locate. Second, even when found, they're difficult to engage without amassing significant forces to encircle them. Orbital bombardment isn't helpful either. They can break out. Even when marking targets for orbital strikes from space, the interstellar warriors move before the attacks land, rendering bombardments ineffectual. After several unsuccessful attempts, the Navy's Major General politely and subtly conveyed a message. "Sister, please stop. A single bombardment costs so much money, and if we keep hitting empty zones, the Navy's auditors will come after me." Georgette felt embarrassed and somewhat frustrated. Not frustrated at the Navy, she understood their concerns. She also knew her repeated requests were wasteful. Frankly, if she could pin down the enemy and accurately mark their positions, orbital bombardments might not even be necessary. Her earlier requests came purely from desperation, hoping that wide-area bombardments might randomly secure results. Months of bandit suppression yielded minimal progress. The rebel forces led by the 2 battle groups continued their attacks across Mirage Moon, obstructing the Alliance's ongoing efforts toward integration. Their success rate remained quite high. Among the rebels were former Planetary Defense Forces personnel and stationed troops from the Princess Legion. Soldiers familiar with the local terrain and capable of selecting targets effectively. Combined with the interstellar warriors' involvement, their success rate during operations skyrocketed. Their movements were swift, striking and retreating immediately. Battle nuns or glory guards rushing to intercept encountered risks. Small numbers chasing recklessly suffered. Larger forces arrived too late to catch them. Georgette and her troops occasionally launched proactive attacks based on intelligence. But the reliability of intelligence was questionable. They often came up empty-handed. Even if they captured enemy forces, the rebels frequently broke free. On rare occasions of success, the stellar warriors' combat abilities left lasting impressions, and the cost of eliminating them proved extraordinarily high. Over the past half-year, Georgette had compiled statistics. Globally, they had fought over 1,000 battles across various locations and times, killing 217 Flame and New World Torch rebels. Among them, she personally struck down 5. Typical battle nuns, of course, were no match for interstellar warriors. It was a vast disparity. But she was different. As a blessed sister superior, her power was exceptional. Clad in her Valkyrie Terminator armor, Georgette could effortlessly defeat ordinary Terminator veterans. However, despite the 200-plus victories, the sacrifices were substantial. Georgette couldn't be everywhere at once. She wished she could fly to every battlefield, but clearly, that was impossible. An estimated 50,000 native defense forces, 20,000 Alliance Army soldiers, had fallen on various battlefields. Additionally, more than 200 battle nuns and 500 glory guards had been lost. Meanwhile, on Mirage Moon, conservative estimates noted a remaining force of interstellar warriors numbering around 1,000. At this pace, it would take at least 3 years to eradicate the rebels entirely. In the process, personnel losses might reach 400,000 to 500,000. The Defense Army and Alliance Army losses were tolerable. But the losses among the Sisters and Glory Guards were more challenging to bear. If they ended up losing at least 1,000 Sisters and 3,000 Glory Guards, Georgette felt that if such outcomes truly materialized, she would have no face left to report to Mr. GU, claiming this as a victory. With the overwhelming support of the Army, aerospace forces, and the resources of a nearly conquered world, such results would be disgraceful. Changes had to be made, and soon, an opportunity for change arrived. Someone brought a message, stating their representation of the New World Torch battle group and expressing a willingness to negotiate with the Alliance. The matter was classified as top secret. Georgette worked to verify its authenticity and ensure it wasn't a trap while reporting the development. Soon, she received authorization, accompanied by an Alliance diplomat for detailed negotiations. In a hidden location, she met with the battle group leader of New World Torch, Wang Mengsong. If you agree to my conditions, the New World Torch is willing to surrender. Wang Mengsong decided to negotiate a surrender with the Alliance. The current state of the battle group could not continue. The New World Torch only had 300 members left, which had already dropped to a dangerously low threshold. Even if all 300 could retreat unscathed without any cost, it was uncertain when they could regain their former strength. A single huge wave could wipe out the group entirely. As a precaution, they had left several dozen warriors and most of their genetic seeds on the home planet, in case of emergencies. But truthfully, that wouldn't yield much success. If the battle group were truly reduced to just a few dozen warriors, they'd have no ability to resist risk. There'd be no need for external forces. Even a slightly larger-scale rebellion on the home planet might wipe them out. Those left behind on the home planet were mostly new recruits, led by only a few veterans. As for the seeds left behind, the New World Torch had saved up quite a bit in the past. However, over the last decade, in efforts to bolster their numbers, they had already used up a large amount of genetic seeds, with new ones barely having had enough time to mature. The genetic seed bank on the home planet now held just over 100 seeds. There was simply no way for these resources to revive the battle group. The 300 New World Torch warriors on Phantom Moon could not die. And Politos was unaware of his plan to surrender. If Politos found out, their relationship would completely collapse. He hadn't even considered trying to convince Politos to surrender together. On one hand, he knew the likelihood was low. On the other, such talk would plant a seed of mistrust. In reality, he already viewed the trust between them as fragile. Discussion of surrender would only make things worse. If Politos harbored the same idea, that would be fine, but if not, would Politos worry about Wang making a unilateral move and act preemptively? It was highly likely. Wang no longer underestimated Politos. He admitted that he had once held biases against Politos, but the painful failures they faced proved Politos was right. Even though being right hadn't won them the war. Had they followed Wang's reckless approach, they wouldn't even be negotiating surrender now. They'd have already been obliterated. But precisely because he acknowledged Politos' competence, he knew he had to tread even more carefully. If Politos decided against surrender and wanted to eliminate future threats, the chances of him striking first were very high. Wang really didn't want to engage in a bloody fight with Flame at this critical moment. His intention to surrender was to preserve their lineage and ensure the battle group's survival. If surrender was the goal, why waste time fighting Flame? He had come to realize that surrendering was the only way to save his battle group. The Alliance's intelligence was flawed. They had underestimated the number of interstellar warriors active on Phantom Moon. It wasn't just 1,000. It was over 1,500. During the expedition, the numbers were 3,000 Flame warriors and 1,500 New World Torch warriors, marching forth mightily. Despite their fleet being difficult to expand, possessing just 3 giant ships, their overall strength was formidable. But now, reduced to 1,500, their situation was dire. Most of the remaining forces belonged to Flame, with their numbers still at 1,200, while New World Torch had dwindled to just 300. He couldn't say for certain, but in previous battles, Politos might have exploited his allies, sending New World Torch to fight the toughest battles. He had no evidence. Politos appeared to act fairly, without overt partiality. Yet suspicion lingered in his heart. If not, why had New World Torch suffered more losses than Flame? Could it really be because they were less capable? Absolutely impossible. Regarding negotiations with the Alliance, he was deeply anxious. Anxious on every front, but he had come nonetheless, pushing through his hesitation. No matter how uncertain he felt inside, the attitude he presented outwardly could not appear weak. He was a battle group leader, an angel, a demigod. On the other side, the negotiators were merely an Alliance diplomat and a battle nun, both mere mortals. How could he grovel or assume a submissive demeanor? Moreover, in negotiations, showing weakness early would leave you at the mercy of your opponents. He adopted a tough stance, preparing to present conditions for a respectable surrender. It wouldn't even count as surrender, but cooperation. However, before he could finish presenting his conditions, the female diplomat named Wu Yang interrupted him firmly, shaking her head. The Alliance does not accept any conditions. The New World Torch must surrender unconditionally. Wang Mengsong froze momentarily, then erupted in fury. What did you say? Wu Yang emotionlessly repeated herself. Wang's aura surged with rage. His piercing glare fixed fiercely on Wu Yang as though he would kill her on the spot. A battle group leader with centuries of combat experience, forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, emanated an almost tangible killing intent in his fury. Something ordinary people could hardly withstand. Standing beside Wu Yang, Georgette's hair stood on end, her hand quietly reaching for her weapon. To her, the New World Torch leader was a formidable adversary. She might not lose quickly and could hold out for a while, but she had no confidence in victory, and protecting Wu Yang, a mortal, was even less certain. Yet Wu Yang seemed remarkably unfazed. Alliance diplomats appeared to possess no fear of death. She stared Wang Mengsong down, meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve. Several long seconds passed, and Wang's aura slightly receded. He chuckled coldly and said, "A mere envoy. How ridiculous to negotiate with you. Where is Ji Hang? I want to speak with Mr. Ji." Wu Yang replied, "Before I arrived, I had the privilege of speaking with Mr. Ji for 15 seconds. He personally instructed me that I have full authority. The only option for the New World Torch is unconditional surrender. There's nothing else to discuss." Upon hearing this, Wang Mengsong felt his blood turn cold. For a brief moment, he truly considered storming out. Or even slaughtering them all. Unconditional surrender. I still have 300 warriors. How could he accept being at their mercy? His fury knew no bounds. At that moment, Wu Yang's voice rang out again. "Perhaps you're struggling to accept this right now, perhaps you're livid, but once you set aside your anger, you'll realize that walking in here meant unconditional surrender was your only choice. The Alliance will make no promises to you and will not agree to any conditions. The New World Torch must relinquish all arms and enter our prisoner camps. Can you still leave? I know you brought only 10 guards here, but perhaps dozens more are lying in ambush nearby. I even know that if you were determined to break through, we probably couldn't stop you. But the photos of us shaking hands have already been taken. Battle group leader, you wouldn't want those images to fall into Polito's hands, would you?" Wang Mengsong suddenly turned around, fixing his gaze on Wu Yang, and said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Though his tone was aggressive, a sudden chill ran through his heart, mixed with some regret. A mistake. At the same time, he realized that there was no longer anything he could do. If the negotiation failed, the photos would undoubtedly end up in Politos's hands, and no argument would clear his name. Even if he acted immediately, killed everyone here, found the photographer, and destroyed the equipment and negatives, it would be utterly meaningless. Secret photos, physical film, could be copied, they could be converted into data, transmitted in an instant to distant places, and duplicated countless times. In fact, the Alliance wouldn't even need to act directly. Should the information leak, Politos's rebel informants scattered across this world would retrieve the photos. The Alliance was shameless, and he was indeed being threatened. But he wasn't about to succumb easily to the threat. His mind was already racing with alternative plans. Could he kill the Alliance diplomat right here on the spot, then slay Georgette, and return with both their heads in hand, claiming that the photos the Alliance had circulated were forged? It was an option, a risky one, but not entirely implausible. But it would be merely a bluff. Returning home, he would have to exercise extreme caution and likely sever ties with the Freeflame battle group. The New Dawn Torch would need to act independently, avoiding taking orders from Freeflame. Above all, direct meetings or summons must be avoided at all costs to prevent further mishaps. In that split second, dozens of plans churned through his thoughts. And at that moment, his eyes, fixed on the two Alliance members present, gradually grew more dangerous. Wu Yang's threat had genuinely stirred his murderous intent. But Wu Yang, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to it all. She continued speaking. Of course, if you interpret this as a threat, you wouldn't be wrong. But that's not the key point. You might be able to kill me, but it would likely be far harder for you to kill Mrs. Georgette. And I won't hide this from you. We've prepared quite thoroughly for this meeting. Perhaps you truly have 100 interstellar warriors stationed nearby, but you should not underestimate the Alliance. Moreover, if you flip the table and break ties, the consequences you must face will far exceed the crisis of this moment. It will be the destruction of your battle group's very hope of survival. Even if the New Dawn Torch and Freeflame achieve unprecedented success in Moon Mirage, defeating Saint Li, what of it? That represents only a minuscule fraction of the Alliance's strength. Saint Li can dispatch another 1,000 battle nuns. The Glory Guards can send another 10,000, not to mention Phoenix, Bloodshark. Do you truly intend to lead the entire New Dawn Torch to its burial ground here in Moon Mirage? Wang Mengsong was silent for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. I don't want to. But aren't you leaving me no other choice? Unconditional surrender, laying down all our arms, resigning ourselves to your mercy, leaving the entire New Dawn Torch like naked fish ready for slaughter. That outcome, I could never accept. I would rather see my warriors die on the battlefield than watch them be butchered like helpless livestock. Wu Yang chuckled softly. Unconditional surrender is unconditional surrender, but you're imagining things too grimly. The Alliance can guarantee our safety? The Alliance guarantees nothing, Wu Yang preemptively clarified before adding, but you can think about it yourself. Why would the Alliance execute every member of a disarmed New Dawn Torch? Not to mention your potential value. Just keeping a few hundred people alive doesn't even strain basic resources. Before Wang Mengsong could respond, Wu Yang continued. What's more, the Alliance has specific uses for you. Right now, in fact. If you would willingly surrender unconditionally, the New Dawn Torch's first post-surrender task would be to assist the St. Li Nun Association in eradicating Freeflame. You need to shift your perspective. The future fate of the New Dawn Torch indeed depends on the Alliance. But precisely because of this, you must seize the chance to demonstrate to the Alliance, to Mr. GU, that the New Dawn Torch should not be destroyed. Prove your worth, Battle Group Leader Wang Mengsong. Perhaps the question you should reflect on isn't whether the New Dawn Torch will perish, but how it can thrive more robustly within the structure of the Alliance. Think of the Phoenix Battle Group. Look at what they were 30 years ago, and what they are now. 2 days later, in a mountain valley, two interstellar warrior battle groups stood opposed, separated by roughly 300 meters. The entire New Dawn Torch had mobilized, every single one of its 300 warriors was present. Yet even so, they were at a staggering numerical disadvantage. Standing across from them, the Freeflame warriors in their orange-red armor numbered 600, twice their strength. And that was merely the number visible within the valley's open plain. Who knew how many more Freeflame warriors were concealed in the surrounding mountainous terrain? Two figures stepped forth from their respective positions. Politos looked at Wang Mengsong and said, "Wang Mengsong, what is the meaning of this? Weren't you the one who called me here?" Politos's face carried a faint smile. "I wanted to discuss the next steps in our strategy. You shouldn't have brought so many people. Our situation is precarious, and we could be attacked at any moment. It's unwise to gather such large numbers in one place." Wang Mengsong spread his hands calmly. "I'm feeling a bit scared, Politos." "What are you afraid of? You summoned me here, told me not to bring soldiers or arms. To be honest, I'm afraid. If there were to be a misunderstanding, wouldn't that be awful? And now you're not afraid? With 300 warriors standing at your back, does it truly make you feel secure? Yes, at least you'll hesitate to act rashly." After a moment of silence, Politos sighed and said, "Why go this far? All I want is an explanation. 2 days ago, the New Dawn Torch carried out a movement of about 100 troops. You didn't inform me, nor was there any record of combat involving them. I just want to know, what were you doing? Why must events escalate to the point where two allied battle groups, bound together by fate, must stand here, locked in such tense opposition? 2 days ago, we merely convened an internal meeting to discuss some matters within the New Dawn Torch. I am the battle group leader. Must every internal affair of the group be reported to you? Our fates are tied together. Transparency would benefit both of us." "Fine, I've told you now, internal affairs, can we leave?" "I'm afraid not, Wang Mengsong." 15 minutes passed. Wang Mengsong was drenched in sweat. He hadn't felt it before, but now that he was facing it himself, he finally realized, Flame, why is it this strong? Wasn't it just a battle group that had been thrashed by Phoenix? Could it really be his own group? 15 minutes ago, Flame and New Torch of the Epic officially broke ties, and Fury Flame Battle Group acted directly. Not only were the warriors on the flat terrain of the valley engaged, but Flame had also set up firepower in the surrounding mountains. This truly was a deadly banquet. From the very beginning, Politos didn't have good intentions. They didn't stop at just mobilizing the interstellar warriors. They even gathered forces from the rebel army. In direct combat, they couldn't match the interstellar warriors, but they could operate artillery for long-range bombardments. The firepower positions ranged from tens to dozens of kilometers away, making them virtually impossible for New Torch of the Epic to deal with. That said, Wang Mengsong had certainly come prepared. He had already deduced Politos's malicious intent, anticipated betrayal and backstabbing, and wouldn't come unarmed to the meeting. When Politos pulled his blade, Wang Mengsong had already drawn his gun first. Explosive firepower quickly enveloped Politos. And when Zhang Chong of Fury Flame Battle Group stepped into the firepower network and charged in wielding a sword, he faced the ghostly green sword light in Wang Mengsong's hands. In the span of 3 swift confrontations, every move Wang Mengsong made was aimed directly at Politos's vital points, without the slightest concern about being struck by the power sword. By all logic, Politos shouldn't have been afraid under this exchange of life or death techniques. But in truth, he was terrified. Though his sword injured Wang Mengsong, the ghostly green weapon struck Politos deeply, nearly taking his life. The disparity between their weapons was simply too pronounced. Politos had heard of phase weapons before, but this was his first time facing one directly. He knew Wang Mengsong couldn't have obtained such a weapon on his own. Only the Alliance possessed them. Who had given Wang Mengsong this sword was obvious without further explanation. Politos already had his assumptions in mind, otherwise, he wouldn't have staged the deadly banquet and invited Wang Mengsong. Originally, he simply wanted to neutralize the threat that Wang Mengsong posed, resolve the instability surrounding this allied battle group leader, and bring New Torch of the Epic firmly under his control. To achieve this, he hadn't initially intended to kill, just lock him up. But when he learned that Wang Mengsong had arrived with his entire battle group, Politos's mood turned grave. The lack of trust was now laid bare on the table. He had only hoped that it wasn't too late. Nevertheless, while Politos acted decisively, Wang Mengsong was even more decisive. One look at that phase weapon, and everything was crystal clear. Politos didn't insist on a prolonged fight to settle victory or defeat between them. In his view, Wang Mengsong's skill was merely passable. As a battle group leader, he just barely measured up to the level of a battle group champion. But the problem was, Politos himself wasn't far behind. After that deadly bloodbath fight, he was indeed one of Flame's strongest, but before that, he wasn't exactly top tier within Flame. Comparing Wang Mengsong and Politos, they were evenly matched. However, if the disparity in weaponry were factored in, Politos's odds of winning weren't great. Wang Mengsong didn't linger either. After Politos retreated, the lighter injured Wang Mengsong pulled back to his own battle group. Under heavy firepower, he led his team to withdraw into the forested mountains. This skirmish clearly left New Torch of the Epic at a disadvantage. They were outmatched not only in numbers but also in firepower and terrain, which was completely unfavorable. Merely retreating back to the mountains alone cost them the lives of over a dozen warriors. But this was only the beginning. 600 Flame forces were pressing up. Artillery was raining down upon them, and at least 300 Flame troops were ambushing them from all directions. By all accounts, this seemed like a scenario of total annihilation. If it were up to Wang Mengsong himself, he certainly wouldn't take on such a mission. What would be the point of coming here to die? But this was the Alliance's order. As a defector desperate to gain the governor's favor, to prove his worth, and to secure better treatment after surrendering, what room did he have for bargaining? He could only grit his teeth and come. Of course, the Alliance wouldn't outright say, "Go and destroy Flame." Everyone knew that wasn't feasible. New Torch of the Epic's task was merely to make a sufficient sacrifice to firmly pin down the enemy forces. After Wang Mengsong informed Georgette that he was going to meet with Politos, the head nun of the benevolent Lily demanded that he attend the banquet and hold his ground for at least 15 minutes. Meanwhile, benevolent Lily, Glory Guards, Alliance Army, Alliance Navy, every force Georgette could marshal was already mobilizing. But they couldn't act too conspicuously, otherwise they'd be detected. Fortunately, the covert operation wouldn't need to last too long. Once Politos and Wang Mengsong turned against each other, they could push forward at full speed. Still, it came at the expense of New Torch of the Epic. Despite being at a disadvantage in every aspect, at least they had 300 interstellar warriors. Surely they could hold for 15 minutes, right? Surely not too many would die, right? Not necessarily. Even though they had been proactive in their preparation, merely retreating from the firepower coverage of Flame still cost them over a dozen warriors. It's worth noting that during the past 6 months of guerrilla warfare, New Torch of the Epic had only lost around 50 people total. But the sacrifices had only just begun. Illusory Moon wasn't exactly a place blessed with a hospitable natural environment. The undulating terrain was bereft of dense forests and instead filled with bizarre boulders and pits of varying depths. This did provide some cover, but hardly enough to make a difference. They still had to face long-range bombardments and the relentless waves of Flame swarming toward them from all directions. The Torch of New Era, lacking room to maneuver, was forced to confront their former comrades under the harshest conditions, blade against blade. Oh, it wasn't as if they were unfamiliar with this situation. After all, they had done it once just a few years ago. However, they couldn't make up for their disadvantages in every aspect, and their numbers continued to dwindle at an alarming rate. In just a short 10 minutes, more than 30 people had already fallen. The total number of casualties had surpassed the losses sustained in guerrilla warfare over the past half-year. Most critically, the morale of the battle group had collapsed entirely. Were the warriors of Torch of New Era born traitors? Not exactly. Betrayal and backstabbing, it's dishonorable regardless. Back on Tianunv, when they stabbed the battle nuns of Crimson Rose and another battle group in the back, resulting in the death of thousands, that was different. In that battle, they had an absolute advantage. The sense of unease didn't stop them from elongating their victory. But now, not only were they the traitorous side, they were on the losing side as well, which made the situation even harder to bear. In nearly 10 minutes, losing over 15% of their warriors could still be considered secondary. The real issue was that the entire formation of the battle group was showing signs of complete collapse. This was something Wang Mengsong hadn't anticipated. He originally thought, no matter how dire the situation was, there were still 300 interstellar warriors. Holding out for 15 minutes shouldn't be an issue, right? As it seemed now, by the end of 15 minutes, their lines would be completely broken. By then, certainly not everyone would be killed, but when Georgette's reinforcements finally arrived, surrounded, their formation shattered, cut apart and systematically slaughtered. How many of the Torch of New Era could survive the aftermath? Wang Mengsong felt a chill in his heart, but fortunately, at the 10th minute, a turning point emerged. It wasn't that Georgette's reinforcements had arrived, she couldn't possibly make it that fast despite her utmost efforts. What arrived was firepower support from Alliance warships stationed in Illusory Moon's orbit.
The moment they turned against Flame, Wang Mengsong had called for reinforcements. He had sent out coordinates, marking only the area of rocky terrain planned by himself and his warriors as untouchable for strikes. All other surrounding areas were free to bombard.
The naval officers, even now and forever, despised pointless bombardments on the surface. But this situation was obviously an exception. Although the untouchable coordinates designated an area free from strikes, the designated bombardment area covered a sprawling expanse of mountainous terrain. With confirmation that a large force of enemy interstellar warriors occupied this zone, that was explanation enough. What's more, preserving the lives of a mere few hundred interstellar warriors with one strike was a cost worth paying. To avoid hitting Torch of New Era, the warships in orbit specifically refrained from using weapons with overly large blast areas. Instead, they selected two weapons types, light spears and missiles, for this ground support mission. Light spears, when striking the ground, didn't cause violent explosions in the immediate vicinity. Explosions from the destroyed targets were another matter entirely. However, this didn't mean light spears couldn't fulfill ground support roles. Dozens of beams of varying thickness descended from the sky, illuminating the surface, sweeping back and forth across designated areas. The hit rocky ground scorched, cracked, and melted rapidly. In regions scoured by the light spears, nothing intact was left behind. Even the most agile and nimble of interstellar warriors ultimately couldn't escape the reach of light. Of course, while light spears were precise enough, unfortunately, the orbiting warships couldn't accurately target the moving interstellar warriors in the mountainous terrain. The ones actually killed numbered merely 3 or 5. The greater function of the light spear's sweeps was to intimidate, deter, and envelop the designated area, preventing enemy forces from recklessly advancing. This nearly encircled the area Wang Mengsong had marked. Following that, the descending missiles achieved greater widespread destructive effects. Centered around Wang Mengsong's marked area, the surrounding 40 kilometers became a total bombard zone. Sky-splitting axes targeted the peripheral edges for massive coverage and devastating damage. Precision surgical strikes were aimed at the zones close to where Torch of New Era positioned itself to avoid collateral damage. Under the ferocity of the bombing, even the earth shuddered. Although spared by careful avoidance, the warriors of Torch of New Era were still forced to huddle in cover, heads down, to avoid injury from shockwaves, flying debris, and boulders propelled by impact points too near. Yet the Flame forces within the bombard zone managed to push forth against such firepower. The reaction was not unreasonable. Although they didn't know Wang Mengsong's exact map coordinates, proximity to Torch of New Era lowered their risk of getting hit. But sound decisions are always easier said than done, and far harder to actually enact. The Torch of New Era failed, thus suffering heavy losses all in one go. Wang Mengsong was furious, deeply disappointed in his battle group for a moment. Yet this was his battle group, after all. He staggered forward amidst the trembling earth to launch an assault. Amidst the deafening blasts, he roared with all his might, his voice transmitted through communication channels to every helmet in Torch of New Era. Fight! Fight! Torch of New Era will never be cowards. We fight to survive, only courage lets us live on. As the battle group leader, his cries could only say they had some effect. The warriors of Torch of New Era began moving, albeit hesitantly. Only his trusted aides and the few company commanders showed steadfast resolve, altogether numbering barely 30. Nonetheless, through their valiant resistance, they managed to repel Flame's assault amidst orbital bombardments. Flame wasn't invincible. The number of warriors capable of counter-attacking under such conditions was limited. Besides, Politos himself harbored retreat in his heart. Failing to capture Wang Mengsong and annihilate his battle group swiftly meant the opportunity was lost. Now was orbital bombardment. What came next? Those annoying battle nuns and Glory Guard Corps were certainly en route aboard fighters already. They had likely been standing ready inside those fighters, prepared to mobilize at full speed the moment combat erupted. Deployed elite forces within a 200-kilometer radius, factoring in takeoff and acceleration times, would likely arrive here in under 15 minutes. If not retreating now, then when? Even if they could fend off a small number of battle nuns and glory guards in swift strikes, what followed would likely be airdropped reinforcements from orbit by the Navy Marine Corps. If they managed to handle that, The next wave would surely be the Alliance Army's large-scale encirclement of the entire mountainous region. The more they fought, the more hope slipped away. A swift retreat and breakout were now their optimal choices. Yet at that very moment, Politos saw through the lingering smoke of orbital bombardments. Fighters breaking through the air had already come. These Wind Falcons and Qilin fighters unleashed volleys of missiles upon descent, continuing to suppress Flame's interstellar warriors, pinning them down from lifting their heads. Meanwhile, elite human warriors rapidly descended via airborne deployment. After offloading their soldiers, half the fighters turned back, likely to load more troops for deployment. The remaining half remained in midair, machine guns pouring relentless firepower toward the ground to support advancing nuns and guards. Flame, despite losing a portion of their personnel in the previous bombardments, didn't suffer catastrophically as one might assume. The survival capabilities of interstellar warriors remained exceedingly formidable. Georgette was someone who could more acutely sense the inadequacy of the new torch. After all, she and her sisters had been battling the new torch and Phoenix on this planet for over 6 months. To be honest, there was indeed a noticeable difference in the capabilities of these two battle groups. Fighting the new torch was clearly easier than taking on Flame. But it was still an indirect comparison. To truly determine that, the two battle groups would need to clash directly. As it turns out, the new torch shattered immediately upon contact. Even with orbital fire support, it ended up in this sorry state. And after she led her team up, the performance of these interstellar warriors left her deeply disappointed as well. Setting aside their actual strength, she could clearly feel that this group lacked battle determination. They were nothing like the Death Angel she once imagined. No wonder. They had betrayed twice, switching loyalties like loyal household slaves. She had no respect for these interstellar warriors with their orange-red and brass-painted armor. Thankfully, this battle didn't rely on them making a significant contribution. This wave of deployed forces totaled a staggering 1,200 personnel. The Holy Lilies had arrived in full strength, accompanied by 200 glory guards. With such manpower added to the weak and unmotivated new torch, they still hadn't developed the capability to confront the Flame battle group head-on. Moreover, in close-quarters confrontations, especially when the battle devolved into hand-to-hand combat, the support provided by orbital bombardments weakened significantly. Without ground guidance, orbital firepower could hardly achieve precision strikes, and its effectiveness against the enemy's long-range firepower diminished. As for close combat itself, striking from orbit risked hitting one's own. On the other hand, the Air Force performed slightly better in this regard. Machine guns allowed for targeted attacks. In the skies, 50 Wind Falcon and Qilin aircraft could provide significant support. Besides, Georgette wasn't solely counting on her current resources to annihilate Flame. Her objective remained the same as what the new torch attempted before, to firmly pin Flame in place. After all, Flame had managed to concentrate most of their forces here, and now they had been cornered. It was critical to seize this opportunity and eliminate this threat once and for all. If they could encircle and wipe them out directly, the cost would undoubtedly be far less than engaging in asymmetric warfare and enduring constant harassment. However, it seemed Politos was a pragmatic leader who recognized that continuing to fight would lead to total destruction. The entirety of the Flame battle group looked poised for a scattered retreat. How could Georgette possibly allow him such an opportunity? Just 10 more minutes, and another 2,000 glory guards aboard warplanes would arrive. In 20 minutes, this number would rise to 4,000. In 30 minutes, paratrooper units would descend from orbit. According to the Naval Major General's promise, the first wave would consist of at least 10,000 elite troops equipped with exoskeleton armor. In 1 hour, 4 Alliance Army divisions, and 2 Special Operations brigades, totaling 170,000 personnel, would complete the encirclement of the mountainous area. Armored and infantry divisions would move to strategic positions and entrench themselves, guaranteeing the area was locked down. Firepower deployments would be set up, ready to support any fire requests from within the mountains, mercilessly bombarding the enemy positions. While the division's light infantry and special operations units would infiltrate the mountains to engage the interstellar warriors directly. By then, the encirclement would be fully realized. Taking it a step further, the wider mountain range surrounding this area was also seeing systematic Allied movements, from cities to fortresses to military camps. An army numbering in the millions was being deployed here. The Fury Flame battle group wouldn't escape even with wings. Now was the final window of opportunity. Politos couldn't be allowed to slip away. Even though Fury Flame still had plenty of warriors alive, Georgette pressed forward relentlessly, leading her forces personally in hot pursuit, determined to latch onto every Fury Flame warrior. And her efforts were showing results. She had visibly slowed Fury Flame's retreat. But that provoked a wave of frenzied counterattacks. Indeed, Fury Flame's retaliation came fiercely and scorchingly. From behind several large boulders, handheld missiles fired into the skies. Those Fury Flame warriors remained calm and precise. In a sudden strike, over a dozen aircraft providing low-altitude ground support, more akin to armed helicopters, were blasted out of the sky. Aerial cover diminished sharply. The surviving aircraft, shaken by this unexpected blow, gained altitude and speed, hesitating temporarily. Just then, at least 100 Fury Flame warriors surged forward from all directions, emerging from concealed locations. At such close range, whether they were interstellar warriors, battle nuns, or glory guards, their shooting accuracy reached an extraordinary level. Explosive rounds filled the air, mingled with bursts of plasma beams. Within moments, many fell. In the next instant, the distance closed even further, bringing the confrontation to brutal hand-to-hand combat. The Fury Flame warriors swung chainsaw swords and combat blades against the battle nuns, gaining a decisive advantage almost immediately. The physical disparity between the two sides was starkly evident. The battle nuns, despite being carefully selected human elites with average heights over 1.8 meters, were still just mortals. For human women, this was already tall. But standing before them, every Fury Flame warrior resembled a towering colossus. And that was just the visible size difference. When it came to their actual physiques, the genetically enhanced and organ-supercharged interstellar warriors were utterly beyond the battle nuns' ability to withstand. Their power armor is different. The only advantage the battle nuns have is their faith. This faith is not intangible. As they chant hymns of praise to the Emperor, his power truly blesses them, making them both fearless and full of strength. Even their luck seems to improve, as fatal blades meant to decapitate would often just graze past their ears instead. However, this blessing can only slightly narrow the gap between them and their opponents, but cannot change the essence. In the fierce clashes, even if the battle nuns and glory guards have a numerical advantage, the number of casualties is still far higher on their side. For every 10 Fury Flame fallen, about 100 or even 200 of the Alliance's elite warriors would have to sacrifice their lives. Georgette had anticipated this. Angered Fury Flame would of course fight back viciously. This current head-on confrontation is actually unfavorable to the Alliance's elite troops. She immediately ordered the troops to contract, focus on defense, and have the nuns and guards regroup as much as possible, supporting each other and attacking together rather than individually. This way, the battle nuns and glory guards found it difficult to pursue, and after a bewildering attack, the Fury Flame retreated gracefully. However, this still delayed their time. Furthermore, after regrouping, Georgette was still able to lead her forces to catch up. Chasing and running, counter-attacking and holding defenses, retreating then pursuing again. At the cost of around 400 elite lives, Georgette held the line tightly. Especially as Wang Mengsong came with his new Arid torch, it was even more so. Although their morale was low and they were slow, they were still over 200 interstellar warriors. And then, the first contingency she had been waiting for arrived. 2,000 glory guards followed. These warriors wearing feedback-type power armor, absolute elites among mortals, still made a deadly impact even if they were not a match for the interstellar warriors when they descended from aircraft on the escape route of the Fury Flame. For Fury Flame to defeat these glory guards, they must gather forces, rather than dispersing and fleeing as they were. Moreover, no matter what they do, it would take a long time to defeat or even kill such a number of glory guards. And as long as they are not all killed, the next batch of glory guards will arrive in succession. Politos showed no expression, but his forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. He was still doing his utmost to direct the team. The surviving Fury Flame warrior, under his command, would sometimes split up completely and hide, or briefly form small groups of dozens to specifically counter the pursuit of the battle nuns or the interception by the glory guards, breaking through gaps before fleeing again. Yet the more he fought, the more desperate he became. The entire battle group was like stepping into a mire. They had done everything they could, but the mire piled up even more sticky. They struggled to extricate themselves. The previous bombardment had cost them over 100 men, disrupted their plan to annihilate the new Arid Torch, and many of the remaining forces were injured. Now, fighting against the ever-growing numbers of battle nuns and glory guards, they had killed many, but their own numbers were dwindling. The longer this battle continued, the worse it became. What to do? Politos thought of many solutions and decisively had the team execute them. His methods were correct, each providing some improvement to the current situation. However, the overall predicament of sinking deeper remained inevitable. Especially after those ordinary mortal armies surged into the mountains. Flame could scarcely find a place to hide. With every breath more labored, Politos's eyes gradually filled with bloodlust. After kicking down another silver-haired battle nun, smashing her helmet with the power sword, and turning her once pretty, now terrified face into a mass of bloody flesh, some of which even splattered onto his armor, Politos finally refused to think anymore. He let out a furious roar to the heavens and turned to charge. On his tactical display inside the helmet, a person's position was marked. That was Superior Georgette. Politos knew she was the highest commander of the Alliance strategy to annihilate their Flame at Phantom Moon. He was going to kill her. Will killing Georgette solve the current problems of Flame? Probably not. Though she is the highest commander, the Alliance is not the Greenskins. The issue of the entire army losing organization due to the death of a leader does not exist. Killing Georgette would immediately lead to the next level, following the rules taking over command, and continuing the mission to obliterate Flame in this mountainous area according to the set strategy. The Alliance will not relent unless Flame is exterminated. But Politos was no longer contemplating these matters. He even abandoned commanding the entire team. At this moment, he just wanted to twist off the head of the battle sister commander. And with his mad roar and charge, the dozen or so trusted aides who had been following him also roared and followed suit. Georgette immediately noticed a group charging against the flow towards her. They came swiftly, like cutting through paper, smashing the Alliance elite squads they encountered. 3 winged falcons in the air, attempting to support and scout the situation, were shot down, 2 crashing while the third barely fled at over 2 Mach speeds. But it still relayed the message to Georgette, informing the sister superior that it seemed to be the Flame battle group leader coming. Decapitation tactics? Trying to decapitate me? Georgette immediately came to this conclusion. She was eager. Typically, battle nuns couldn't defeat an interstellar warrior, but she believed she could fight, even against the so-called battle group champion. She wanted to try. But then, she still reined in her impulses. If she were merely a warrior, she wouldn't mind engaging in a deadly duel with a battle group leader. Whether dead or victorious, it would be a great honor. However, she was still the commander. She was responsible for the entirety of this battle. The glory of a warrior was not as important as securing a safer victory. Thus, she reported the coordinates to the Heavenly Navy communication she kept open, calling for 1 sky-splitting axe, and 3 scalpels. Following this, she not only refrained from ordering all nearby Alliance warriors to retreat from the coordinates but instead urged them to fully engage and block. The power and coverage of the sky-splitting axe needn't be mentioned. With accurate coordinates and blockades, Politos was bound to be hit during his reckless charge. Even if he wasn't hit, the 3 scalpel missiles that followed would destroy the area again. As for the Alliance soldiers fighting against Politos and his entourage, they had no chance of survival. But such was war. Georgette was not typically considered a cold-hearted person. She still maintained her habits as a nun, participated in the sisterhood's missions, offered aid to the suffering, and took part in free clinics. She didn't disregard the lives of others. Not to mention, among those blown-up Alliance elites were still her battle sisters. However, at this moment, her role as a commander took precedence. Comparing the cost of over 100 casualties to eliminate a battle group leader along with his guards is evidently more significant. If she hadn't bombed, perhaps Politos and his aides could have killed 1,000 and managed to escape. Now, Politos's madness exposed a rare chance for precision bombardment, certainly to be utilized. But this tactic couldn't be used repetitively. Even from the most pragmatic viewpoint, using it occasionally might be justified through various excuses, but if employed repeatedly, continuously sacrificing their own soldiers by turning them into targets for friendly bombardment would shake the morale of the surviving ones. The glory of dying in battle and being used as bait to be bombed by one's own side are two entirely different matters. Georgette must consider the morale issue. But using it this once sufficed. The value was already beyond measure. She then personally led a team to inspect the bombing site. To her surprise, Politos was still alive. He, though missing apart from a head, a chest, and a hand, could still move, his gaze still viciously fixating on her. By the markings, he likely dodged the blast center of the sky-splitting axe as it landed, then was blown away by the shockwave, subsequently having the scalpel missiles land nearby, blasting off a hand along with his entire lower half. Georgette did not attempt any field medical treatment or capture, instead giving him a merciful end. When Ji Hang received the report from Phantom Moonstar, he merely skimmed through it, signed his approval, and agreed to the subsequent plan. The casual attitude was not because the matters of Free Flame and the New World Torch were unimportant. On the contrary, they were quite crucial. Politos, that guy, had long been someone Ji Hang wanted to eliminate as quickly as possible. He had caused significant trouble for Ji Hang and the Alliance. If only Politos had simply chosen a place to engage the Alliance in one decisive battle, there wouldn't have been so much drawn-out conflict, nor would the war have lasted as long. Eliminating them resolved a substantial hidden danger. Within the Proud Claw cosmos, there was finally no large-scale, threatening enemy force left. For the Phoenix battle group, the Alliance had already completed one-third of their revenge. Additionally, the surrender of the New World Torch brought its own benefits. Ji Hang actually didn't care much about those 200 interstellar warriors. Putting aside their skill level, who would trust anyone who had betrayed twice, behaving like servant dogs to three masters? Even if Ji Hang were forgiving, he wouldn't dare place Wang Mengsong and the 200-plus individuals from the New World Torch in any crucial positions. They had already proven themselves unable to withstand pressure. If they could defect twice in the face of crisis for survival, there could easily be a third time. However, the New World Torch itself was still relatively significant. Ever since discovering that the Phoenix seeds he could exchange were limited in quantity, Ji Hang had no choice but to consider gathering more battle groups to obtain more genetic seeds and produce more interstellar warriors. Following the surrender of the New World Torch, a new genetic seed exchange option appeared on the battle group interface. That was their greatest value. The newly exchangeable genetic seeds were not labeled as New World Torch genetic seeds but rather named subordinate infinite genetic seeds. The mother group of the New World Torch battle group originally happened to be the Infinite Core. This fact was explicitly documented. During Pharaoh's military restructuring, most of the newly formed battle groups were constructed using genetic seeds derived from the Infinite Core lineage. This was no surprise at all. During the Legion era, the Infinite Core boasted the highest numbers among all cohorts. Their genetic seed adaptation rates ranked at the top tier among all founding legions, meaning the success rate of genetic seed implantation was the highest. Coupled with their adeptness at management since the Legion era, having the largest numbers was entirely reasonable. More personnel meant more battle groups could be split when dividing legions. More genetic seed taxes were paid. When armies were subsequently constructed, more battle groups were set up using Infinite Warriors seeds. More battle groups led to even more personnel and, consequently, greater genetic seed revenue. This positive cycle persisted, making the Infinite Core, the blue-helmeted, blue-armored cohort, known for their many descendants. But why were these seeds labeled subordinate? Logically speaking, Infinite Corp's genetic seeds should have been among the most stable. Why were they showing signs of degradation? After pondering for a moment and combining his knowledge of genetic seeds for interstellar warriors along with the situation of the Phoenix, Ji Hang arrived at a tentative hypothesis. Over countless eras of inheritance, genetic seeds for interstellar warriors undergo certain changes. If some genetic seeds have relatively low stability, the extent of these changes might become significant. This also ties into one specific property of genetic seeds. Excluding those that mature within 5 years, the seed harvested from a star warrior at the time of death, one that has accompanied them throughout their lifetime, carries certain fragments of host information. This includes battle experience and techniques. When implanted into a new host, it doesn't directly transform them into seasoned warriors, but it significantly accelerates this process. The information contained within the genetic seed becomes akin to biological instinct, allowing the new warrior to inherit some legacy. Interstellar warriors grow rapidly and often inherit many combat styles from their predecessor. For groups like the Phoenix, which possess thousands of years of history and count as relatively old battle groups, any genetic seed derived from the original Phoenix lineage would have undergone millennia of adaptation and transformation. Furthermore, Phoenix genetic seeds are not particularly noted for their stability. Differences between the Phoenix seed and its originating Fenghuang mother group are entirely reasonable. Adding to that, the Phoenix had certain obscure experiences in their history. Thus, their current genetic seeds, while not completely distinct from the Phoenix genetic seeds, exhibit considerable divergences. This explains why the genetic seeds Ji-Yu Hang could exchange on his system panel are called Phoenix seeds, rather than Fenghuang seeds. Ji-Yu Hang suspected the blood shark group exhibited a similar phenomenon. However, since the blood shark group had yet to appear in Ji-Yu Hang's battle group list or become redeemable as genetic seeds, this could only be explored further in the future. As for the New World Torch, they presented a different case. The New World Torch's establishment wasn't particularly old, merely 300 years thus far. Their newest generation had only reached its fifth iteration. Their forces also still included a significant proportion of second and third generation members. Evidently, this was insufficient to cause dramatic changes in their genetic seeds, especially since they were a subgroup of the Infinite Core, known for genetic stability. Their genetic seeds still resembled their original form during the time of their founding. As for why they are inferior, it's quite understandable. Each battle group is theoretically required to contribute 1/10 of the newly produced genetic seeds as a genetic seed tax to the Empire, which is then managed and preserved by the sect of mechanics in the genetic seed bank after inspection. So, what kind of seeds would each battle group submit? With only a quota requirement, naturally, the least active seeds would be handed over, mostly the newly produced ones within a 5-year cycle. The ones recovered from the sacrifices of veteran warriors and elites, or the particularly active ones, would surely be kept for themselves. Those generally unimpressive genetic seeds, once sent to Mars, who knows how many years they have been stored in cold storage. The sect of mechanics preservation technology for genetic seeds is undoubtedly excellent. However, time itself is still the greatest killer. No matter how advanced the preservation technology is, after hundreds or even thousands of years, the vitality of the seeds inevitably declines. The decline in vitality of genetic seeds primarily impacts the success rate of the implantation surgery. Secondly, a relatively subtle impact is that the superhuman organs that grow post-surgery would have varying degrees of weakened strength. This issue can gradually be resolved and improved over a longer period of time as battle groups accumulate a significant number of veterans from countless brutal battles. Their genetic seeds, passed down, can help mitigate these limitations. But the new Torch Legion lacks sufficient time and a proper framework of accomplishments over the past centuries to foster and optimize their genetic seeds. When Ji-Yu Hang inherited them, they had become inferior infinite warrior genetic seeds. Still, he didn't dwell too much on the issue. Inferior or not, they're still interstellar warriors. Ji-Yu Hang isn't without ways to compensate. Using the training interface, he can elevate the interstellar warrior's abilities to a higher level. Among veterans, champions, and others, the differences brought about by genetic seeds can be minimized to a negligible degree. Wait. Realizing this, Ji-Yu Hang also came to understand a key issue. Not every interstellar warrior has the potential to be trained to champion level. Even with the Phoenix, the best they could manage was to get everyone trained to veteran status, 30% to sergeant level, and 10 to 15% trained to company champion level. So could the inferior seeds affect the potential of the interstellar warriors they nurture? Quite possibly, yes. Thinking about this, and then looking again at the glaring label, inferior, Ji-Yu Hang couldn't help cursing under his breath. No wonder the new Torch Legion is such a mess. Their foundation was flawed from the outset. After sulking for a bit, Ji-Yu Hang composed himself and continued considering the matter. The quality of the genetic seeds was already a settled matter, beyond alteration, but figuring out how to handle them was still something he hesitated over. Excluding the still-living Wang Mengsong and others, Ji-Yu Hang had approximately 1,800 redeemable inferior infinite seeds at hand. Adding in the 200 surrendered new Torch members still alive, the total came to around 2,000. This created a complex problem. How would Ji-Yu Hang best utilize these spoils? Breaking it down, there were essentially three issues at play: the captives, the seeds, and the New Torch Legion name. First, about the New Torch Legion. Gu Hang intended to keep the name. Of course, newly trained interstellar warriors could be handled under the Shadow Battle Group, which had been established by Gu Hang using 1,000 Phoenix Seeds. However, the Shadow Battle Group could only handle covert operations and dark dealings, which were inconvenient for carrying out more public missions. Having another battle group under his name gave Gu Hang an additional 1,000 troops for overt missions. As for their betrayal, it also needed to be dealt with, or it wouldn't pass muster with the Empire. The solution was a penal expedition. In his capacity as commander of the Southern Front, Gu Hang collaborated closely with the Flash Judgment Court, which had long been active in the Eastern Cosmos domain, to sentence the New Torch Legion to a 100-year penal expedition. This posed a slight challenge. Not that Gu Hang discussed it aloud, but the major issue was that the Flash Judgment Court was simply too small. While they technically had the authority, their lack of strength rendered them undeserving of it. But the Union appeared capable enough at the moment. As long as the procedure was correct, strength issues could be handled by the Union. Under the penal expedition status, the New Torch Legion must unconditionally accept assistance requests and commands from any Empire faction. Naturally, this meant the Union. Even after this current war ends, the New Torch Legion's combat assignments for the next 100 years would all be monopolized by the Union. If any other Empire faction needed their services, sorry, but they'd already be occupied fighting for the Union. In fact, Gu Hang planned to use the same strategy for Fury Flame. He would publicly declare that the Fury Flame battle group had also surrendered. Whether that was true or not didn't matter. Then, he'd sentence them to a 200-year penal expedition. Later, he could integrate genetic seeds from other battle groups into Fury Flame as needed. Through this approach, after acquiring the New Torch Legion and Fury Flame, Gu Hang would gain another 2,000 openly operable interstellar warriors. Even then, this wouldn't exhaust the estimated 4,000 genetic seeds Gu Hang had access to. Next, about the captives. The over 200 individuals remaining, Gu Hang decided against executing all of them. Although their surrender was unconditional and Gu Hang had promised them nothing, they had followed the Union's instructions to act as bait and managed to hold their position for about 15 minutes. Though the battle was hardly a glorious one, Gu Hang still refrained from burning bridges. He would offer Wang Mengsong two choices: either full retirement, wherein the Union would allocate some territories for them in the backlines on undeveloped worlds. They would receive Union citizen status and engage in pioneering activities, much like ordinary farmers. There were plenty of such worlds, especially in the northeastern part of the Dragonhawk star domain, those previously occupied by greenskins. The Union couldn't possibly issue extinction orders for every green-skinned planet. So far, the Union had only eradicated the Iron Teeth greenskins' spacefaring capabilities, bombarded all visible junk cities from orbit, and crippled their industrial potential. Many worlds still housed billions of surviving greenskins. A hands-off approach wouldn't work. Doing so might enable another greenskin leader to rise, establish hidden junk cities in the underground or hills, and launch new green-skinned ships into orbit, reigniting the Iron Teeth green tide. Even now, as the Union plans for expeditions, a small fleet led by a cruiser regularly patrols former greenskin-controlled regions. They conduct routine cleanups of notable targets on green-skin planets. The Union has also established colonies on these planets. Occupy a region, gather resources, immigrate, grow stronger, and push outward. Perhaps this was a 100-year master plan that could fully cleanse these worlds through a strategy akin to people's warfare. Fortunately, without a greenskin leader, they were more brutal in fighting each other internally. To them, harassing shrimps was no different from crushing the neighboring greenskin tribe. Greenskins fractured into countless pieces lacked the concept of prioritizing racial wars over everything else. The New Torch Legion's veteran warriors could retire to these planets. If they died, that was their own fault. Union immigrants could figure out ways to survive. If an interstellar warrior could not, even without power armor, it was purely their own issue. Incidentally, they might also provide some support to Union immigrants colonizing these worlds. One could hope. Retirees would be scattered across the planet, left to fend for themselves. If Wang Mengsong and his people didn't accept this, Ji Hang gave them a second option. Enter the punishment camp, or what could also be called the Death Company. This would allow them to retain their title as interstellar warriors but require them to engage in the most brutal battles while receiving the lowest priority for supplies. Members of the Death Company were prohibited from retreating or relocating on their own without direct orders. As the name implies, the Death Company is the place where one fights until death. Wang Mengsong and his warriors, unexpectedly yet predictably, mostly chose the Death Company. Fighting until death. Isn't that the very goal of an interstellar warrior? In normal battle groups, interstellar warriors generally don't retire. While they may age and theoretically die of old age, in practice, no interstellar warrior with a lifespan spanning thousands of years has genuinely lived long enough to die of natural causes. The eventual outcome is either disappearance or death in battle. Joining the Death Company simply accelerates that timeline. Compared to so-called retirement, interstellar warriors prefer this path. These genetically modified angels, at their core, are fundamentally different from ordinary mortals. After the implantation of genetic seeds, many typical human desires diminish drastically. Cravings for food, sex, and the like are greatly reduced, replaced by an overwhelming yearning for honor and battle, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Though New Torch may be mediocre, they are still interstellar warriors, and few choose retirement. Wang Mengsong, as the former battle group leader, also chose the Death Company. And so, the Death Company of New Torch was established. Now, about the genetic seed issue. Genetic seeds do not need to be entirely exchanged by Ji Hang. For instance, the genetic seed count for Phoenix has reached the limit of 2000, and Ji Hang can no longer exchange for new ones. However, seeds cultivated by interstellar warriors every 5 years, and those harvested from deceased warriors on the battlefield, are unrestricted. In other words, as long as Phoenix does not suffer a catastrophic blow or lose genetic seeds due to battlefield conditions, their total numbers can slowly grow beyond 2000. The limitation persists only until the genetic seed count drops below 2000. Before that, Ji Hang cannot exchange for new ones. The second-grade infinite warrior genetic seeds of New Torch follow the same logic. The total of 1,800 genetic seeds doesn't require Ji Hang to exchange them all. Some are already readily available. Of these 1,800 genetic seeds, 800 are allocated to New Torch. Gradually, the numbers will replenish New Torch to over 900 warriors. For the scattered few dozen old soldiers from New Torch who chose retirement, their positions will remain occupied. Ji Hang has decided to respect their choice and show magnanimity. Wang Mengsong, of course, will not remain as the leader of the battle group. He doesn't even hold the position of commander within the Death Company. The leadership of the New Torch will be entirely composed of warriors cultivated from the new genetic seeds exchanged by Ji Hang. As customary, all members will undergo political training to ensure loyalty to the alliance. Another 1,000 genetic seeds will directly form the new Fury Corps, assigned to a 200-year redemption expedition. An expedition conducted under the Alliance's jurisdiction and directives. The new Fury Corps carries no historical baggage. After all, there aren't even any old veterans present. Concerning the culture of these two groups, Ji Hang has no intention of associating them with the traditions of the old groups. Instead, the focus will solely be on the culture and values of the Alliance. For aspects inevitably tied to the old groups, such as the inescapable historical narrative, clear guidelines will be set. The battle group is guilty, but the individual warriors are all loyal soldiers of the Alliance. Within the battle group, they will fight for the Alliance, cleanse New Torch's sins, and after a century, when all sins are redeemed, they will once again be bathed in glory. Ji Hang hopes that the warriors of the New Torch and New Fury will not bear too much psychological pressure. What is difficult to articulate within Phoenix can be openly discussed in these Alliance-constructed groups, which are merely repurposed to serve new ends. You are warriors of the Alliance first and foremost. As long as you fight for the Alliance, all glory will naturally follow. There is no need to be burdened by the infamy left by past traitors. Their history has practically nothing to do with you. Legacy isn't necessary. Even discussions of battle group history can be skipped, replaced entirely by the history of the Alliance. The Old Torch, the Old Fury, they don't even count as your predecessors. The warriors of New Torch are also responsible for properly supervising those old traitors in the Death Company. As for how Wang Mengsong views the sudden emergence of several hundred new torch warriors, Jiyu Hang will inform them that these genetic seeds were recovered from their ships, from the corpses of their fallen warriors. Additionally, Alliance agents even stole their genetic library from Torch's homeworld. This is indeed the truth. A few years ago, New Torch deployed 1,500 warriors for combat. After their deaths, many of their genetic seeds failed to be retrieved, but over 800 were collected and ended up in Wang Mengsong's possession, eventually transferring to the Alliance upon their surrender. Naturally, Wang Mengsong is unlikely to fully trust this explanation. While the numbers align, how could the processes of screening reserves, implantation surgery, and enhanced organ growth have been completed so swiftly? But Jiyu Hang will allow their pharmacists to inspect these new genetic seeds to ensure their identical origin, proving they are entirely authentic without the slightest discrepancy. And if they still don't believe it or not. Frankly, providing an explanation to those old torch warriors is already a courtesy to them. If they don't believe it, fine. What more could they want after entering the Death Company? The remaining 1,000 genetic seed slots will be allocated to New Fury. In fact, the Alliance has also recovered genetic seeds from the corpses of Fury warriors. As for the long-standing animosity between the Fury Flame Battle Group and the Phoenix Battle Group, that's a trivial matter to resolve. There are some things Jiyu Hang could be completely upfront about with Maddens. The Fury Flame had been completely annihilated, there was no Fury Flame anymore. It was merely borrowing a shell. When it was no longer needed in the future, Fury Flame could officially and nominally disappear at any time. Handling these matters didn't take up much of Jiyu Hang's time. After setting the overarching ideas and tone, the specific execution details were left to the Battle Group Management Office to handle. This was a brand new Alliance institution, established not long ago. It wasn't responsible for decision-making, only for executing Jiyu Hang's directives, aiming to meet the needs of all battle groups as efficiently as possible. It wasn't an independent organization but rather a subsidiary of Jiyu Hang's governor's office, dedicated to handling such tasks. They would coordinate with the Alliance's Biological Research Institute to receive all genetic seeds, collaborate with the Alliance's Military Affairs Department to screen the personnel Jiyu Hang required, arrange surgeries, and assign those individuals to the two new battle groups. As the Alliance grew larger, Jiyu Hang had less time to micromanage these tasks personally. Moreover, he indeed had another very important matter to attend to currently. He went to the master bedroom shared with Yelicia. A crib was set up beside them. Taking a bottle from the nanny, Jiyu Hang personally fed the baby. Though he lacked extensive experience in this area, he had mastered holding and feeding techniques quite well. Naturally, the child he was feeding at this moment was his own. Yelicia watched on, laughing warmly. "What's making you so happy?" Yelicia responded, "In the past, I imagined many futures, becoming a general, commanding fleets, annihilating the Empire's enemies, but this scene here, I never foresaw. Becoming a mother? Not just that." Yelicia's laughter grew even gentler. "Of course I had thought about becoming a mother and nurturing offspring. I just never imagined quietly seeing my husband hold our child would make me feel this kind of happiness." Jiyu Hang gently kissed her face while holding the child. Warm and leisurely moments were inevitably fleeting facades. What couldn't be ignored was that this scene took place on the Firebath Nova battleship. A new life born aboard a battleship wasn't a rare event. Among the more than 40,000 permanent residents aboard the Firebath Nova, many had started families on the ship. After all, sometimes drifting aboard a vessel could last for many years. Although the Alliance tried to reduce the phenomena of people living their entire lives, from birth to death, on a ship, it was still a fairly common situation. Crew members had employment contracts, wages, and Alliance tiers, and could choose to renew their contracts or retire after their service time expired. However, those opting for retirement were rarer. Only injuries and advancing age resulted in relatively higher retirement rates. Nevertheless, the long-term nature of space navigation meant that forming families aboard ships was not uncommon. A population of tens of thousands gathered together resembled a city, and most things one would find in a regular city could also be found aboard a starship. This included schools, kindergarten, elementary, and secondary. Of course, this was something established by the Alliance. Typical Imperial battleships wouldn't feature such infrastructure systems. Many people started families aboard ships, then, after working for a period of time, took advantage of the ship resting at a location to retire, either individually or one member of the family. Mothers or fathers would leave the ship with their children, settling in the local area or boarding ships to return to their homelands. This was to avoid the misfortune of future wars wiping out entire families. These measures were relatively humane initiatives brought about by the alliance. Frankly, it was hard to say whether efficiency had improved, but Ji Hang believed they were the right course of action. Before the alliance, people lived this way. After the alliance, if lives continued unchanged, then what would be the point of the alliance? In this sense, Ji Hang and Yelicia were like any other family formed in similar circumstances. Their child had also been born aboard a starship. Even the underlying struggles for this decision were the same. Ji Hang and Yelicia decided to have a child. Not for reasons such as needing an heir for the alliance or anything like that. In fact, there was no such necessity. Ji Hang calculated that he might be 57 years old this year. Yet, his physical state and appearance remained indistinguishable from those of the young man he had been years ago. He didn't know whether he counted as an eternal life yet, but with the power of spiritual energies resonance inhering within him, he felt no signs of bodily decay. He estimated that living for another 1,000 years might not be a problem. Longevity wasn't an issue for him. Furthermore, when facing the end of his lifespan, he held one last backup plan. Ascending to godhood right where he stood. Embracing subspace, claiming complete dominion of the storm god kingdom that now solely belonged to him, abandoning his humanity to become a subspace inferior god, and achieving eternal immortality thereafter. Of course, he wouldn't take this action until absolutely necessary. For such a man as Ji Hang, the need for an heir was far from pressing. Yelicia likewise had little concern over lifespan matters. Though older than Ji Hang by several years and already past 60 in actual years, she had undergone her first life extension surgery early and therefore enjoyed at least 200 years of life, with youth permanently preserved. Additionally, she had at least 3 more surgeries available to extend her lifespan to 500 years. For both of them, the desire for offspring was not urgently driven. The decision to have a child was simply a private one made between them as a couple. This decision might carry some political significance, but both of them agreed it was not the priority. They were merely completing something mutually decided upon during a stage of their lives, adding another facet to their shared journey. As for incidental effects, like in the coming 15 or 20 years, having an heir they trusted the most as a participant in alliance politics. The symbolic completeness of Ji Hang's family among alliance society. Providing stability to citizens, such as ensuring that if Ji Hang were to one day perish, the alliance still had a successor. These benefits, let nature take its course, and if the child were to be raised poorly, that was not impossible. But the impact would be minimal. After all, Ji Hang didn't truly need an heir. Should the child fail spectacularly, they could live as pampered heirs, resembling affluent but idle second-generation elites, which was Ji Hang's final act of mercy for his offspring. Of course, as a father, Ji Hang sincerely hoped this wouldn't be the outcome. He named the child simply Jane, a name imbued with his aspirations. While Ji Hang delighted in the arrival of his child, the war situation continued its ceaseless evolution. The southern front remained relatively stable. Although battles were happening on many planets, even 2 battle groups met their final end, not annihilation but surrender, on Phantasm Moon. Overall, though, there were no major campaigns. The alliance was still adhering to Ji Hang's directive, to wait for 18 months. Construction of starships, creation of new interstellar warriors, seed implantation, and growth of superhuman organs all required time. All they needed to do was wait. For this reason, Ji Hang avoided excessively provoking iron armor or Alfonso. The alliance only secured territories on their side of the passage leading from Proud Claw Cosmos to Thistle Muster Starfield and Alfonso Star Domain. The other side could have been taken, but there was no hurry to seize it. Meanwhile, Humphrey Paulo didn't redeploy his main forces southward. He merely strengthened defenses in Thistle and Mustard Star Field, leaving Alfonso Star Domain to the sect of mechanics. The primary forces of the battle groups remained focused on the Western Front. The Lords of Holy Terra, wary of their worst fears, found the situation less grim than expected. Despite Iron Armor's decisive victory in key battles, no attempt was made to push into the Empire's central territory. Instead, They locked down a few key route planets in Skywatch Starfield without penetrating further, redirecting their efforts toward the expansive Magree cosmic domain. The officials of Holy Terra breathed a massive sigh of relief. Though Iron Armor's campaign in Magree cosmic domain surged unstoppably, with countless planets falling swiftly, they could trade space for time, and this was exactly what they had hoped for. The Empire lacked much, but ample territory wasn't one of its deficiencies. Still, Gu Hang found it odd. Such aggressive invasion, rapid conquests across Magree cosmic domain. What was the point? Humphrey Paulo led his troops not to attack Holy Terra, but to expand towards the Magree cosmic domain, which left Gu Hang somewhat puzzled about the reason. It didn't quite make sense. Humphrey Paulo might also be considering that after defeating the Phoenix, his troops were not lightly damaged. Not to mention troop restocking. Even the logistics of ammunition resupply after a major battle needed to be replenished ship by ship, requiring time to rest and recover combat effectiveness. Colliding with the more heavily defended Central Territory with weakened forces would indeed be very difficult. From this perspective, if Paul chose to pause, recuperate, or turn to deal with northern and southern threats, it would all be within Gu Hang's understanding. But attacking the entire Magree cosmic domain seemed a bit baffling. What's the point of attacking the Magree cosmic domain? This domain almost poses no threat anymore, as the main military forces have basically been wiped out before. While it's easy to conquer, it's not so undefended. After all, the native defense forces of various planets still exist, and though armed merchant ships enlisted from the Empire Commerce Guild are not at the same level as the regular navy, they can still put up some resistance. If Paul were to attack, he would surely succeed, but as those on Holy Terra might think, it would only slow down the progress of the Iron Armor battle group. With hundreds of worlds in the domain, even capturing 10 a day would take over a year, and the forces would be incredibly dispersed, perfectly aligning with Holy Terra's strategy of trading space for time. Larger, wider, and deeper front lines would drag the Iron Armor into a quagmire. And the benefits? To digest an entire cosmic domain, assimilating resources for war potential or converting them into actual combat power is not something that can be achieved overnight. Hundreds of worlds need to be pacified, rebuilt, and establish administrative systems to gather resources and restart industries. It's a massive undertaking, testing administrative capability. In this aspect, Humphrey Paulo performed well, but compared to the Alliance, which is establishing rule and policies in the newly occupied Proudclaw cosmos, where production recovery and resource supply quotas are just average. The Alliance's process of digesting new territories is only at this level, and Gu Hang doesn't believe the Iron Armor is stronger than himself. Even if we optimistically estimate that the Iron Armor's level matches the Alliance, digesting the Magree cosmic domain would take a very long time and couldn't be quickly converted into their own strength. On the contrary, these places might become continuous bleeding points. Planetary resistance, entanglement of various political and interest groups, would significantly slow down efficiency. They wouldn't make money in the short term and might incur more costs to suppress these. Humphrey Paulo shouldn't be unaware of these. According to Gu Hang's understanding of this Iron Armor leader, he is no fool and wouldn't make such decisions. Is there something he's overlooking? Gu Hang couldn't help but ask himself. He began to ponder. The sudden appearance of the large insect swarm on the North Line, with no evidence of being under Iron Armor's control, and even observed attacking Iron Armor's territories and troops, seemed too coincidental in timing, aiding Iron Armor in fending off the northern forces. The biggest trouble on the southern line against the Alfonso fleet stemmed from the brainbug tyrant they were controlling. The west line had claims that the last straw that broke the Phoenix Legion came from a force that seemed mortal, yet not human. Connecting these pieces of information and reconsidering Iron Armor's comprehensive occupation of the Magree cosmic domain, if it's to increase war potential, perhaps their method isn't what Gu Hang previously thought. However, this speculation gave Gu Hang a chill. Did Iron Armor fall to the insect race? If this speculation holds, then the issue is significant. Their fiery invasion of Magree wasn't to seize manpower and resources. Instead, did they intend to transform thousands of planets into enormous insect race hatcheries? With thousands of worlds, possibly housing trillions of people, and the native ecosystem of these planets. If all turned into insect race nutrients, what kind of massive insect race army could be bred? The thought alone was bone-chilling. In fact, Ji Hang was instinctively reluctant to believe his own speculation. Although there were various clues, none were decisive or could definitively explain the matter. Because there are still many unsolved mysteries. How did the interstellar warriors get corrupted? There was previously no record of a precedent within the Empire. If the iron armor is corrupted, why doesn't the associated Fury Flame battle group show any signs of corruption? Corruption isn't a one-day affair, but if even the iron armor were corrupted, how did the normally ravenous and reproductive insect swarm restrain themselves in feigned plays with iron armor in the Princess Star domain? Shouldn't they have long since devoured the entire domain to nothing? How could they hold back? Ji Hang Rare fell into a state of doubt. After thinking for a long time without understanding, he decided to set this matter aside. The existing information is still too chaotic and unclear. Under such circumstances, making an accurate judgment or affirming speculation is too difficult. However, in preparing for the worst-case scenario, it's never a mistake. He quickly issued a few directives. 1. Have the Alliance's intelligence department expedite the information gathering on the current situation in the West Line, and analyze and verify based on the premise of iron armor possibly corrupted by aliens. 2. Invite Flash Judgment Court to join forces with the Alliance's internal intelligence department to thoroughly investigate any potential alien corruption in the Proud Claw cosmos. 3. Send a warning to the Central Empire, suggesting the existence of this possibility. 4. Communicate with Galaraldo, urging the United Fleet being established by the Central Empire not to hide within the Skywatch starfield, but to quickly open lines with the Magree cosmic domain and control the situation there. 5. Prepare the Alliance for full-scale war. But this point is actually meaningless, as the Alliance has never relented, and he only demonstrates resolve within. After doing all this, Ji Hang remained uneasy. But regarding the Western battlefield and the current state of the Magree cosmic domain, he truly felt helpless. Galaraldo replied to his message. He took Ji Hang's words seriously and even mentioned that the Empire wasn't devoid of conjectures in this regard, claiming to encourage actions from the Imperial Legion. However, he also subtly conveyed that the formation of the coalition was still slow, and the Star Realm tunnel between Magree and Skywatch was controlled by iron armor, making tackling this tough nut difficult. Ji Hang was helpless, now left to truly rely on the Imperial coalition. Unless he was willing to send troops to the Thistle Muster starfield now, and whether advancing to the Iron Armor's stronghold in the Princess Star domain or clearing the path west to the Magree starfield, both were options. But that would put himself in tremendous danger. Would he do all this for an unverified guess? It was hard to decide. However, an incident at the Wenchi-Wuchi line pushed Ji Hang to make a decision. The Alliance rescued a sect of mechanics vessel from the Alfonso star domain there. Rescuing a sect of mechanics ship from the Alfonso fleet. This statement feels a bit odd. Isn't Alfonso an enemy? Why save them? To explain, we must talk about the Alliance's intelligence network. The hero of the day happens to be someone Ji Hang remembers, Arno Chinko, the younger brother of Osenia. Arno, as a senior agent of the Central Investigation Bureau, was ordered to infiltrate the Alfonso star domain for intelligence-gathering missions. Compared to the Western Front, where the chaos of war and the dominance of armored armies severely slowed intelligence operations, Arno's setup of a spy network in the Alfonso star domain progressed far more smoothly. Based on the reports Arno submitted earlier, the Alfonso sect experienced massive internal turmoil following the annihilation of the fleet led by Sage Dubo. The Alfonso sect wields immense overall power, with influence spanning the entire star domain. So much so, that comparing them to the Mingyang sect of the Dragonhawk star domain is like comparing heaven and earth. Alfonso boasts 3 founding worlds, each comparable to Jindi star in strength. The entire star domain operates predominantly under their sphere of influence, consisting of 600 worlds providing resources, food, manpower, markets, or sites for low-tech manufacturing transfers. Essentially, one could say that Alfonso's 600 worlds revolve entirely around these 3 founding worlds. The core of the sect's strength lies within these worlds. However, they aren't a monolith. Even before joining the war efforts, there were Dove faction elements within Alfonso, a merger between the Imperial faction and Middle Party. The former staunchly opposed the sect betraying the Empire and aligning with the armored regime, while the latter wasn't necessarily aligned with the empire but still deemed direct involvement in the war as unacceptable. They preferred commerce and selling equipment over engagement in conflict. In the past, the Middle Party held the majority. However, on the eve of Alfonso's entry into the war, they aligned with the imperial faction and jointly formed the Dove faction, only to be thoroughly suppressed by the Hawk faction. The so-called Hawk faction? Naturally, they were the ones leading the sect to collaborate fully with the armored regime. During the Alfonso fleet's deployment to the Proud Claw Cosmos, the Hawk faction was at the height of its influence. At the time, no one thought such a powerful fleet heading south toward the Proud Claw Cosmos would encounter significant opposition. Any obstacle standing before the Alfonso fleet would be mercilessly crushed. The Alfonso sect was predicted to bask in glorious victories, marching over the Alliance's corpses to demonstrate their strength to the armored regime, thus solidifying their recognition under the double-headed eagle banner within the independent organization. This was the Hawk faction's declaration, which was utterly shattered when the subsequent news of defeat arrived. The Hawk faction's prestige suffered a severe blow, and the Dove faction's voice resurfaced. Both the Imperial faction and the Middle Party were furious about the Hawk faction's actions, accusing them of recklessly gambling away the sect's assets. Their decision to wage war had plunged the sect into a disastrous abyss. Had the Hawk faction truly lost its footing? Logically, that should have been the case. They lost numerous high-ranking officials, particularly Sage Dubo, squandered military power, and tarnished their reputation with defeat. The Dove faction attempted to seize power, sparking numerous conflicts, including armed clashes. Yet, at this critical moment, someone spoke up, Great Sage Martin Valak. Throughout the Hawk-Dove faction debates, the Great Sage remained publicly neutral, often balancing between the two sides. But now, he broke his silence, voicing support for the Hawk faction. Through a speech, he revealed his stance. Through a personally led suppression campaign, he captured one of the three founding generals. The internal chaos within the Alfonso sect was temporarily quelled. However, Arno, stationed in the Alfonso star domain, could sense the underlying turmoil hadn't dissipated entirely. In fact, during the intense counterattacks by the Dove faction against the Hawks, Arno's influence could be felt. Representing the alliance, he established connections with many Dove members, especially Imperial faction affiliates, and supported their movements. Of course, the alliance, located far across the stars, was in no position to take direct military action. Such intervention could unintentionally reunify the fracturing Alfonso sect under external pressure. They also couldn't conveniently transport tangible aid, as material assistance wasn't needed by the mechanists anyway. Nevertheless, the political promises made by the alliance intrigued them greatly. The Imperial faction had long been resistant to the sect outright opposing the Empire. Partly out of loyalty and partly due to recognizing the imbalance of power. They believed no matter how well the war began, no matter how many victories were won initially, ultimate victory was impossible against the Empire's overwhelming might. What the Imperial faction feared most was the post-defeat reckoning. The Alliance's political promises mainly revolved around these concerns. To the Loyalists, they promised to honor their allegiance, ensuring Mars and Holy Terra would recognize them as steadfast imperial subjects who never betrayed the god of all machines. Even amidst the sect's darkest hours, they championed the Empire's cause from within Alfonso. To the pragmatic members, they assured post-war protection from retaliation. Relying on these Imperial faction members, Arno managed to connect with several Middle Party figures as well. He was accomplishing considerable progress in his assignments. Even if overthrowing the Alfonso sect from within wasn't a direct possibility, he would establish a reliable network of contacts. When the Alliance army entered the Alfonso star domain in the future, this network could pave the way for their advancement. Areas that might otherwise require countless sacrifices and expenditures could potentially be taken without firing a shot. However, Great Sage Valuk's intervention threw Arno's plans into disarray. He narrowly avoided exposure himself. On one side, he was puzzled by Valuk's sudden assertiveness, an unexpected move from someone presumed to be aligned with the Middle Party or neutral. On the other, he actively sought opportunities to extract benefits within the unfolding situation. He concealed his heavily disrupted network underground. All intelligence agents, contacts, and operatives went silent, awaiting a better moment. Simultaneously, he began planning a major operation, rescuing Sebastian Moro. This individual was the founding general captured by Valak. Fortunately, Valak hadn't gone to the extreme of executing the founding general, instead opting for imprisonment. This presented Arnaud with an opportunity. Arnaud accomplished a major feat in the Alfonso star domain. He mobilized massive resources to rescue Sebastian Moreau. Not only did he call upon the personnel of the Central Investigation Bureau to which he belonged, but he also united the Alliance's other two major external intelligence agencies, and even the Demon Hunter units. At the same time, he leveraged the connections he had built in the Alfonso star domain through the rivalry between the Pigeon and Hawk factions. But even so, Moreau was an extremely significant figure and was bound to be detained under the strictest security. To succeed in the end, meticulous preparation and careful planning were indispensable, but a bit of luck at the critical moment was inevitable as well. Through harrowing dangers, stumbling and struggling, aboard the tiny vessel carrying both Arnaud and Moreau, they managed to slip past the Wenchi-Wuki corridor undetected and enter Alliance-controlled territory. Subsequently, the Alfonso mechanical cult's pursuing ships even charged in and clashed with the Alliance fleet stationed in the Wuki star system. Of course, they didn't stand a chance, and just like that, Moreau entered the Alliance's jurisdiction. Jiyu Hang took this matter very seriously. Before his capture, Sebastian Moreau had been the founding general of Founding World, Yulong Star, bearing the title of Sage, ranking among the top 5 figures within the Alfonso sect. At the same time, he was also one of the most critical members of the Pigeon faction. Precisely because of this, Wallach had aggressively captured him, using his imprisonment to ruthlessly suppress the Pigeon faction. Now that he had fallen into the hands of the Alliance, it meant that if the Alliance were to launch an offensive into the Alfonso star domain in the future, the Pigeon faction within the mechanical cult could very well be swayed by Moreau's influence and defect directly. Of course, this would also depend on Moreau's own willingness to cooperate with the Alliance. Coercion wouldn't work. The good news was that his willingness to escape prison, to follow Arnaud into the Alliance's de facto territory, was in itself proof of his stance. Jiyu Hang hoped this man could play a significant role in the future, to justify the Alliance's heavy investment in the intelligence network within Alfonso, which had suffered severe damage in the process of rescuing him. This matter was supposed to end here. For him to be of use was the responsibility of the intelligence department, and later when the time came for the offensive, he would need to be brought along. However, this former founding general strongly insisted on meeting Jiyu Hang in person after arriving in Alliance-controlled territory. Moreover, Arnaud had specifically conveyed a strong recommendation through the intelligence framework to Governor Jiyu, emphasizing the importance of meeting Moreau, claiming that Moreau had highly critical intelligence he was willing to share only with Jiyu Hang. It pertained to the insect race. This piqued Jiyu Hang's interest. Critical intelligence about the insect race from a high-ranking figure within the Alfonso sect was bound to have credibility. If they were to meet, then so be it. Seated in a high position, Jiyu Hang finally met the former founding general. Sebastian Moreau looked remarkably disheveled. He wore a red and black robe, but his body looked far too small. Based on Jiyu Hang's understanding of the high-ranking members of the mechanical cult, each of them, regardless of their specific direction of development, would end up modifying their bodies into increasingly bizarre forms. Even Wu Jiarong was no exception to this trend. They carried far too many items at all times, not just weapons, but also an array of scientific equipment and tools. These modifications weren't made all at once. Often, they began by replacing an eye or turning a finger into a drill. Perhaps altering their digestive system to eliminate the need for eating. Gradually, their transformation into non-human forms became more and more extreme. As the number of modifications increased, these elite, mechanical enthusiasts, naturally grew far larger in size. By the time they reached Moreau's level, their physiques should have been vastly different from those of ordinary humans. Yet now, Moreau appeared almost like a regular person, even smaller than average. This was mostly because, during his imprisonment by Wallach, his weaponry had naturally been confiscated. The majority of the mechanical modifications previously integrated into his body had been stripped away. Detaining a founding general with all his enhancements intact would have left him with far too many ways to cause trouble or stage an escape. This particular vulnerability was something Arnaud exploited during the rescue. After Moreau was taken out of the prison, a rudimentary humanoid frame was installed to disguise him as a common mechanic. They managed to elude capture for a period of time. The subsequent cat and mouse chase across the Star Sea left them with neither the conditions nor the time to provide him with a new set of enhancements. From this perspective, Moro's current appearance, resembling a normal human, was indeed quite pitiful. Ji Yu Hang withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, offering a faint smile. "Welcome, Sage Moro. I deeply sympathize with what you've endured in the Alfonso sect. Together, we must condemn the traitorous acts of those who betrayed the Empire, the Divine Emperor, and the God of all machines. However, before we proceed, you should first take some time to recover. I have critical intelligence that must be delivered to you in person," Moro said. "Then, what is this intelligence?" Moro did not respond further. Instead, he began fiddling with something under his robe. Ji Yu Hang patiently waited. Underneath the red and black robe, he could sense that Moro's hand seemed to reach into his chest cavity and move upward toward the back of his head before pulling something out. As Moro's hand emerged from beneath his robe, his palm held a piece of dark, black stone. Ji Yu Hang stared at the shard of stone. "This is what you're giving me?" "Yes." Moro didn't adopt an air of superiority, he wasn't in any state to do so now. He respectfully raised both hands, adopting a posture of offering. Invisible tendrils of spiritual energy extended from Ji Yu Hang's consciousness, gently curling around the black shard in Moro's hands before pulling it to his front. Upon closer inspection, it seemed unremarkable, just an oval-shaped piece of stone, precise and polished. At most, its smooth and glossy surface made it somewhat appealing. But in truth, it was surely not that simple. Bringing it closer to his face, Ji Yu Hang carefully examined it, only then detecting a faint trace of spiritual energy response. Seeing that Moro made no move to explain, Ji Yu Hang decided to probe deeper into the shard with his spiritual energy. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and the scene around him changed. He seemed to be in some kind of illusion, where everything he saw rippled like waves across gelatin. One scene after another, recorded within the shard, flashed before his eyes. These incidents clearly happened at different times and places, yet their narratives were surprisingly interconnected. The earlier images appeared to be within a starport, where interstellar warriors in iron armor battle group insignias were exchanging goods with members of the Alfonso sect. The goods consisted of warehouse upon warehouse of void insect species corpses. The bug corpses floated in varying sizes of specimen tanks, representing all kinds. Later scenes flashed by, showing what was in the tanks evolving, from corpses into living void insect species specimens. Following this were fragments showing Alfonso researchers dissecting and studying these corpses. There were also scenes where they reported their findings to members of the Iron Armor Battle Group. Seeing this, Ji Yu Hang felt nothing out of the ordinary. Over the long span of time, the Iron Armor Battle Group had been stationed within the Princess Star domain, tasked with combating the void insect species continually emerging from there. Capturing corpses or living specimens during these wars and sending them to allied sect of mechanics researchers for study. What was so unusual about that? Using such images to convict the Iron Armor Battle Group was nonsense. They could even argue that these studies were simply conducted to better understand their enemies, aiding in more effective combat against these aliens. In truth, that might actually be the case. Ji Yu Hang himself engaged in such research, and the Alliance still kept live samples of green skins in their labs. There was nothing particularly surprising about it. Even when Ji Yu Hang saw the living specimen of a brain-bug tyrant he recognized being transported over, he wasn't startled. Utilizing alien power was officially labeled taboo within the Empire, but in practice, who hadn't done it? If such matters warranted shock and served as definitive evidence of the Iron Armor Battle Group collaborating with the insects, even Ji Yu Hang would find it unconvincing, let alone using it to persuade others. This wasn't what Ji Yu Hang had hoped to see, but just as he began to feel a tinge of disappointment, the final image unfolded. It was a massive square-shaped specimen tank, around 30 meters on each side. In the purple semi-transparent preservation liquid within, a single insect floated, occupying nearly the entire tank. If it were merely large-bodied and alive, it wouldn't have startled Ji Yu Hang. Large void insect species specimens were nothing new in preceding images. There were prized samples, including live examples like living cannons, swarm tyrants, and assassin insects, all transported intact enough to serve as experimental materials. Alive insect specimens were rare, yet not unheard of. The attention-grabbing feature of this particular insect instead lay in its form. It lacked the defining fangs, claws, and signature armor shell typical of its kind. Judging by its appearance, it seemed entirely unfit for combat. On the contrary, it resembled a juvenile organism, a juvenile that required a 30-meter cubic tank to contain. Ji Hang didn't comprehend its significance at first, but then realization dawned. It wasn't simply about what sort of creature could have a juvenile stage so massive. The more pressing issue was whether void insect species could even have juvenile forms. Based on Ji Hang's understanding of this mortal enemy of humankind, they were bioengineered weapons born directly from incubation pools. Regardless of their classification, they emerged fully grown and functional from the moment of birth. Typically, their roles were predetermined. Some were designated for combat, others for consumption and transport to digestion pools. Often, upon completing their assigned tasks, they would themselves leap into digestion pools, being reduced to biological matter before being channeled through living pipelines back to incubation pools for rematerialization. No reports had ever indicated that individual void insect species organisms could reproduce. Their prolific reproduction relied not on individual capability but as a collective swarm, utilizing biological matter to form incubation eggs or physically construct bodies. Under these circumstances, could void insect species exist in juvenile stages? Could it be that Ji Hang's knowledge of them was insufficient, leading to a misunderstanding? Ji Hang couldn't help but doubt himself. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he froze the frame of the image and attempted to zoom in on the peculiar insect for closer observation. But in the next moment, with everything within the frame static, the countless eyes of the juvenile insect suddenly snapped open, all focusing intently on Ji Hang. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of terror surged through him. It wasn't merely that Ji Hang was frightened, his consciousness was abruptly withdrawn from the illusion. Under the sudden outburst of uncontrolled spiritual energy, the black shard flew from his grip, crashing into the hall's wall before rolling to a stop after several spins. Meanwhile, Ji Hang sat in his chair, gasping for air. Simple emotional shifts wouldn't have triggered such violent physiological reactions. There, it was. Spiritual energy. This spiritual energy caused a tremendous mental jolt in Ji Hang. For a weaker psychic, this level of shock would have been enough to completely obliterate their brain. Some guards started toward Ji Hang but were stopped by his gesture. He carefully relished the flavor of this spiritual energy that had surged within his mind just now. He realized it was something he had personally experienced and confronted before. This occurred during an encounter with the Alfonso fleet, specifically with that neuron progeny, imprisoned aboard their war ark and enslaved by the sect of mechanics. The spiritual energy signature of the neuron progeny matched what he had just felt identically. But this juvenile insect was unquestionably not a neuron progeny. Ji Hang could sense that the two were vastly different. In fact, he had a faint intuition. The spiritual energy he just experienced wasn't stored within the shard, lying in wait for an ambush. Instead, it resembled a warning traveling an unfathomable distance through the shard as a medium. It was as if, upon Ji Hang witnessing the creature, even if only through remnants of recorded past events, it, from countless worlds away, had simultaneously seen Ji Hang and greeted him warmly. If this theory were correct, then it was truly terrifying. What kind of insect could possess such fearsome spiritual energy? Leaning back in his chair, Ji Hang remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "Sage Moro, do you know what that creature at the end was?" "That is the princess." "Princess? Could you elaborate?" "I'd love to explain more, but I'm sorry, there's much that I don't know myself." "No problem. This matter is extraordinarily important. Tell me everything you know, including your speculations." "Understood." Moro replied. "The princess was named by Humphrey Paulo. It was captured 180 years ago, regarded by the Iron Armor Battle Group as the ultimate key to permanently ending the void insect species threat within the Princess Star domain. Humphrey brought the princess to Alfonso, hoping we could assist in the research.